Let's break up. At the gates of Jiangqing Beast Tamer Academy, Lu Ruyan suddenly said to me. I was dumbfounded. Why? I am a time traveler. I've been in this world for 2.5 years. When I first arrived, I nearly starved to death. It was her kindness, 10 coins, that saved me. To repay her, I brought her breakfast every day, helped her check into classes, and took care of her in countless ways. She thought I was good-looking and asked if we should try dating. But now, out of nowhere, she wanted to end it. A B-rank Beast Tamer took a liking to me. We completed a contract last night. Don't contact me anymore. She turned and threw herself into the arms of a wealthy-looking guy standing by the roadside. My face turned pale. Completed a contract? Doesn't that mean she already? But she's clearly an E-rank spiritual beast bloodline. Why would a B-rank Beast Tamer want her? The students nearby started mocking me. Dated her for over a year and still no contract? Somebody else took her in one night. Hilarious. This guy's always freeloading in the library, acting all high and mighty. I ignored them and walked away in silence. At the Beast Tamer Association's training room, I sat on a chair, staring blankly ahead. This world is one where magical beasts run rampant. 5,000 years ago, magical beasts descended, nearly wiping out humanity. Fortunately, dimensional cracks opened, and spiritual energy emerged. Women, upon reaching adulthood, awaken a spiritual beast bloodline, allowing them to transform and fight. However, this power erodes them over time, eventually turning them into magical beasts. Men, on the other hand, awaken beast-taming powers that, through forming contracts with women, can halt their erosion and even enhance their combat capabilities. Beast tamers and spiritual beasts partnering together are the only way humanity has survived. But none of that had anything to do with me. Half a year ago, I awakened an E-rank talent, Longevity Art, which could slightly delay the aging process of spiritual beasts. Completely useless. Talents are ranked from F to SSS. Being E-rank guaranteed no future prospects. I had thought Lu Ruyan, with her E-rank bloodline, and I could lead a peaceful life. But now she had been chosen by a B-rank Beast Tamer. Suddenly, a voice echoed in my mind. Ding. Spirit Beast Growth System activated. System. I froze. Is this the benefit of being a time traveler? But why is it 2.5 years late? A blue panel appeared in front of me. Name. Chen E. Talent. E-rank Longevity Art. Level. Tier 1, Stage 1. Constitution, 9. Spiritual Energy, 5. Contracted Spirit Beasts, none. Whoa. It's real. I pinch myself. Not a dream. Ding. Activating Newcomer Gift Pack. Acquired SSS rank talent. Infinite Contracts. Acquired SSS rank talent. Energy Guidance. Acquired SSS rank talent. Spirit Beast Awakening. Acquired Beast Taming Skill. Spirit Beast Insight. Acquired Strength Amplification Card, X3. Infinite Contracts. No limit on the number of beasts you can contract. Energy Guidance. Assists spirit beasts in refining treasures effectively. Spirit Beast Awakening. Unlock hidden bloodlines of spirit beasts. This is insane. I was in utter disbelief. Normally, a Tier 1 Beast Tamer could only contract one spirit beast. Tier 2 could have 2. But now, as a Tier 1, I could contract 100. Number 66, you're up. A girl walked over and said calmly, I'm number 67. If you're not going, can I take your turn? Sorry, I'm heading in. Only then did I remember I had reserved the training room. But as I stood up and glanced at the girl, I froze completely. She was wearing a white dress, her long hair cascading down her back, her slender legs wrapped in sheer white stockings, and her face stunningly beautiful. But what really left me speechless was the system interface floating above her. Name, Lin Mingxue. Bloodline, F rank, White Lizard. Hidden Bloodline, SSS rank, Frost Dragon. Level, Tier 1, Stage 2. Constitution, 3. Spiritual Energy, 8. Favorability, 0. Evaluation, suffers from congenital heart disease. Body too weak to withstand Frost Dragon bloodline. If her hidden bloodline is awakened, she has the potential to become one of the strongest spirit beasts ever. Ding. SSS rank Hidden Bloodline detected. Contract and raise her favorability to 80 to receive special rewards. SSS rank Frost Dragon bloodline. This was unreal. Those with SSS rank bloodlines were legendary beasts. There were only 3 in the entire Long Nation. And now, one was standing right before me. Contracting her would bring so many benefits. My eyes widened in excitement as I stared at her. Ding. Lin Mingxue's favorability minus 10 points. Lin Mingxue noticed me staring and coldly asked, What are you looking at? I adjusted my grip on my number plate and smiled. You're by yourself, right? So am I. Want to team up for a simulated battle? Ding. Lin Mingxue's favorability minus 20 points. No thanks. Lin Mingxue outright rejected me, sitting back down with a sour expression. Isn't that Lu Ruyan's ex-boyfriend? The one she dumped just now? Yeah. Heard Lu Ruyan completed a contract last night with some B-rank guy while ditching him. He got dumped, and now he's hitting on Lin Mingxue, our school's top beauty? I mean, he's E-rank, and she's F-rank. Where does he even get that confidence from? Passing students whispered and laughed. I ignored them and sat beside Lin Mingxue, lowering my voice. F-rank, white lizard bloodline. Am I wrong? Ding. Lin Mingxue's favorability, minus 25 points. Her pupils shrank. Have you been stalking me? I grinned. Lin Mingxue, our top beauty. You wouldn't want people to find out your spirit beast form is a little lizard, would you? Come with me. I stood and walked into the training room. Having delivered breakfast to Lu Ruyan for a year, I'd picked up plenty of tidbits about Lin Mingxue too. She was the most popular girl at school, but after awakening her F-rank bloodline a month ago, she turned down everyone who wanted to form contracts with her. She wasn't terrified for nothing. No one else knew her transformation was into a kind of lizard. For a proud campus queen, turning into a lizard was beyond embarrassing. Ding. Lin Mingxue's favorability minus 15 points. Lin Mingxue gritted her teeth, then followed me into the room. Inside the training room. Tell me, what do you want? Is sleeping with me your endgame? Lin Mingxue asked icily. I handed her the room's controller. No need to be so aggressive. Just pick a magical beast to fight. Seriously? What are you planning now? My condition is simple. Pick a magical beast. Lin Mingxue was stunned for a moment, but remained wary as she took the controller. She chose a Tier 1 Earthworm. Paragraph. AI monster Mud WIRM will appear in 60 seconds. The room transformed into a wild, barren landscape. What now? Do you want me to transform? Lin Mingxue asked. I walked over and held her hand. Don't worry, try out your new power. I activated the Spirit Beast Awakening talent without hesitation. Warm energy flooded into her body almost instantly. Her black hair turned icy white. Silver, dragon-like horns grew from her head. Her arms became covered in white scales, and shimmering projections of wings and a tail appeared behind her. A dragon girl. What's happening? Lin Mingxue stood there in shock. She could feel power surging inside her. Even her very bloodline had transformed. She had suspected many things about me. She thought maybe I had ulterior motives. Maybe I was a creep. Maybe I wanted to blackmail her. But she had never thought I could grant her power, let alone awaken a whole new bloodline. Ding. Lin Mingxue's affection plus 40 points. Name, Lin Mingxue, armed form. Bloodline, SSS tier Frost Dragon, temporary awakening. Level, rank 1, stage 2. Affection, minus 30 points. Bonding progress, not yet begun. Watching the dragon girl standing before me, I nodded with satisfaction. I never expected her hidden bloodline to awaken this smoothly. It was almost too easy. Still, Lin Mingxue was only rank 1, stage 2. Mastering this power would be a challenge. I wasn't sure if she'd be able to fight effectively in her dragon girl state just yet. Spirit beasts have 3 forms: human form, beast form, and armed form. Lin Mingxue's current appearance, human-like with partial beast features, was her armed form. It's the most popular battle form among high-level spirit beasts. The problem? Most spirit beasts needed to be at least rank 3 to wield armed form powerfully. Right now, she was more like someone in cosplay. Sure, she looked like a dragon girl, but her strength was still closer to her human level. Stop spacing out. AI monsters are about to appear. Go test your strength. Ding. Lin Mingxue's affection plus 50 points. Got it. I'll do my best. Lin Mingxue suddenly got the feeling her destiny had changed. Like she had found a mentor or benefactor who could alter her fate. But the moment she took her first step forward, she stumbled, losing her balance and falling flat on her face. It hurts. Why are you trying to battle in armed form? You're only rank 1, stage 2. Stick to beast form for now. Sorry, she blushed, quickly switching into her beast form. A glowing aura encased her body, expanding outward. The shimmering light shattered, revealing a massive spirit beast that was 8 feet tall and 16 feet long. Pure white scales covered the creature from head to toe. Lin Mingxue had transformed into a frost dragon. Name, Lin Mingxue, beast form. Constitution, 56. Spirit power, 48. She rushed to the water's edge to gaze at her reflection. Majestic silver horns, razor-sharp claws, radiant frost-white wings, and a commanding presence. Gone was the lizard-like creature she had once imagined herself as. This is me? This isn't a dream, is it? Not a lizard, a true dragon. Quit gawking. The monster's behind you. On it, Lin Mingxue turned to face the mud WIRM. It was as thick as a tree trunk, its body covered in wet, slimy mud. Its grotesque head featured a massive, circular maw packed with sharp teeth. What used to seem terrifying now looked like a mere grub compared to her. She could crush it effortlessly with one stomp. Taking a deep breath, she exhaled with all her might, Frost breath. An icy chill swept through the landscape of the barren wasteland. Branches, the ground, even the edges of the lake solidified into crystallized frost. The mud WYRM didn't even move. It froze stiff, turned into an ice sculpture, and shattered into hundreds of pieces. Congratulations. You've defeated the mud WYRM. Would you like to continue the challenge? Lin Mingxue quickly reverted back to human form, rushed over to the controls, and selected Continue. This time, she set her sights on a Rank 1, Stage 5 monster. I leaned back, silently smiling as I watched her excitement. Meanwhile, I pulled out my phone to read up on Spirit Beast contract rules. As a 20-year-old, lifelong single guy, my first contract had to be done right. Crash. She stomped down on her next opponent, a Rank 1, Stage 5 saber-toothed dog, crushing it instantly. Even monsters at Rank 1, Stage 5 are a joke when you have this much power. Drunk on her newfound strength, Lin Mingxue couldn't get enough. Her perspective shifted. It was becoming clearer than ever why awakened spirit beasts sought connections with influential beast masters. Resources equaled power, and power felt amazing. Monsters she once feared were now fodder, crushed beneath her feet without a second thought. And what's more, she could fly. Her wings weren't just for show. With a few gentle flaps, she ascended, feeling the wind rushing past and tasting the boundless freedom of the skies. After an hour of training, the session ended. Lin Mingxue powered down, returning to her human state. Her face still glowed with exhilaration and contentment. Ding! Lin Mingxue's affection plus 30 points. Well, did you have fun? I handed her a towel. Fun? That was beyond amazing. I've never felt this good in my life. Lin Mingxue wiped the sweat from her brow. Her prior caution toward me completely dissolved. The idea that she could wield such immense power. It felt almost like defying fate itself. And yet, it suddenly vanished. The mighty strength disappeared from her body, slipping away like vapor. Wait, what's happening? Why is my power gone? I grinned knowingly. Don't worry. The power's still yours. You just need someone to guide you to activate it. I'm not sure if other beast masters can do this, but you've seen it yourself. I can awaken your hidden potential. So, what do you say? Would you be willing to form a contract with me? Hearing the word contract, Lin Mingxue tensed. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she fidgeted with the hem of her skirt, her fingers shaking slightly. After a few brief, quiet moments, she nodded resolutely. I'm willing. Chen-Yi, please let me be your contracted spirit beast. Why wait? Let's do it right now. Although she didn't know why someone as powerful as me didn't already have a contracted spirit beast, she couldn't pass up this opportunity. And she wanted to feel that invincible power once again. I let out a sigh of relief. Finally, those were the words I'd been waiting for. An SSS-tier spirit beast. This opportunity was too rare to miss. Reaching out my hand, I joked lightly. Well then, Lin Daxua, I'll be relying on you from now on. Call me Schwer, Lin Mingxue interrupted, cutting me off in a fluster. I blinked in surprise, but quickly smiled. All right, Schwer, here's to our partnership. Lin Mingxue excitedly reached out to shake my hand. That's me. Please take care of me. Ding. Lin Mingxue's affection plus 15. She hooked her arm around mine as we walked out of the training room. The sweet smile on her face was a stark contrast to her previously icy demeanor. The students lining up were all stunned. What's going on? Is this Lin Mingxue? The same Ice Queen who rejected hundreds of beast tamers? Even Lu Ruyan's roommate, Zhao Xiaomei, who was planning to train with her contract partner and prepare for the upcoming final evaluation, was there. She looked absolutely shocked. Now, Zhao Xiaomei knew who I was. I often brought breakfast for Lu Ruyan, so she had seen me many times. To top it off, she knew that Lu Ruyan had formed a contract with some rich kid last night. She had prepared a good amount of mockery to throw at me today. What she didn't expect, though, was for me to casually snatch Lin Mingxue, the campus goddess. Lu Ruyan might be pretty, but compared to Lin Mingxue, it's like comparing the clouds to the mud. Zhao Xiaomei couldn't hold back and approached us. Chen-Yi, wait. What's going on here? I stopped and glanced back. Name, Zhao Xiaomei. Contract partner, Wang Hao. Bloodline, rank C wild boar spirit. Seeing her bloodline info, I almost laughed out loud. I had heard she awakened with a rank C bloodline before. Lu Ruyan even envied her at the time. But a wild boar spirit? Considering her round figure, well, it wasn't exactly surprising. What else am I doing? Flirting, obviously, I said, wrapping my arm around Lin Mingxue's slender waist. Her face reddened, but she didn't resist. The surrounding students' jaws practically hit the floor. Does Rian know about this? Zhao Xiaomei asked. Why would that matter to me? I replied calmly. You're seriously cheating on Rian? She screamed. I scoffed. All right. Good pigs don't block the road. I've got business to attend to. Finished with her, I took Lin Mingxue and left. Zhao Xiaomei froze for a second. Good pigs don't block the road. How did Chen E know my bloodline is a wild boar spirit? She quickly whipped out her phone to call Lu Ruyan. While walking, I turned to Lin Mingxue. Where do you live? Skyline International Apartments. Damn, a little rich girl, huh? Your family home got anyone there? No, my family passed away 3 years ago. I immediately softened, lowering my voice. Sorry about that. It's okay. Lin Mingxue waved her hand, though her face turned a bit melancholic. I changed the subject. I live in the slums on East Street. Kinda shabby for a contract location and all. She covered her mouth with her hand, laughing. She poked my cheek playfully with her finger. From now on, my home is your home. No slumming it anymore. Beast tamers and their spiritual beasts usually live together after forming a contract. Their relationship could be closer than marriage. When we arrived at her place, I saw the luxurious setup of a 2,500 square foot home with 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. Splendid, to say the least. Chen, you haven't had a proper shower in ages, have you? She asked a little awkwardly. Do homeless guys like me even get the chance to bathe? I joked. Go clean up first. I'll cook us something. By the time I finished showering and we ate dinner, it was already 9 p.m. Lin Mingxue had just come out of the bathroom, droplets of water still glistening on her skin. Her long, black hair cascaded down her back to her slender waist. Her delicate legs trembled slightly as her face flushed with pink. An electric atmosphere filled the living room in an instant. She lowered her head shyly, then sat down beside me. Chen, my room is right over there. Want to form the contract? Without hesitation, I picked her up in my arms. What do you think? Her face grew brighter with redness, and after half a minute of hesitation, she softly replied, yes. Carrying her, I walked into the room, shutting the door behind us. Moments later, the sound of her soft voice filled the air. Ding. Lin Mingxue's affection plus 10. Current affection, 70 points. The next day, by the time I opened my eyes, it was already noon. The sunlight tried to break through the curtains, but failed. I reached out groggily to swipe my phone from the bedside table. But after several tries, I realized the phone didn't unlock. It wasn't mine. Oh right, it's Schwer's. Turning my head, I saw the petite figure lying next to me, her body leaning against my arm. Memories of last night flashed vividly in my mind like scenes from a movie, a surreal dream come true. I opened the system interface, and under the Contracted Spiritual Beasts tab, Lin Mingxue's name was there. Her contractor field, filled with my name. An SSS tier spiritual beast, and the school goddess of Jiangxing Beast Tamer Academy. The contract was a success. Too bad her affection stopped at 70 points. 10 more, and I would get a system reward. Let's aim for it tonight. 5 minutes really isn't enough. Gently, I moved her off my arm, got dressed, and sat on the living room couch, scrolling through my phone. Jiangxing Daily. Beast Tamer Academy's final evaluation begins in 6 days. Long Nation updates. Sichuan Spiritual Realm exploration at 70% completion. International news. Eagle Nation developing talent enhancement potions. By 12:30, Lin Mingxue, looking a bit groggy, wandered into the room. Sorry, Chen E. I overslept. It's fine. Let's order delivery and go get our certification after lunch. Okay. By 2 p.m., we reached the Beast Tamer Association. The queue for the certification process stretched on for over 100 people. Why is it so crowded? I asked. Don't you know, Chen? Mingxue responded. Only registered partners can join the final evaluation. The points and resources are worth a lot. Additionally, participants who register will get a monthly supplement of 10 kilograms of Tier 1 beast meat and 3 kilograms of Tier 2 beast meat. Are you participating in the evaluation? I asked. Chen, do you want me to? I'll follow whatever you decide. I'm not a student at the academy. I can still join. Yes. As long as one partner is enrolled here, it's allowed. In that case, let's join. Let's get you some more school credits. Okay. There's still time before the evening. Anything else you want to do? Shopping. I still need living essentials. Choose whatever you need. Chen, I'm covering you. The Lin campus goddess sugar mama perks. I won't say no. By 5:30, we returned to the association. Just as we stepped inside, we bumped into the last person I wanted to see. Name, Lu Ru Dash. Smoke. Contractor, Qin Shoshing. Bloodline, E-grade sandworm. Level, Tier 1, Rank 3. Favorability, minus 15 points. You're Chen. A mocking voice came from behind me. Turning around, I saw him, a spoiled rich kid who had wrapped his arms around Lu Ruyan just yesterday. He was decked out in a gray suit, wore sunglasses, and had a cigar in his mouth. Yeah, that's me. What do you want? He patted my shoulder and sneered. I'm Qin Shoshing. Ruyan's soft and sweet, really nice. Tried her myself. Don't bother thanking me. What? What's your name again? Qin Shoshing from the Qin Corporation. Haven't heard of it. PFF. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. What an absurd name. What's so funny? Oh, Just thought of something that made me happy. What's that supposed to mean? Nothing. You're number 114, right? It's almost your turn. Shouldn't you be getting ready for your test? TCH, broke losers will always be broke losers. He turned to leave, but his gaze suddenly landed on the girl standing behind me, Lin Mingxue. For a moment, he froze in place. Before he could act, Lu Ruyan rushed over. Shoshing, don't waste your time with them. It's our turn. Let's get to the test. She shot me and Lin Mingxue a venomous glare before dragging him away. Qin Shoshing and Lu Ruyan advanced through the first 3 stages of the assessment effortlessly. Watching Qin Shoshing perform, I nearly burst out laughing. This cocky clown was flaunting about handing me his leftovers, as if he was doing me a favor. Meanwhile, I stood on the sidelines, watching him like I was enjoying a circus act. But whatever. Girls like Lu Ruyan? To him, they're just disposable playthings. He wouldn't even spare them a glance if they weren't good-looking. All this fuss, and he's a B-grade Beast Tamer. Laughable. The examination began. The rules were simple. Challenge AI-modeled beasts and clear the first 3 levels to earn a standard Beast Tamer's license. Beyond that, every additional level passed earned extra rewards. To prevent cheating and give influential organizations a chance to scout talent, the entire process was broadcast live. As a B-grade Beast Tamer with Tier 2, Rank 10 strength, Qin Shoshing was carrying Lu Ruyan, who was only Tier 1, Rank 3, through the exam. It wasn't like she needed to lift a finger. Armed with an iron spear, he charged straight at the AI beast and finished it off in under 10 moves. Fitting for a combat-oriented Beast Tamer, the kind who fights alongside their beasts in battle. No wonder he's into trophy partner spirit beasts. Lin Mingxue gently tugged at my sleeve, whispering, Shoshing once tried courting me. He wanted me to be his contract spirit beast, but I turned him down every time. I know. Don't worry, I reassured her with a smile. With my system, nothing escapes me. Then it was our turn. Number 115, Chun Yi and Lin Mingxue. The crowd stirred instantly. Everyone turned to look at us. Thanks to yesterday's training room incident, word had spread. No one expected the worthless loser tossed aside by Lu Ruyan to somehow be paired with the campus queen. 2 losers trying to take the test? What a joke, someone scoffed. I ignored the snide remarks and led Lin Mingxue into the examination room. Losers, huh? We'll see about that. Time to show them what an SSS-grade bloodline looks like. First stage, Tier 1, Rank 2, Flamehound. Flamehound. The audience erupted. For a Tier 1, Rank 2 on the first stage? That's insane. A combo like E and F grade? They're toast. Qin Shoshing smirked with malice. Perfect. Serves those 2 right. But Lin Mingxue simply grinned and looked at me. Chen Yi, I want to clear all 9 stages. Go for it. Show them you're no loser. At my words, Lin Mingxue waved her hand, unleashing an icy blast as she transformed into a snow-white dragon. Dead silence filled the room. A dragon? An F-grade spirit beast is a dragon. Qin Shoshing was in shock, shaking his head violently. No way. Dragons are at least S-grade bloodlines. How could she possibly be higher than S-grade? Flamehound emerged, flames erupting as it shot a fiery orb straight at her. Lin Mingxue didn't even flinch. With a light breath, she released a frosty gale. In an instant, the Flamehound and its fireball were frozen solid, encased in a crystal of ice. Crunch. The ice shattered, and the Flamehound crumbled into fragments. Stage 1 cleared. Moving on to Stage 2. The audience was stunned into silence. If Lin Mingxue is an F-grade spirit beast, then what does that make everyone else? Z-grade? Meanwhile, in the Beast Taming Academy's monitoring room. What the A-dragon? Head supervisor Zhao Yi slammed his fist on the desk. With finals around the corner, students were scrambling to solidify their contracts. Jiangxing Beast Tamer Academy had launched live broadcasts so staff and sponsors could observe the preliminary assessments. No one expected Lin Mingxue to transform into a dragon. Her bloodline is F-grade, right? The testing equipment doesn't lie. A heated debate broke out among the teachers, while an older man in his 60s sat at the back of the room. Though his posture was rigid and upright, his expression was unreadable. Unlike the others, his eyes weren't on Lin Mingxue. Instead, they were locked on Chen Yi. With his SS-grade talent, the source of strength, he could see the flow of spiritual energy. Right now, the spiritual energy was pouring out of Chen Yi and enveloping Lin Mingxue in waves. The old man stepped forward and asked Zhao Yi, "Who is this Chen Yi?" A female instructor chimed in dismissively, "He's not from our school. He used to hang around helping Lu Ruyan sign in." I didn't bother paying attention. Lu Ruyan? That E-grade spirit beast. Yeah, they dated for over a year. Just broke up recently. The old man frowned deeply. Asterisk this kid. He can enhance lower-level spirit beasts? I need to keep an eye on him. Asterisk. Back at the broadcast. The second stage, a gray wolf, was obliterated by a single frosty breath from Lin Mingxue. The third stage, featuring an infernal hellhound, fell just as quickly. Stages 4 through 8? Same story. At this point, Lin Mingxue was clearing each challenge in mere seconds. Viewers were losing their minds. S-grade. She must be at least S-grade. With Tier 1, Rank 2 strength, Lin Mingxue wasn't even using skills, just casually breathing her opponents into oblivion. It felt like something straight out of a fantasy novel, except reality was unfolding in front of everyone's eyes. A few B-grade Beast Tamer students were ready to bawl their eyes out. They'd considered contracting with Lin Mingxue, but had been discouraged by family members. Go for strength instead. Pretty girls are plenty, but power is rare. Well, joke's on them. The campus beauty wasn't just about looks. She was beyond powerful. Their regret hit so hard, they were about to bruise their thighs from slapping them in frustration. Finally, the 9th stage began. 9th stage, Tier 1, Rank 10, Yukiana. Yukiana? 6-star difficulty, are you kidding? Ice attribute monsters are crazy resistant. Plus, it's already Rank 10, 9 tiers above them. Qin Shouxing gritted his teeth. If they win this time, I'll do a handstand while having diarrhea. Everyone rolled their eyes. This guy had been sour from the start, clearly unable to stand seeing Lin Mingxue succeed. Back in the assessment space, Lin Mingxue yawned. These enemies were too weak, it was hard to get motivated. Just yesterday in the training room, she could one-shot even a first-tier level 10 beast. What were these enemies compared to that? Suddenly, the Snow Maiden appeared. Snowflakes filled the sky. Scree. The Snow Maiden shot a massive ice arrow. Crack. The ice arrow struck Lin Mingxue's chest scales and shattered. It didn't even scratch her. No way. 9 levels below me and you can't even break my defense. Lin Mingxue flapped her dragon wings, and a fierce gust of wind sent the Snow Maiden tumbling. Flying into the air, she stomped down hard. Squish. The Snow Maiden burst like a balloon, shattering into ice shards scattered across the ground. You've cleared the 9th challenge. Congratulations on completing the Beastmaster assessment. The viewing area erupted into chaos. Clearing the challenge wasn't unusual, but one-shotting every single opponent along the way. Finishing the 9th challenge with one stomping move? Now that was insane. Thunderous applause broke out. Unbelievable. How can an F-rank bloodline be this powerful? Look at that. Chun-Yi stayed seated the whole time, and Lin Mingxue didn't say a word about it. This must be his doing. To empower an F-rank to this level, he's got to have an S-rank talent at least. Is Lu Ruyan out of her mind? Dumping Chun-Yi for a B-rank Beastmaster. Everyone turned to look at Lu Ruyan. Initially, they had looked at her like she was a clown, but now their eyes screamed, what an idiot. Behind Qin Shouxing stood the Qin Family Corporation. While they had some wealth, at the end of the day, they were still just a business. In this world, it was the Beastmasters who truly had the upper hand. Especially someone like Chun-Yi, a Beastmaster capable of breathing new life into F-rank spirit beasts. His potential was immeasurable. And Lu Ruyan? She had been dating Chun-Yi, holding every advantage, until she dumped him for some spoiled rich kid. If that doesn't spell idiot, what does? Qin Shouxing. Didn't you say if Chun-Yi and Mingxue cleared all 9 challenges, you do a handstand while having diarrhea? Time to follow through. Someone in the crowd shouted. Everyone burst out laughing. Yeah, don't think you can wriggle out of this one. Now's the perfect time. Everyone's watching. Hey, there's a fast food spot across the street. If you're struggling, maybe grab a plate or two. The students jeered, their tones dripping with sarcasm. Qin Shouxing looked like he was about to explode from anger. The mighty young master of the Qin family, reduced to being publicly humiliated by a bunch of students. Lu Ruyan's face was equally sour, like she had swallowed a bug. Never in her wildest dreams had she imagined that the man she just dumped yesterday would reveal such mind-blowing talent today. If she'd put even a fraction of the effort she spent chasing the rich kid into staying with Chun-Yi, she'd be basking in glory on that stage right now, rather than becoming the butt of everyone's jokes. She wanted to slap herself, but decided it was too humiliating to stick around here any longer. Better to make an early exit. Lin Mingxue and I emerged from the assessment space, only to be surrounded by a swarm of students. Most of them were here for Mingxue, bombarding her with questions about how she had transformed into a dragon. Though they were pretty sure it was my doing, they clearly wanted verbal confirmation. Their gazes were all over the place, some envious, some congratulatory, some filled with jealousy or even hostility. After all, not only had I managed to snag the school beauty, but I had her under contract as well. It was heartbreak for her admirers everywhere. By the time we escaped the crowd and collected our Beastmaster certifications and rewards for clearing the challenges, it was already past 8 in the evening. My stomach growled in protest. What do you want to eat tonight, Chun-Yi? Snowy, you're such a good cook. Whatever you make, I'll eat. Hee hee. With praise like that, I'm more than happy. Just as we finished buying groceries and were heading home, Mingxue's phone rang. It was Zhao Yi, the head instructor. The head instructor? Classes are done for the semester. Is he calling to scold me for skipping lectures? Meng Shua wondered as she answered the call. Hello, Mr. Zhao. Did you need me for something? Lin Meng Shua, do you have time right now? Come back to school and bring your boyfriend with you. Hearing the word boyfriend, Meng Shua glanced at me, her cheeks flushing red. We had already formed a contract, so technically, shouldn't she be calling me hubby? Or perhaps master? It's already so late. Can it wait until tomorrow? She asked hesitantly. Try to come now if possible, Zhao Yi replied. Meng Shua looked over at me for a decision. Let's go, I nodded. If they're calling you back at this hour, it might really be something urgent. All right, Mr. Zhao, we're on our way. When we arrived at the office, we saw the head instructor bowing deeply to an elderly man seated in a chair. Mr. Luo, they're here. I'll take my leave now. With that, he left, even going so far as to close the door behind him. The elderly man looked at us. Please, have a seat. Meng Shue and I exchanged glances. Who is this guy? For the head instructor to be this respectful, he had to be someone important. But since we were already here, we sat down. The old man sipped his tea in silence, creating an almost unbearable awkwardness in the air. Finally, after a minute, he spoke. Chen Yi, I'm going to ask you 3 questions. Please answer honestly. I immediately sat up straight. This guy's aura was no joke. Could he possibly see through the secrets of my system? I'll answer as truthfully as I can, I replied. First question. If you and your contracted spirit beast were facing a magical beast you couldn't defeat, and there was a group of civilians behind you, what would you do? Meng Shue and I exchanged a confused look. What kind of question was this? Was he testing my morals? You can discuss it if you want, he offered. No need. I replied firmly. I'd abandon the civilians and focus on staying alive. The old man furrowed his brow. Why? I took a deep breath. If we're up against an enemy we can't beat, staying only to die would be futile. My goal is to go further, not to make a pointless sacrifice. If I leave and get reinforcements, there's a chance the civilians might survive. And even if they don't, reinforcements can still eliminate the threat, which is better than dying for nothing. The old man nodded approvingly. Second question. If an S-rank spirit beast was willing to contract with you, would you give up your current one? Absolutely not. I interrupted before he could even finish. What a joke. Meng Shue was stunningly beautiful, not to mention her SSS-rank Frost Dragon bloodline. Only a fool would give her up. Hearing my answer, Meng Shue's eyes grew teary. Even though everyone thought her bloodline was merely F-rank, I still wouldn't trade her for an S-rank spirit beast. Decisive. Good answer. Now, for the final question, what do you think about us and magical beasts? The war, who will win? I furrowed my brows. What was this old man trying to do? What's the point of asking this? I thought for a moment before responding. I don't know who will win, but I'll do my best to increase our chances of victory. Mr. Luo raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised. Interesting. I thought you'd say humans would definitely win. But I like your answer. He took out a blue ring from his pocket and slid it across the table to me. A little gift for chatting with me. Take it. I picked it up and examined it. It just looked like an ordinary ring. What is this? Lin Mingxue drew in a sharp breath. A space ring. Yes, a beginner's one. It has 100 cubic meters of space, Mr. Luo nodded. Kid, you're not bad. If you do well in the final test 6 days from now, I've got an even bigger gift for you. With that, he left. Lin Mingxue and I were stunned, standing there speechless. After half a minute, Lin Mingxue tugged at my sleeve, her excitement barely contained. Chen Yi, this is a space ring. It can store things. Calm down, Schwer. I know. I was also really surprised. Space rings are incredibly rare. Even someone like Qin Shouxing, with his powerful connections, would have difficulty obtaining one. And this old man just gave me one like it was nothing? Schwer, do you know who he is? I don't. Ah, whatever. I'm starving. Let's head back, and I'll figure out how to use this later. In an underground parking garage, Mr. Luo got into the back seat of a Rolls-Royce. The butler started the engine and asked, Sir, what do you think? Good potential. He's got the right temperament. Mr. Luo lit a cigarette. And does he have anything special about him? Could he cure the young lady's condition? Mr. Luo's expression turned serious. His granddaughter Luo Shireen had awakened her bloodline 3 years ago, but it was just at the F rank. Considering her parents were both SS ranked, her minimum potential should have been at least B rank. A DNA test confirmed she was indeed their child. He suspected that either Luo Shireen had a latent illness or that her full bloodline potential had yet to be unlocked. They had come to Jiang City to acquire a rare herb to aid in the enhancement of her talents. Unexpectedly, they stumbled upon this genius named Chen Yi. Have you looked into Lin Mingshua's parents? Yes. Her father, Lin Xian, is S rank. Her mother is unknown, but all 6 of Lin Xian's contracted beasts are at least A rank. How interesting. Given her parents' combined potential averaging A rank, Lin Mingxue shouldn't only be F rank. Yet, The strength she displayed during her test today was S rank, possibly even SS rank. Her case might be similar to Luo Shireen. Her bloodline was likely hidden as well. And Chen Yi, he seemed capable of awakening latent bloodlines. Sir, are we heading back to Modu? No, we'll stay here. And get Shireen over here. I want her to meet that boy. Breaking news. School beauty Mingxue gets contracted. You're slow? Not only was she contracted, she speedran the Beastmaster exam too. Broke the record. I saw it with my own eyes. Amazing. Weird though. She supposedly has an F-rank bloodline. So how did she transform into a dragon? That's it for me. Time to search for a new waifu. That night, the news of me speedrunning the exam alongside Lin Mingxue spread throughout the academy. Most of the boys offered their congratulations, though a fair share of them were cursing at me. The girls, however, were curious about me, wondering if they could grow stronger through contracting with me as well. Chen Yi, do you have masochistic tendencies by any chance? Lin Mingxue glared at me as I chuckled while scrolling through the chat groups. Nope. What? Those hateful comments. I can't even bear to read them. I laughed and gave her cheek a playful pinch. That's just a form of admiration. If the one I contracted was someone like Lu Ruyan, do you think they'd still be angry? Good point. If you don't want me reading, I'll stop. Lin Mingxue smiled, switching topics. By the way, have you figured out how to use the space ring yet? I have. Once you infuse it with spiritual power, you can use your consciousness to enter it. The interior is pretty spacious. I'm glad. We've only got 5 days until the finals, and we got some resources from yesterday's rewards. Should we train? Your level is still on the low side. I smacked my forehead as it dawned on me. I almost forgot. Schwer, let's finish eating, and then come back to my place. I need to grab a few things. All right, I'll follow your lead. After our meal, we walked for an hour. Lin Mingxue followed me to a park in the northern district. The elevated terrain of the area prevented waterlogging, making it a haven for the homeless. We headed toward the place I called home, a shabby shanty made of wooden planks. The floorboards creaked with every step. The toilet was an outdoor pit latrine, and the smell was unbearable. Lin Mingxue stared at the dilapidated space, her eyes growing red. Chen Yi, have you been living here this whole time? I shrugged. As long as I have somewhere to stay, it's fine. Besides, I'm about to move soon. When I first ended up in this world, I'd almost starved to death on the streets. Now, at least I had a job cleaning at a shopping mall. Sure, it paid next to nothing, but it kept me alive. Lin Mingxue nodded firmly, silently resolving to help me live a better life. I didn't have many possessions, just a few ragged clothes. The most important items were hidden beneath the wooden floorboards, 23 silvery white crystal stones. Lin Mingxue's eyes went wide the moment she saw them. Beast core crystals? Where did you get these? Without a Beastmaster license, you shouldn't be able to purchase these. In this world, training required consuming materials infused with spiritual energy. When spirit beasts consumed beast flesh or cores, they would form spiritual energy imprints inside their bodies, which Beastmasters could then activate, allowing both parties to progress together. One core contained as much spiritual energy as an entire pound of beast flesh, a shortcut often utilized by the wealthy. The Beastmaster Association strictly regulated the purchase of cores, allowing only licensed individuals to buy them, and even so, with limits. I found them. Liar. Seriously. I picked them up from some corpses. Corpses? You know what? Never mind, I won't ask anymore. After leaving the house, we ran into my neighbors, who immediately surrounded us, all their eyes on Lin Mingxue. Hey, Xiao-chun, who's this young lady? Wow, she's beautiful. Isn't your girlfriend that Lu girl? She's my contracted spirit partner, Lin Mingxue. Lin Mingxue gracefully bowed. It's an honor to be Chun Yi's spirit beast. Thank you all for taking care of him. The neighbors all showered her with praise, impressed by her politeness. Lin Mingxue felt a warm sense of gratitude. Their compliments felt far more genuine than the flattery from wealthy young masters. I just wanted to say goodbye to everyone. I won't be coming back anymore, I told them. Several faces showed reluctance. At that moment, old Lin, a man with a cane, hobbled over and pulled out 2 especially shiny cores. Xiao-chun, this is a token of gratitude for getting me the fever medicine last time. It turned out to be a tier 2 fire attribute beast king crystal core. Lao Lin, where did you even get something like this? Don't forget how I broke this leg. Just take it. The other neighbors also went back to their homes to bring something. Sunflower oil, shopping vouchers. Though not worth much, these were precious gifts coming from people at the very bottom of society. In this world, only those who were beast tamers of Class D or higher held status. Everyone else was at the bottom, toiling on the hardest tasks, earning the least amount of money, and basically stripped of their rights. If it weren't for these kind-hearted neighbors supporting me, I would have perished right after transmigrating here. I bowed deeply and said, "Thank you, everyone. I, Chen Yi, Promise that I will change this world. Xiao Chun, it's the thought that counts. Take care of yourself, and come back often. As we drew farther away, Lin Mingxue asked, Chun e.g., were you serious about wanting to change the world? I smirked faintly. Do you believe I can? I do. Then that settles it. Come on, let's head back and train. When we got home, I dumped all the magical beast crystal cores from my spatial ring onto the table. Including yesterday's dungeon clear rewards, there were 53 tier 1 crystal cores in total, plus 36 kilograms of magical beast meat. The 2 tier 2 Beast King crystal cores were fire attributed and clashed with Lin Mingxue's attribute, so I didn't take those out. Alright, let's dig in. Start with the crystal cores. Eating them. Lin Mingxue pointed to the cores. Directly eating them? Aren't we supposed to grind them into powder and brew them like tea? You said you trust me unconditionally, remember? Want to give it a try? Lin Mingxue gulped, staring at the ping-pong ball-sized crystal core. She couldn't figure out how she'd swallow the thing, but she still believed in me. She closed her eyes and pushed the core into her mouth. As expected, it was too hard to bite into, let alone swallow. Hold it in your mouth. Don't move. I placed my hand near her cheek and activated my SSS-grade talent, Energy Guidance. In an instant, the tough crystal core turned buttery soft, melting with a gentle nip. The pure spiritual energy flowed through her body along with her saliva. Lin Mingxue's eyes widened in shock. Chen Yi, what's happening? Just trust me, you'll be fine. This is incredible. What other powers are you hiding from me? There was a hint of fascination in her eyes. She thought she knew me well, yet I never failed to surprise her. Thank goodness she joined me in the training room the other day. How else would she have discovered a gem like me, right? Asterisk ding. Lin Mingxue's affection plus 10, asterisk. Asterisk affection level reached 80 points. Successfully captured the heart of the spirit beast girl, asterisk. Received 10 enhancement points. Unlocked beast taming skill, magical beast insight. So her affection level already breached the threshold? I thought I'd need to spend at least another 20 minutes battling tonight to make it happen. I didn't hesitate to enhance my physical attributes. The nightly workouts had been pretty demanding these past 2 days. System, add 10 points to physique. Current physique, 20 points. Alright, enough gawking. There are still 52 more. You're eating all of them in one go. Under my energy guidance, Lin Mingxue quickly gobbled up all the crystal cores. The potent energy surged through her, and cold air quickly filled our room. I held her tightly, our foreheads touching, and once again activated energy guidance. The spiritual energy began to circulate systematically around us. Every 10 seconds, one strand of energy merged into her, and every 30 seconds, one merged into me. The living room's temperature plummeted as frost formed on the furniture. Lin Mingxue's jet black hair turned snowy white from the ends upward, and small dragon horns appeared atop her head. Is this another armament mode? No, wait, this is a power manifestation. Holy crap, an SSS-grade spirit beast achieving power manifestation at Tier 1? Power manifestation was a unique state between armament mode and human form, occurring when a spirit beast girl's power became too overwhelming for her to contain. In simpler terms, she just became a beast girl. A surge of overwhelming energy burst forth as Lin Mingxue broke through to Tier 1, Level 3. With my continued guidance, her levels soared. Tier 1, Level 4, Level 5, Level 6, finally stopping at Tier 1, Level 8 after refining all the energy from 53 crystal cores. Name, Lin Mingxue, Power Manifestation. Level, Tier 1, Level 8. Physique, 28. Spiritual Energy, 21. I even got a share of her breakthrough, reaching Tier 1, Level 6 myself, with a physique of 25 points and spiritual energy finally exceeding 10. Level 8 already? That was so fast, Lin Mingxue exclaimed, utterly shocked. Her teacher had once said that advancing from Tier 1, Level 1 to Level 8 required at least 250 crystal cores. She had only used 53. Your teacher also said about 80% of the spiritual energy is lost when grinding the cores into powder, right? I flicked her forehead lightly, which is why I had you eat them whole. Combined with my abilities, not a single bit was wasted. So that's it. Lin Mingxue suddenly understood. With this ability of mine, our crystal cores were at least 5 times more effective. And during my guidance, there was absolutely no waste. One core could be as effective as 6 or 7. Alright, enough of the surprise. Want to try a magical beast leg next? You know I love magical beast legs. How about eating it raw? Raw? I couldn't help but laugh. Just kidding. Cook it however you like. It's not like it contains much spiritual energy anyway. Standing up, I playfully poked the little dragon horn atop Lin Mingxue's head. So, think I can use this as a handle tonight? Should be fun. Her face instantly turned bright red as she pouted. What handle? Stop joking around. No can do. She sighed, wanting to explain how sacred her dragon horns were and how they shouldn't be used for anything improper. Fine. The next day, Lin Mingxue and I headed to the Beast Tamers Association to buy more magical beast crystal cores. Tier 1 Beast Tamers were limited to 30 per week, priced at $100 each. If you wanted more, the price tripled, and you could only buy 50 additional ones max. Lin Mingxue came from a wealthy family and wanted to buy extra, but I stopped her. Don't waste your money. We've got 3 days left until the final assessment. Let's just go hunt magical beasts outside the city. Save the money for later. You want to go out in the wild? Isn't it dangerous? Lin Mingxue looked worried. The wild was teeming with magical beasts. Although the military conducts regular cleanups, encountering a high-level magical beast that slipped through the cracks would be troublesome. The greater the risk, the higher the reward. You don't want to spend your whole life cooped up in the city, do you? Going out to train, plus earning beast cores, it's not a bad deal. Lin Mingxue nodded. All right, I'll listen to you. We spent 2 hours gathering and purchasing gear. I opened the map and located Fengyue Canyon, a place surrounded by mountains with only one exit. The military often patrols and clears the area, so encountering high-level magical beasts shouldn't be a concern, making it a perfect beginner's training spot. At 3 p.m., we arrived at the West Supply Station. There were around 100 to 200 beast tamers gathering here, looking to form teams. Most of them were between Stage 1, Tier 10, and Stage 2, Tier 5. Chani, how about we rent an off-road vehicle? It takes 4 to 5 hours to walk to the canyon from here. Lin Mingxue suggested. Do you have a driver's license? Chani, don't you have one? I'm a drifter. Where would I get the money to learn how to drive? The atmosphere became awkward. 45 kilometers on foot. It would probably be dark by the time we arrived. As I looked at Lin Mingxue, an idea suddenly struck me. Couldn't I use the Dragon Maiden to ride? She doesn't have to wait for nightfall, and she's definitely faster than any car. Just as I was about to speak, a voice came from behind. Mingxue Jr. A girl wearing a school uniform approached. She had a B-grade bloodline and was at Stage 2, Tier 4. Lin Mingxue didn't recognize her. And you are? I'm Su Yao, a junior in my 3rd year. I saw your assessment a couple of days ago. It was amazing. Thanks. You're heading to Fengyue Canyon, right? Why don't you hitch a ride with us? We just rented a vehicle. Su Yao offered. Really? That's great. Lin Mingxue beamed with excitement. I sighed. Looks like riding the dragon will have to wait for another time. We followed Su Yao to her team. There were 2 men and 2 women, all Stage 2, Tier 4 with B-grade bloodlines. Wow, Su Yao. You actually managed to invite Lin, the campus queen. Su Yao's teammate Yi Chun exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he looked at Lin Mingxue. What? Are you thinking of trying to hit on her too? Of course not. I wouldn't dare. Su Yao, you wouldn't allow it, and Mingxue probably wouldn't agree either. I couldn't help but roll my eyes. Shouldn't someone ask me whether I agree before all this scheming? Meanwhile, another pair of teammates, Zhang Yuan and Zhou Feifei, were fixated on Lin Mingxue's hat, whispering quietly as they glanced at it. Finally, Zhou Feifei couldn't hold back her curiosity any longer and asked, Mingxue, Jr., what's under your hat? I feel some kind of energy coming from it. Lin Mingxue smiled. Let's hop in the car first. It's not convenient to explain here. Once we got in the car, she took off the hat, revealing her shimmering silver-white dragon horns. The 4 of them were stunned speechless. The 30 magical beast cores we bought earlier, I'd already refined them for Lin Mingxue. She's now at Stage 1, Tier 9, and the power manifestation is more apparent. Her dragon horns grew longer, and more of her hair now featured a gradient of silver-white. She looked even more like a dragon maiden now. Power manifestation, Zhang Yuan exclaimed. Mingxue, Jr., you manifested at Stage 1? I thought the hair was dyed. Su Yao stared wide-eyed. As expected from Lin, the campus queen. Coming to Fengyue Canyon at Stage 1 is gutsy. It took me ages to work up the courage at Stage 2. Mingxue stomped to Stage 1, Tier 10 Snow Maiden flat with 1 strike during the assessment. Battling the magical beasts here will be easier for her than for us, someone added. Lin Mingxue, receiving all these compliments, was practically glowing with pride. Ever since awakening her F-grade bloodline, she hadn't heard so much praise in a long time. She slid her hand through my arm and smiled proudly. It's all thanks to Chani. Without him, I wouldn't be where I am today. The 4 of them looked straight at me. The 2 girls had awe in their eyes, while the 2 guys couldn't hide their envy and jealousy. As for my innate abilities, it had been a hot topic in the school group chats lately, more discussed than Lin Mingxue's dragon bloodline. Many B-grade and even A-grade spirit beast girls were interested in forming a contract with me. After all, if I could make someone with an F-grade bloodline this strong, imagine what I could do with someone of a higher grade? I shrugged modestly. It's all her own strength. I just guided her a bit. To them, I probably sounded like I was humble bragging. After all, what strength could an F-grade bloodline possibly have? Even if an S-grade support-type Beast Tamer formed a contract, the results wouldn't be as exaggerated as this. Still, the conversation lightened the mood. With Zhang Yuan at the wheel, we set off toward Fengyue Canyon, chatting along the way. Magical beasts in Fengyue Canyon are generally wind, earth, or wood types, so ice or fire attacks work best, Su Yao explained enthusiastically. The average level is Stage 1, Tier 10, with the strongest around Stage 2, Tier 3 or 4. It's a 2 to 3 star difficulty area, not particularly hard. Over 1 million users on WikiBeasts rated it a 5-star hunting hotspot. I already knew most of these basic facts. But Su Yao suddenly lowered her voice to a conspiratorial tone. Here's a little insider tip. Rumor has it there's a cave at the southernmost end of the canyon that isn't included in the military's clearing areas, and it's full of spiritual herbs. If you find it, you could strike it rich overnight. Lin Mingxue and I both twitched at the corners of our mouths. I thought it'd be some top-secret information, but it turned out to be a common urban legend. If such a cave existed, higher-level beast tamers would have looted it by now. Why would it be left for rookies like us? Sure, we'll check it out if we have time, I replied dismissively. You don't sound convinced. Su Yao started, but her words were cut short as the car suddenly swerved violently to the left. Lin Mingxue reacted instantly, grabbing me to prevent me from hitting anything. I must say, having a safety cushion is quite reassuring. Zhang Yuan, what are you doing? Are you not paying attention to the road? Yi Chen yelled, shaking his head dizzily. We're under attack by magical beasts. Looking outside, I saw them too. A group of 20 or 30 tree-like magical beasts charging from 100 meters ahead on the left. Among them, one particularly massive creature was forming a green energy orb. It must have been responsible for the earlier attack. My interface system popped up. Magical beast, withered treant. Rating, 2 stars. Level, Stage 1, Tier 10. Attributes, earth, wood. And the bigger one, magical beast, corrupted withered treant. Rating, 4 stars. Level, Stage 2, Tier 3. Skill, energy orb. Withered treants. Why are there suddenly so many of them? No time to ask. Get ready for battle. The 4 seniors immediately sprang into action. Prepare for battle. Su Yao transformed into a fiery horse, her hooves engulfed in blazing flames. Zhou Feifei turned into a massive 2-meter-tall bear, burly and intimidating. Lin Mingxue glanced at me, nodded slightly, and shifted into her frost dragon form. A gigantic frost dragon appeared, and with it, an icy chill swept through the air, sharp enough to send shivers down one's spine even in the heat of summer. She had leveled up, and her frost dragon form was much larger now, so large that when she flew, her massive wings could block out the sun. So this is Mingxue's beast form? Amazing. It looks way more intimidating than in the videos. Stop chattering. Focus on the fight. The corrupted tree monster was already charging at our vehicle, flailing its grotesque claws wildly. Yi Chen leaped onto Su Yao, now in her fiery horse form, and, with a wave of his right hand, summoned a silver-white long blade from the void. Charging into the group of monsters, he fought with the grace and might of an ancient general. Zhang Yuan activated his support ability, which amplified Zhou Feifei's power. Her claws shimmered with afterimages, each strike now delivering double the damage. Meanwhile, I vaulted straight onto Lin Mingxue's back. She hovered 3 to 4 meters off the ground, exclaiming, "How can you jump so high? Focus. Let's take out that corrupted tree monster first. Leave the roots intact, though." Lin Mingxue didn't waste a second, flapping her massive wings as she sped toward the corrupted tree. Sensing danger, the monster hurriedly hurled energy attacks at us. Lin Mingxue swatted them aside effortlessly, shattering them like brittle glass. The eerie face etched into the tree's bark contorted with shock. "Kaka!" Lin Mingxue responded with another swipe of her massive claws, splitting the tree monster cleanly in two at the trunk. And just like that, the corrupted tree monster was finished. Is it done? Done. Great. I'll go assist the seniors. Lin Mingxue turned and surged toward the seniors who were locked in combat with a swarm of tree monsters. They were outnumbered and struggling to hold their ground. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mingxue unleashed her ice breath. A frigid mist blanketed the battlefield, instantly freezing over half of the corrupted tree monsters. Holy crap, that's insane. Lin Chun and Zhang Yuan were dumbfounded. With only a dozen or so tree monsters left, Lin Mingxue dispatched them effortlessly, taking them all out in under a minute. "Mingxue, you're incredible." "It's all thanks to Chun Yi," she replied with a cheeky grin. Zhang Yuan and Lin Chun gave me a look of pure admiration. At this point, the difference between us was so vast, they didn't even dare to feel envious anymore. "Don't just stand there. Gather the crystal cores," I called out. After tallying everything up, our spoils included 27 Tier 1 crystal cores, 1 Tier 2 crystal core, and a kilogram of corrupted tree roots. All of this could easily sell for over 10,000 bucks. Compare that to my old jobs, where I barely made $2,000 a month. Linshin walked over and said, "We owe it to you and Mengxue this time. We'll only take the portion we killed ourselves." "Of course you will." "Did they think I'd share the loot evenly?" "That's fine. Wait a second. Is that this?" I raised my hand, showing them my space ring. "What about it?" The four seniors collectively gasped. After inspecting the SUV, we found 3 of the tires were blown out, and there was only 1 spare. "Guess this is where we part ways," I said. "Thanks for getting me this far. You're still 20 kilometers from Fengyue Valley." Zhang Yuan trailed off, but I could tell what he was implying. They had all seen me riding on Lin Mingxue earlier. Lin Mingxue scooped me up and flew away. While soaring through the air, Lin Mingxue suddenly asked, "Chen Yi, be honest, did you plan all along to ride me?" Her bluntness nearly made me choke. Last night, I had touched her dragon horns. What an incredible sensation that was. Since I'd already ridden her human form, didn't it make sense to ride her beast form too? Drawing on my experience with girls like Lu Ruyan, I knew that starting with an apology couldn't hurt. "Sorry, it was just the quickest option at the time." "Oomph. If you wanted to ride, you could have just said so. By the way, didn't you notice Su Yao and Zhou Feifei staring at you earlier? I don't trust them one bit." "Was she jealous? Are you saying I'm not allowed to form contracts with other beasts anymore?" I teased. "And no, that's not it." Lin Mingxue panicked. "I just want to conquer the top of the world with you. It's fine if you have other beast companions, just not those 2. "Why not? They've both betrayed their previous masters before. If they did it once, they could do it again. Who'd want that kind of ticking time bomb?" I chuckled. "Relax. If I form another contract, it'll be with someone who's as beautiful and kind as you." Lin Mingxue's face turned red as she huffed. "Well, I like the sound of that." She had a point, though. Opportunistic beasts who would easily switch sides weren't worth trusting. Still, what puzzled me was why I hadn't encountered another beast girl capable of triggering contract rewards like Lin Mingxue. I had assumed only those with hidden bloodlines could trigger it, but even 2 S-rank bloodlines I'd encountered before didn't activate the system feature. Could it require an even higher level of bloodline, like SSS ranked? As I pondered this, the system finally chimed in. To trigger the Goodwill contract mission, 3 conditions must be met. 1. The individual must not have been contracted previously. 2. Goodwill level must be at least neutral, 0, at the time of contracting. 3. The individual must possess an unactivated hidden bloodline of SS rank or higher. Ah, so that's how it works. I should have just asked the system earlier. The first condition was particularly annoying. In a world where the gender ratio was 1-to-1 and top-tier beastmasters could contract multiple beasts, even F-rank beastmasters likely had at least one, while no beast, no matter how low-ranked, would stay unclaimed for long. To find an uncontracted one, my best bet might be staking out fresh, 18-year-old beast girls just coming of age. The second condition seemed even more ridiculous. How could I contract a beast without them having some degree of positive feelings toward me? After 5 or 6 minutes of flying, we arrived at Fengyue Valley. Along the way, any magic beasts that tried to approach were easily wiped out by Lin Mingxue's icy breath. It was like clearing mobs in a video game, quick and efficient. However, collecting materials was a different story. I had to jump off her back each time to gather pieces one by one, which was exhausting. My physique stat might be 25, making me 2.5 times stronger than the average person, but this was still tiring work. If only these beasts would group together so Schwerer could finish them off all at once. I muttered as I worked. No sooner had I said that than Lin Mingxue shouted, "Something's happening up ahead." Looking ahead, I saw 40 or 50 iron-scaled centipedes converging in one direction. Beast, iron-scaled centipede. Difficulty, 2 stars. Level, Tier 1, Stage 10. Element, Earth. Skill, Iron Armor Defense. Looks like our lucky day. Schwerer, wipe them all out. Got it. Lin Mingxue charged in. The centipedes, sensing the icy aura, turned in unison to face us. Hiss. They weren't cowed in the slightest. In fact, they charged us instead. Gutsy, I thought to myself, impressed. Lin Mingxue took a deep breath before releasing her ice breath, freezing more than half the centipedes in an instant. Frozen into ice sculptures, shattered across the ground. The remaining ones kept charging, only to end up as cannon fodder. Jackpot. So many crystal cores. You can break through to the second stage with these. But I'm already full right now. They're not for now. Just keep collecting. 3 hours later, the sun set. We found a giant tree hollow to spend the night in. After stomping 2 magical beasts inside to death, it became our perfect shelter. We placed the bodies outside the hollow to deter other magical beasts from approaching. I set up the perimeter stones and sorted through our spoils. 396 First Stage Crystal Course, 150 Second Stage Course. Feast time. Start with the first stage once. Just tell me if you can't handle it. Lin Mingxue grabbed a handful of crystals and began shoving them into her mouth. I rested my palm on her face to help her refine their energy. The more she ate, the more hyped she got. Her eyes were glowing an electric blue. She transitioned from eating them one by one to grabbing handfuls and cramming them into her mouth. An hour later, she had eaten 77 crystals, her stomach visibly rounded. I'm stuffed, she belched. Wow, who would have thought you had such a knack for cramming things into that little mouth of yours? Lin Mingxue's face went beet red as she punched my chest. Can you not be so crude? I chuckled. What? How was I being crude? You're the one thinking weird thoughts, especially since it was you who asked for it last night. Stop it. Just help me refine the energy. I lifted Lin Mingxue up and began channeling the energy for her. Boom, boom, boom. 3 hours later, Lin Mingxue broke through to the second stage, second tier. I reached first stage, 9th tier. But she frowned. This doesn't add up. With so many crystal cores, I should have reached the 4th or 5th tier, not just the 2nd. I consulted the system and quickly understood. The stronger the bloodline, the more energy needed to break through. The further you go, the bigger the energy gap. That makes sense, Lin Mingxue nodded. Well, since I've got you, I don't mind using up extra energy. I ate my fill. Wanna work out a bit? Her face turned red. Perimeter stones are set up, right? Of course. We'll know if anyone comes near. But, your volume might make that irrelevant. No way I'm that loud. Just be gentle with my dragon horn. It's really sensitive. The next day, the hunt continued. It wasn't about money. Lin Mingxue was already a rich girl. It was about the system telling us that girls with powerful bloodlines would need 10 times more energy than normal people later on. So we had to stock up whenever possible. By midday, we had gathered 500 more first stage cores and 200 second stage cores. Lin Mingxue advanced to second stage, 3rd tier, and I reached second stage, 1st tier. In just 5 days since the contract, we were both at the second stage. Heading back tonight? The term end exams are the day after tomorrow. Yeah, let's head back. You've practically wiped out the magical beast population here. Just as I mounted Lin Mingxue, a loud crash echoed from the distance, making the ground tremble. Schwer, is your stomach growling that badly? Not funny. Lin Mingxue snapped as she flew up into the air. What we saw was a stone giant over twice her size barreling toward us, flanked by a massive pack of over 1,000 magical beasts. Forest giant, 4th stage, tier 1, 8-star beast king. Ahead of them were 30 or 40 beast tamers fleeing for their lives. How's a 4th stage magical beast even here? I thought they were regularly cleared out. No time for questions, just run. The supply post has called for reinforcements. Hold on. It wasn't just the issue of the 4th stage forest giant. The swarm of over 1,000 second stage beasts made this a full-blown monster tide. The sheer numbers were overwhelming. I blinked hard, rubbing my eyes furiously. Schwer, this is a monster tide, right? Lin Mingxue gave a bitter laugh. Right. Definitely a monster tide. This area was rated 5 stars online. How did we end up running into both a 4th stage magical beast and now a monster tide? But stunned as I was, a grin crept across my face. 1,000 magical beasts, that's 1,000 crystal cores, and a good chunk of them being second stage cores. I surveyed the horde quickly and saw no beasts capable of ranged attacks or flight. This was perfect target practice for Schwer. Schwer, you know what to do, right? Of course. Let's go. Finish them off before sunset. Collecting materials in the dark is a hassle. Lin Mingxue immediately flapped her dragon wings and ascended into the sky. A bone-chilling frost enveloped the entire forest. Is that a dragon? It's a spirit beast. The one from the news that cleared dungeons at light speed. Lin Mingxue's here. We're saved. Among the fleeing tamers were some upperclassmen we'd met before. Their faces lit up like they'd seen their savior. The others cried out desperately for help, too. But Lin Mingxue paid them no mind. She angled herself just right and took a deep breath. Ice breath. A white mist swept across the monster tide in an instant. Dozens of magical beasts froze into ice sculptures and shattered into icy shrapnel. And this was just the beginning. Lin Mingxue shifted her position and unleashed more breaths. With each one, more beasts became frozen statues. In an instant, the summer forest became a frost-bitten wonderland. The forest giant, seeing this, raised its massive stone fist and hurled it forward, stirring up gusts and sandstorms in her direction. A 4th stage magical beast was indeed fearsome. Each casual strike it made was terrifying, but only if it could land a hit. Lin Mingxue gracefully dodged, barely needing to flap her wings as she avoided every attack with ease. The forest giant resorted to whipping vines at her, but they were too short to reach. Meanwhile, The weaker magical beast swarm had no range attacks, making them helpless targets for her icy onslaught. After a few rounds of attacks, Lin Mingxue remained untouched, while nearly half of the magical beast horde had been wiped out. She's incredible. 1 against 1,000 magical beasts. Amazing. Are we actually gonna live? Suddenly, I shouted, "Listen up, everyone. Lead the beasts into one cluster so she can wipe them all out at once. Use that big tree against the cliff as the focal point." The tamers immediately sprang into action, circling the massive tree to lure the beasts into a tight group. The monsters, forced to follow, became congested, tripping and pushing against each other, slowing down considerably, all crammed into one spot. I silently applauded their smart maneuver. That was a great call. Schwer, on it. Lin Mingxue swooped above the big tree. Ice breath. 200 magical beasts became ice sculptures in an instant. The ones behind couldn't stop in time and collided with the frozen statues, causing a chain reaction stampede that killed another dozen or so. Lin Mingxue unleashed another icy breath, taking down another 100 beasts. This wave alone annihilated over 400 of them. Now, the monster tide was down to just 200 or 300 beasts. We've done it. I thought we were goners for sure. I pointed and commanded loudly. Use the frozen bodies as a barricade. Hold the line and fend off the remaining beasts. Barricades were quickly established. The frozen corpses formed a complex terrain, creating narrow pathways and forcing the beasts to attack in a confined space. The beast tamers took advantage, picking them off one by one, turning the tide of battle. Meanwhile, on the other side, I watched as Lin Mingxue faced off with the forest giant. The two went at it for dozens of rounds, but neither could gain the upper hand. The forest giant was ferocious, but it just couldn't land a hit on her. Lin Mingxue, on the other hand, was giving it her all, but that massive creature's skin was so durable, her attacks were ineffective. "Brother Chenyi, do we really have to kill this thing?" Lin Mingxue asked while fighting. "The reinforcements are on their way. Can't we just wait for them to handle it? Honestly, by the time they get here, I'll still be struggling with this thing. I could kill a lot more smaller beasts in the meantime and farm some crystal cores instead." I chuckled. There's a world of difference. This isn't some ordinary beast. This is a beast king, and a 4th-tier beast king's crystal core is worth thousands of times more than a 2nd-tier beast core. What? A 4th-tier beast king? Lin Mingxue froze mid-move. Beast king crystal cores weren't just any ordinary loot. Refining one gave you a chance to directly learn a skill aligned with the core's attribute. The higher the tier, the greater the chance of learning the skill. In contrast, training spirit beasts to learn skills was a more tedious process. You had to raise their affinity first, and affinity couldn't be forced. It was all about how capable the tamer was. Most powerful skills could only be acquired through Beast King or Beast Emperor crystal cores. Those were on a completely different league than standard crystal cores. That's right, a Beast King, I confirmed. If we take it down now, that 4th-tier Beast King crystal core is ours. But if we wait for reinforcements to kill it, it'll go to them. Lin Mingxue finally understood, but she still frowned. "But Brother Chenyi, there's no way I can beat it. It's like fighting a rock. Relax. Boosting your strength is my specialty. Watch this." I pulled out a red power boost card that came with the system, marked with a big up. This card could temporarily amplify the power of spirit beasts below the 5th tier by a massive margin for 3 minutes. A bargain for just 5 enhancement points. Using it on the Beast King here? Totally worth it. I took a quick glance at Lin Mingxue's stats. Physique, 80. Spirit energy, 72. I crushed the card without hesitation. The shattered card turned into a shower of energy, sparkling as it absorbed into Lin Mingxue. Her body began to radiate with deep crimson energy. Her stats skyrocketed. Physique, 160, up. Spirit energy, 144, up. "Brother Chenyi, what is this?" Lin Mingxue exclaimed in surprise. She knew I had tricks up my sleeve, but she didn't expect anything this insane. This power felt like it had boosted her straight past the 4th tier. Even I was a little shocked. One card doubled the stats? Weren't they supposed to increase by a little? This is a little times a billion. No time to question it. The clock's ticking. Take that giant down now. Got it. Lin Mingxue leapt at the forest giant. The giant seemed to sense her surge in power. It let out an enraged roar and came charging toward her, its steps shaking the very ground beneath it. This time, Lin Mingxue didn't dodge. She extended her dragon-like claws and met its attack head-on. Boom! The giant's enormous, earth-shattering punch was blocked. Lin Mingxue followed up with an icy breath attack, directly aiming at the forest giant's head. Frost consumed everything in its path, freezing even the air around it. The forest giant staggered back, howling in pain as its stone-like exterior cracked and shattered under the intense frost. Around me, the beast tamers were dumbfounded. "No way. Is Lin Mingxue really just tier 1? A 4th tier beast can't even touch her. This is insane. A 1st tier beating a 4th tier beast? I've never seen anything like it. She doesn't feel like 1st tier at all. Her aura is more like a 4th tier spirit beast. Enough chatter. We need help over here. This side's not holding up. But in truth, the battle was almost over. The beasts, mindless as they were, fought purely on instinct and were easily picked off one by one. What remained posed no real threat. Lin Mingxue completely overpowered the forest giant, turning the fight into a one-sided beatdown. Grah! The forest giant furiously stomped the ground, triggering its tremor ability. The earth shook violently, but it was useless against the airborne Lin Mingxue. With relentless strikes, Lin Mingxue overwhelmed the forest giant. Finally, the massive beast let out one last pained cry before collapsing with a resounding crash. The vines covering its body withered instantly. As the 100 or so remaining beasts witnessed their leader's death, they let out mournful cries and scattered in all directions. The 4th tier forest giant was soloed by Lin Mingxue. The beast tide crisis was resolved, just like that. The beast tamers around us were speechless. A 1st tier spirit beast being this powerful? Could she secretly be an SSS tier? But even an SSS tier beast at the 3rd tier shouldn't be this strong. She's incredible. Absolutely incredible. Phew, I really thought we were goners. This story's definitely going into my bragging arsenal for years to come. Hey look, the reinforcements are here. In the northern sky, small black dots grew into view. It was the rescue team. But looking at the situation now, they were a little late to the party. Seeing them approach, I quickly directed Lin Mingxue to land on the forest giant's corpse. I pulled apart a chunk of stone covering its chest and extracted the 4th tier Beast King crystal core. Regular 4th tier crystal cores sell for around $500, but a Beast King crystal core? Easily worth between 100,000 and 200,000. If we waited for the rescue team to get here, who knows who might try to claim it. After all, you can't tell the difference between an ordinary 4th tier core and a Beast King's just by looking at it. They could hand you a regular one and pocket the Beast King core, and there'd be nothing you could do about it. Lin Mingxue blinked at me with wide eyes. Brother Chenyi, that power boost from earlier. Can we use it again? What? Worried you won't top the rankings in the finals? No, that's not it. It's just, that explosion of power was so satisfying. I flicked her forehead with my finger, only to end up hurting my hand. Hey, you're a girl. Stop being so obsessed with brute strength. Have some grace. Oh, but if I'm graceful, doesn't that make it harder for you to have fun with me later? Excuse me, who's trying to have fun? Lin Mingxue, Miss Campus Queen, you've got a seriously dirty mind. Before long, the rescue team finally arrived. Squad Captain Wang Yu listened to our debrief and looked completely dumbfounded. A 1st tier tamer and a 1st tier spirit beast took out 2/3 of the beasts and even defeated a 4th tier monster? What was even happening? What kind of international joke is this? Where's that beast master? The crowd pointed to us as we were picking up crystal cores. Those two over there. No, that aura, it's 2nd tier. Wait, Lin Mingxue? Lin Xian's daughter? Isn't she supposed to have an F-grade bloodline? Wang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Apparently, Wang Yu and Lin Mingxue's father were college classmates, and they used to team up to hunt magical beasts. After Lin Mingxue's grandfather passed away 3 years ago, Wang Yu had been taking care of her. He originally planned to form a contract with her if she awakened an A-grade bloodline or higher. But when she turned out to have an F-grade bloodline, he instantly lost interest. Now, hearing that Lin Mingxue had turned into a dragon, was this powerful, and already at the 2nd tier, Wang Yu was beside himself. He approached us with a forced smile. Mingxue, what a coincidence. Lin Mingxue turned around and recognized him. Uncle Wang Yu, weren't you stationed in Seoul? Didn't perform well, so I got sent back, Wang Yu replied with a bitter smile, but then quickly changed the topic. Your bloodline. How did it get this strong? And why does your power manifest at just 2nd tier? Lin Mingxue replied honestly. I'm not sure either. Brother Chun, he said my inner strength is unique, no less than an S-grade bloodline. Uncle Wang Yu, thank you for looking after me these past 3 years. I'll repay you in the future. A flash of irritation crossed Wang Yu's eyes. He was fuming inside. Just over a month ago, learning her bloodline was F-grade, he had deliberately applied to transfer to distance himself from the family. Yet no sooner had he returned than he heard rumors of her bloodline erupting into power. The cabbage he had tended for 3 years, stolen by some kid. Despite his anger, he pressed on. So, you're living with this guy now. He shot me a hostile glance. I thought to myself, is this guy about to whip up some cringeworthy soap opera plot? Lin Mingxue innocently nodded. Of course. We formed a contract, so we're living together. All right, congrats on breaking free from that F-grade ceiling. Wang Yu muttered as he turned to leave, suppressing his emotions. Rest up for now. Tomorrow, I'll have someone bring those crystal cores over to you. Lin Mingxue looked puzzled. Why is Uncle Wang Yu acting so strange today? I sighed, forget it. We've got over 500 first-tier cores. Let's head back to train. Okay, got it. As Lin Mingxue transformed into her frost dragon form and flew off, I climbed onto her back, disappearing into the horizon. Wang Yu remained rooted in place, a murderous glint growing in his eyes. His first contracted spirit beast, Chu Qingze, approached him. Wang Yu, you took care of that girl for 3 years just to contract with her? Wang Yu grit his teeth and nodded. Of course. Who would have thought her bloodline would awaken to this level, and that some kid would snatch her away? Damn it. Chu Qingze's gaze grew sharper. Her bloodline is stronger than mine. Wang Yu's pupils constricted, his expression turned darker. Chu Qingze boasted an S-grade overlord spider bloodline. Her sensitivity to auras was top tier. After breaking through the 4th tier, she could accurately sense the strength of others' bloodlines. If it surpassed S-grade, it could only be SS-grade or even SSS-grade. That only fueled Wang Yu's fury. Are you certain? Lin Mingxue, SS level or SSS level? Chu Qingze nodded. Yes. Once she matures, even if I team up with the others, we won't be able to defeat her. Wang Yu cussed under his breath. Damn it. How could those idiots have misjudged her bloodline as F-grade? You didn't notice anything back when you'd met her before? Chu Qingze shook her head. I really didn't sense it earlier. She must have experienced some kind of trigger to unlock her potential. Damn it. And yet that naive kid got to her first. Wang Yu clenched his fists tightly. His other contracted spirit beast, Lin Fong, approached and whispered. If her dragon form is so strong, why not just seize her? You're almost breaking into the 8th tier, right? Save the last slot for her. She's gorgeous, after all. Chu Qingze nodded approvingly. But first, investigate that boy's background. Wang Yu closed his eyes, pondering for a moment. I know Mingxue's personality well. She wouldn't fall so easily for someone shady. That Chinny guy must have a solid background. The priority now is to suppress the news. A spirit beast powerful enough to fend off a beast tide. If that gets out, you'll have even more high-tier beast masters eyeing Lin Mingxue. We can't afford that risk. As night fell, I returned home with Lin Mingxue, both of us completely drained. We collapsed onto the couch, gasping for air. Brother Chinny, was there something you wanted to say earlier? You seemed hesitant. Yeah, but promise you won't get mad if I tell you. Even if you call me ugly, I wouldn't get mad. All right then. I sat up straight and shared all of my suspicions from earlier. Lin Mingxue's expression turned into one of disbelief. No way. Uncle Wang Yu has always been so kind to me. How could he be like that? Exactly because he's so kind that you should be even more vigilant, I explained seriously. Birds of a feather flock together. Your parents aren't exactly saints, right? What kind of upstanding person would willingly hang out with people like that? Lin Mingxue paused to think. You've got a point. People like them wouldn't make genuinely nice friends. I patted her shoulder. Don't overthink it for now. Focus on resting and training. No matter what kind of person Wang Yu is, it's best to stay cautious. Okay, I understand. 5 hours later, Lin Mingxue refined 71st tier magic beast cores and ascended to the 5th stage of tier 2. As for me, I broke through to tier 2, 2nd stage. We decided to hold off on refining the 4th tier beast king core until after the semester assessments. Its energy was equivalent to 100 regular same tier cores. Since 4th tier cores were over twice as potent as 2nd tier ones, refining it might take several days. Brother Chinny, are you coming tonight? Of course. We've got tomorrow off. Let's enjoy tonight to the fullest. No touching my horns this time. But Mingxue, when I was a kid, I dreamed of being a dragon knight. This doesn't sound like a very noble dragon knight to me. So can I fulfill that dream tonight? Fine. I can't say no to you. Ding. Lin Mingxue's favorability +2. Current, 82 points. Meanwhile, news spread through Jiang City about the previous day's events at Windmoon Valley. Most low-tier beast masters were shocked. They'd always believed that Windmoon Valley was the perfect place for beginners to train, yet news had broken of beast tide eruptions the day prior. Wow, it's a long and intense storyline. Let me translate it into English with expressions that fit the American context. A beast tide, and the leader's actually a 4th-tier magical beast? Are you kidding me? But the entire incident has been completely rewritten in the official report. Yesterday, rookie beast tamers encountered a beast tide during their hunt. The city guard quickly arrived, successfully annihilating the threat with no casualties reported. The cause of the event is under investigation. Please trust that the Jiang City Guard will provide a satisfactory explanation. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen Yi, Ms. Lin Mingxue. The City Guard member who delivered the beast crystals explained. We have annual performance reviews. If we report the real situation, it'll make it seem like the City Guard is incompetent, wouldn't it? Not only would we have our salaries docked, but the reputation of Fengyue Canyon would be ruined too. Without newbies coming to hunt in the future, the impact would be massive. Please don't spread yesterday's incident around. We'll compensate you. He made a reasonable point. The city guard solving a beast tide certainly sounds more plausible than a duo of beast tamers handling it. Plus, they promise compensation. Lin Mingxue and I were 80% convinced. Giving personal achievements to the collective while receiving private rewards isn't unusual. It boosts reputation while reducing individual risk. But the fact that Wang Yu is the captain of the city guard left us 20% suspicious. It feels too convenient. I nodded slightly. All right, let's do it your way. I don't care much about fame. The city guard member heaved a sigh of relief and pushed out a large box behind him. Thank you for cooperating, Mr. Chen Yi. Here are 1,271 first-tier beast crystals. 771 are your spoils from yesterday. 500 are compensation for keeping quiet. There are also 3 second-tier ice attribute beast king crystals as a reward for saving those 36 beast tamers. Ms. Lin Mingxue, being an ice attribute tamer, should find them especially useful. Lin Mingxue and I exchanged glances, both pretty shocked. Is this actually good fortune? Given her popularity as the campus queen at the Beast Tamers Academy, Lin Mingxue rarely had privacy and constantly attracted unwelcome attention. Now, not only were we compensated, but we even got second-tier Ice Beast King crystals. Much appreciated. No problem. Just keep this between us, Mr. Chen Yi. Don't worry, our lips are sealed. After the city guards left, both Lin Mingxue and I smiled. Chen Yi, second-tier Ice Beast King crystals. Can you believe it? Swear, you're grinning way too much. Does it matter? Come on, help me suppress the aura from them. We've got nothing else to do today, right? I just woke up. Let me chill for a moment. I'll let you hold the dragon horn. All right then, but let's order some food first. I'm starving. Ding. Lin Mingxue's favorability +1. Current, 83 points. That evening, inside a private room at a luxury Jiang City restaurant. Liu Rian, can you back up your claims? Wang Yu stared down at the pair across from him. He had spent the entire day using his network to investigate my background, only to get increasingly perplexed. On the surface, it appeared I was just an orphan from the slums. But digging deeper, he discovered I had no activity records for a full 18 years, like I'd appeared out of thin air. It's not like he could suspect I'm a transmigrator, right? Left with no other leads, Wang Yu decided to start with Liu Ruyan, only to hear that I had awakened an E-grade talent just 6 months ago and bonded with Lin Mingxue 5 days ago. Progressing from first tier to second tier in 5 days? What a joke. I swear every word I said is true. Chen Yi's just an orphan loser. Liu Rian insisted seriously. Wang Yu ran a hand through his hair. Then how did he end up with Lin Mingxue? Qin Shouxing chimed in. Hey Wang, you've heard of the Luo family in Magic City, right? Of course. They're the top beast tamer family. How could I not? Qin Shouxing pulled out a few photographs. These were taken after the Academy's evaluation. Wang Yu flipped to the final picture, eyes widening in disbelief. Leaving the office in the photo was Luo Qing'a, the head of the Luo family, one of the Dragon Nation's 7 dragon generals. Why was a 7 dragon general at the Jiang City Beast Tamers Academy? And why did he spend 5 minutes with Chen Yi and Lin Mingxue? The evening after the evaluation ended 5 days ago. Damn it. If Chen Yi really has ties to the Luo family, this could be bad. Wang Yu clenched his teeth. He suspected Lin Mingxue's parents, both S-tier tamers, had hidden her true bloodline, and I had somehow activated it by chance. Out of gratitude, she'd bonded with me. If he killed me, he could step in and activate her bloodline instead. But the question remains, what's my connection to the Luo family? Why would Luo Qinghe personally meet me? Qin Shouxing pulled Wang Yu aside into the restroom, typing 2 sentences on his phone screen. During tomorrow's final exam, kill Chen Yi. Make it look like an accident. Then Lin Mingxue is yours. Wang Yu hesitated, replying, but Lin Mingxue is strong. How do we kill Chen Yi without her intervening? Qin Shouxing smirked maliciously, pulling out a dark green syringe. This is the latest spirit energy enhancement serum from the Eagle Nation. Inject it into a spirit beast, and it'll gain strength equivalent to 2 or 3 tiers above its current level. After watching the demonstration video, Wang Yu asked, what about side effects? Oh, the side effects are severe. But so what? I'm already bored of Liu Ruyan. After the exam, I'll advance to tier 3 and get a new spirit beast anyway. For an E-grade trash like Chen Yi, dying powered up like this is at least some small consolation. Recalling Lin Mingxue's combat scene from yesterday, Wang Yu gritted his teeth. He wanted to kill me and claim Lin Mingxue, but was wary of my potential ties to the Luo family. Desire, however, crushed his rationality. As long as he wasn't exposed, he figured he'd be fine. All right, let's do it. But Shouxing, why are you so eager to help me? What's your angle? Qin Shouxing whispered in his ear. Wang, you've got plenty of supplies, haven't you? A month ago, you brought in a pair of twin spirit beasts with B-grade bloodlines from Han City, right? Our Qin family business has been short on cash lately. Wang Yu instantly understood. It was all for a taste of something new. Twins with B-grade bloodlines were valued at $500,000 among the rich, a luxury commodity. But Lin Mingxue, with her elite bloodline and breathtaking beauty, her worth couldn't even be compared to mere money. Trading peanuts for a watermelon? A win-win. I patted Qin Shoxing on the shoulder. No big deal. I'll win over Lin Mingxue, and the twins are yours. But you know, if things go sideways. Qin Shoxing smirked. Relax, nothing's going to happen. Even if it did, I'd never spill about Brother Wang's involvement. In the luxurious private room, Lu Ruyan sat fidgeting, her eyes constantly glancing toward the restroom, an unease brewing in her chest. Finally, Qin Shoxing and Wang Yu emerged, their smiles anything but genuine. Lu Ruyan shivered unexpectedly, a chill creeping up her spine. Ruyan, I'll escort you to your final evaluation tomorrow, Qin Shoxing offered. Really? Thanks, Brother Shoxing. Lu Ruyan beamed with happiness. Having a powerful beast tamer accompany her to the exam was the perfect opportunity to flaunt in front of her friends. You go get some rest. Tonight, I'll keep you company, Qin Shoxing said, his lips curling into a sly grin. But his thoughts betrayed a darker intent. This will be your last night. For people like them, procuring something as precious as the Eagle Nation's advanced spiritual enhancement serum was nearly impossible. So naturally, using an E-rank bloodline toy like her for one last hurrah would be making the most out of it. By 10 p.m., I finished helping Lin Mingxue refine a monster core. The further we progress, the tougher leveling up becomes. Even with 100 first-tier cores combined with my energy guidance, there wasn't enough to push the needle. No problem, though. With Lin Mingxue's prowess, breaking past the 10th tier was only a matter of time. After spending a week together, our dynamic felt almost like a long-married couple. Being her usual strong and straightforward self, Lin Mingxue easily stripped me down, taking a solid hour-long bath together. As we prepared to head back to the room to deepen our bond further, the doorbell rang. Lin Mingxue let out a frustrated sigh. Just when the moment was right, someone has to show up this late. With clear reluctance, she threw on a jacket and went to answer the door. Concerned that it might be one of Wang Yu's tricks, I followed closely behind. The door swung open, and we both froze. Standing there was a stunningly elegant woman, dressed in a sky-blue dress, her figure as curvaceous as it was lofty. With a youthful face and an ample frame, she was hard to overlook. Lin Mingxue blinked in confusion, thoughts racing. Asterisk, why is such a gorgeous woman showing up this late? Did Chen Yi order takeout or something? Asterisk. The tall beauty smiled softly. Am I intruding? Before I could even process what was happening, a familiar interface popped up in my system. Name, Luo Shireen. Hidden bloodline. SSS tier, Azure Luan. Level, Tier 1, Stage 4. Favorability, plus 15. System notice, an ultra-rare SSS tier hidden bloodline beast has been detected. Contract her and raise her favorability to 80 to receive 15 enhancement points. The Wind Blade / skill, and the century-old Sacred Honey, asterisk. Wholly an SSS tier Azure Luan bloodline. Inside the living room, Lin Mingxue awkwardly poured some tea for Luo Shireen, an air of tension filling the space. Who are you? And why are you here? Lin Mingxue asked cautiously. Luo Shireen responded with a serene smile. I'm not here for you. I came for Chen Yi. Lin Mingxue's guard went up immediately. Asterisk, he really did call for takeout, didn't he? Asterisk. Looking for me? How about you start by introducing yourself? I asked, furrowing my brow. My name is Luo Shireen, from the Luo family in the Magic City. My grandfather sent me to find you. He said you could help awaken my true power. The Luo family from the Magic City? Lin Mingxue exclaimed, stunned. Luo Shireen pointed toward the spatial ring on my finger. That ring was a gift from my grandfather. Wait, hold on. Your grandfather. Is he Luo Qinghe, one of the 7 dragon generals? Lin Mingxue's disbelief was palpable. Yup. Lin Mingxue could feel her worldview crumbling. That amiable old man we met weeks ago? Asterisk, one of the 7 dragon generals? Asterisk. I had a different concern altogether. If Luo Qinghe specifically sent her to me, did that mean he had pieced together the secret of my system? Why does your grandfather believe I can awaken your power? I asked. Luo Shireen didn't answer directly. Instead, she casually clung to my arm. Does it even matter? I just need to know one thing. Can you turn me into a grand beast, like little Mingxue here, with your powers? Between her angelic face and killer curves, her flirtatious posture was overkill. Even though I'd already ascended to sage-like calm 4 or 5 times today, my heart still skipped a beat. What do you think you're doing? Lin Mingxue stormed over, prying us apart. To her, Chun Yi, asterisk, her Chun Yi asterisk, Being so closely handled by Luo Shireen crossed every line imaginable. Luo Shireen, unfazed, shrugged. Relax. You're technically his first, right? That means you've got to be gracious about it moving forward. Inwardly amused, I sensed Lin Mingshue's frustration bubbling even more. Absolutely not. But Chun-Yi hasn't even said a word yet. Shouldn't we hear from him first? I stepped forward, defusing the tension. All right, enough of this drama. Luo Shireen, let's cut to the chase. I can awaken your hidden bloodline. Really? Her previously despondent eyes instantly lit up with newfound hope. For years, after awakening an abysmal F-tier bloodline at 18, she had all but given up on life. Now, she saw a true glimmer of redemption. Luo Shireen's favorability plus 25. But, I continued, quickly tempering her excitement. If we don't form a binding contract, I can only temporarily awaken it. For a permanent awakening, a proper contract is necessary. No problem. Before any further discussion could take place, Luo Shireen grabbed my hand, ready to drag me off to seal the deal in a room somewhere. Absolutely not. Lin Mingxue stepped in front of her. Chun-Yi is mine tonight. With a playful grin, Luo Shireen wrapped an arm around Lin Mingshue's waist, teasing. How about we do it together? Lin Mingshue's cheeks flared bright red. Shameless. Relax. Just joking. Luo Shireen winked at me. Say, can you at least let me try out my awakened powers first? Of course. To the rooftop. The rooftop? My beast form is just a tiny duckling right now. Do we seriously need that much space? You'll see soon enough. Not waiting another second, Luo Shireen bolted out the door, skipping the elevator entirely as she headed straight for the rooftop via the stairs. Luo Shireen's favorability plus 10. Current status, 50 points. In the elevator, Lin Mingxue sighed softly. She'd once considered ending her own life after being classified as an F-tier, but seeing Luo Shireen's unwavering optimism, despite enduring 3 years in a prestigious family filled with expectations, gave her pause. Surely, her nonchalance was just a well-scripted facade. Lowering her voice, Lin Mingxue asked hesitantly, Chun-Yi, will you stay with her tonight? I tousled her hair affectionately. Only if you're okay with it. If not, I'll let it slide. How could I not be okay? No one else would understand the pain of being labeled as an F-tier better than me. Jealousy lingered faintly behind her words, though I knew Lin Mingshue's kind heart. Over the past few days, she had come to appreciate my unique connections, and in the end, she wanted the best for her newfound companions. But for every newcomer, the love she received diminished slightly. Don't worry, Schwerer, I won't ever abandon you. Even if I only have 10 minutes at night, 5 of those will be just for you. Lin Mingxue laughed. 5 minutes? No way. At least 6. All right. I'll try to squeeze out another minute. Lin Mingshue's affection plus 2. Now at 85. Reward, plus 15 enhancement points. What the heck? There's still rewards? I thought there'd be nothing else after hitting 80 points, but looks like you get something every 5 points after. Still, the more spirit beast girls I bond with, the harder time management gets. For now, let's dump all 15 points into physique to make sure I can manage Mingshue's 6 minutes. Enhancement successful. Physique, 48 points. In an instant, my back doesn't ache, my legs don't feel tired. I could go another round for 30 minutes. The elevator doors opened. Bathed in the moonlight, Luo Shireen's blue-green dress shimmered like a glowing lake. She was as beautiful as a goddess. She outran the elevator up 11 floors. Guess she's genuinely excited. Finally, you're here, Luo Shireen exclaimed. I've been waiting forever. I shrugged. It's not like I'd run off. No need to rush. Of course it's urgent. Very urgent. Okay, here's your boost. I grabbed Luo Shireen's hand and activated my spirit beast awakening. A warm current flowed from my palm into her body. Blue-green runes began to light up on her skin, forming into feathery patterns. Her body expanded, gradually levitating. Call. A clear bird cry reverberated through the night sky. When the glowing light subsided, a massive azure bird appeared before me. Jade-like feathers, cascading plumage, she exuded divine majesty. Name, Luo Shireen, spirit beast form. Bloodline, SSS-grade green lawn. Level, 1st tier, 4th stage. Lin Mingxue conjured an ice wall, using it as a mirror. This is my true form. Luo Shireen stared at her reflection in shock. She was no failure. She was a green lawn. All right, it's late. Don't disturb the neighbors. Oh, let me just admire it for a little longer. I sighed, letting her indulge. Just then, Lin Mingxue tugged on my sleeve, her face slightly flushed. Brother Chun-Yi, about what Sister Shireen suggested earlier, maybe we could give it a try. I froze. Could it really be that suggestion? The next morning, 7:30 a.m. When I woke up, the 2 girls were already up, busy making breakfast in the kitchen. Finals were at 9 a.m., so there was no time to digest Magic Beast cores. I checked my system panel. Contracted Spirit Beasts, Lin Mingxue, Luo Shirin. Two stunning ladies with SSS-grade bloodlines. Perfection. The moment I stepped out of the room, I bumped into the duo carrying breakfast trays. Steak, eggs, siumai, fish soup, and sandwiches, a feast fit for a king. Brother Chenyi, you're up. Little brother Chenyi, you worked so hard last night. Make sure to eat up. I facepalmed. So you do know I worked hard. Of course, if I could do it all over again, I'd say yes without hesitation. At 8:30 a.m., we caught a cab to the Academy's sports field. The moment we walked in, dozens of eyes locked onto us. That's Chenyi, and he actually brought Lin Mingxue. He doesn't look so good, must have been working on his affection levels last night. Duh. Lin Mingxue's the campus queen. If it were me, I'd go all out too. Wait, who's that other girl next to him? No freaking way. There really is another. And she's just as stunning as Lin Mingxue. I heard Chenyi's already at the second tier. Could she be his second contracted spirit beast? Second tier? He was only at first tier, first stage 6 days ago. Are you kidding me? Well, ever since Lu Ruiyan dumped him, he's been on a meteoric rise. The whispers grew louder, and the envy in their gazes was almost tangible. But no one dared to challenge us. Lin Mingxue's ice wall reputation preceded her. She was the type to crush a 10th stage snow maiden with a single stomp. Little brother Chen Yi sure has a lot of fans, Luo Shirin teased. Brother Chen Yi really is famous, Lin Mingxue chuckled. They're obviously gossiping about you too, I sighed. At 8:50 a.m., the dean, instructors, and high-ranking members of the Beast Tamer Association gathered. I locked eyes with Luo Qinghe, Luo Shirin's grandfather. Feeling guilty, I quickly looked away. Sealing a contract with Luo Shirin last night was common knowledge now, and honestly, I felt a little embarrassed. Then, I saw Lu Ruiyan. Weird. With how rich Qin Shoxing is, why would she still attend these exams? Lu Ruiyan noticed me too, glaring daggers. What did I do? Why was her affection score dropping to -30? Was my happiness that unbearable for her? Suddenly, Lin Mingxue covered my eyes from behind. No peeking, brother Chen Yi, she huffed jealously. All right, just looking at you, okay? I smiled. Much better. Don't forget me too, little brother Chen Yi. Luo Shirin jumped in. All right. I'll make time for both of you. I shoved thoughts of Lu Ruiyan aside to focus on chatting with my two girls. The principal, Yang Yuansheng, took the stage and began a lengthy, saliva-laden speech. Most of the students were nodding off. The exams officially begin. His booming announcement woke everyone up instantly. Adrenaline coursed through the crowd as excitement reached a fever pitch. I looked around in confusion. Wasn't this just a finals exam? What's the big deal? Getting good results just earns you more resources, right? Yang Yuansheng's staff handed each student a teleportation crystal, pulsating with white light. If you encounter a magic beast you can't handle, crush the crystal. You'll instantly be teleported to the infirmary. Remember, your lives are more important. There's drone footage streaming this exam live. You're allowed to fight each other, but don't go too far. At that, an elegant woman in her 50s walked out from behind the stage. Despite her age, her allure remained intact. With a point of her finger, a radiant beam shot to the ground, forming a massive glowing pillar within seconds. A teleportation portal materialized. A rare space element spirit beast, a 1 in a million ability. I couldn't help but envy her. When would I finally contract a spirit beast with space abilities? Lost in thought, I followed Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin into the portal, delivering the letter. About 10 meters behind me, Qin Shoxing stared at my back with a sinister expression. Chenyi, if you want someone to blame yourself for contracting with someone you shouldn't have. Next to him, Lu Ruiyan frowned slightly, looking uneasy. How is Chen Yi improving so quickly? And where did he get such a stunning spirit beast? She thought to herself. Wasn't he just a loser before? How did he change so much after we broke up? But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. She had already made a contract with Qin Shoxing. The Qin family had decent resources, and for someone like her with an E-rank bloodline, this kind of opportunity was hard to come by. Once the assessment was over and Qin Shoxing advanced to Tier 3, he could enter the Beastmaster Academy in a top-tier city. By then, she'd finally be able to leave Jiangxing and wouldn't have to see his face ever again. She patted her cheeks, held on to Qin Shoxing's arm, and stepped into the teleportation array. Douyin, Chinese TikTok, live channel number 10086. The gluttonous little peach went live. A cute girl with pink twin pigtails appeared on the camera. In less than 30 seconds, tens of thousands of viewers flooded in, with the number skyrocketing. The chat was on fire. Peach is finally live. I started waiting at 8:30. Peach, being 5 minutes late means 5 extra hours of live streaming. With a sweet smile, Su Taotao adjusted her headphones and greeted. Hi everyone, Su Taotao here. Today, instead of food, we're in Jiangxing for the Beastmaster Academy semester-end assessment commentary. And guess what? I'm joined by two Tier 5 Beastmasters as guest commentators. More importantly, that infamous duo who cleared the Beastmaster assessment in just 57 seconds last time is participating. Let's see just how powerful these prodigies are. The chat immediately exploded. Peach is switching careers as a commentator. Did she eat so much her family ran out of money? What are you talking about? It's all thanks to sponsor money. Su Taotao giggled and reassured them. Relax. The assessment runs for 3 days. I'll definitely get some meals in. Imagine watching epic Beastmaster battles while enjoying Jiangxing's gourmet food. How awesome is that? The viewers cheered in agreement. Honestly, even without her assurances, none of them would leave. Su Taotao was so adorable, they could watch her all day. All right, the assessment is starting. Let's shift the view to these future Beastmasters. Stepping into the teleportation portal, Lin Mingxue, Luo Shirin, and I arrived at the assessment location in an instant. In front of us lay an enormous valley, blooming flowers and lush green grass, making it appear like a paradise untouched by time. This place was located north of Jiangxing and was about 2.5 times larger than Fengyue Gorge. A rough estimate put it at 70 to 80 square kilometers. Surrounded by mountains and wrapped in a protective barrier, it existed as a fully isolated space. This is the assessment site? It's beautiful, Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin exclaimed in amazement. The valley was lined with rows of metal-clad cabins. Nearby, higher-tier beastmasters and spirit beasts stood vigilantly as guards. Scouring the area with her gaze, Lin Mingxue frowned. Why are there so many unfamiliar faces? And the number of participants seems much higher too. At that moment, a beast-eared girl strutted over, slamming her massive golden-backed great sword into the ground. I'm your proctor, Wang Kaili. There's been some changes to this semester-end assessment. We're hosting it jointly with the academies from Jiangxing, Linjiang, and Yicheng, she announced. First place gets a Tier 3 Beast King Core, second place a Tier 2 Core, and third place a Tier 1 Core. Even participants who rank within the top 10 are guaranteed at least 100 Tier 2 Magic Cores. And if you rank within the top 100, you'll get a minimum of 30 Tier 2 Cores. The crowd erupted in excitement. The rewards were 5 times better than last year. Even 30 Tier 2 Cores were worth around 6,000 renminbi, which could be sold for almost 10,000 to 20,000 if traded properly. I quickly glanced at Wang Kaili's profile. She turned out to be Luo Qinghe's contracted spirit beast. Tier 13, Phase 7, proficient in 4 elemental paths, with physique stats clocking in at an unparalleled 3,460. Whispers broke out among the students. So, we're competing against other academies now. If I'd known earlier, I would have trained harder. Wang Kaili clapped her hands to regain our attention. The assessment starts at 2 p.m. sharp. For now, choose your cabins and bind them to your student ID card. Each cabin has isolation barriers. You can do whatever you want inside, but don't overexert yourselves, or you'll run out of energy to fight later. Turning to Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin, I asked, Ladies, which cabin do you want? Luo Shirin smiled sweetly. I don't mind, as long as I get to stay with little brother Chinny. Blushing, Lin Mingxue pointed to a secluded standalone cabin in the corner. That one over there, she said. In the far corner? Why so isolated? She avoided my gaze and mumbled. Things got a bit noisy last night. If we pick a standalone cabin, we won't disturb others. Luo Shirin smirked mischievously, patting her shoulder. Then maybe try keeping it down next time? It's not my fault. With the surprise ambushes you always pull, how could I not make noise? Lin Mingxue retorted, her cheeks flushing deeper red. All right, enough. Let's go check it out. I interjected, trying to stop their banter. Other students were still watching us, after all. Once Lin Mingxue had selected her cabin, the Jiangxing students nearby quickly claimed the surrounding ones to stick close to her. Just as Li Yi and Zhao Feng had settled in, their doorbell rang. Opening the door, they found Lu Ruyan, Qin Shouxing, and a fiery-haired girl standing outside. Qin Shouxing pulled out a credit card without preamble. 100,000 bucks. This cabin is mine now. 100,000. Li Yi was stunned. Yeah, take this money and move to the west corner cabins. Don't come out for 3 days, and this is yours. Li Yi and Zhao Feng exchanged glances. They had come here purely to make money. For them, not even first place was worth a guaranteed 100,000. Deal. All yours, Qin bro. The two happily grabbed the card and left. An eerie grin crept onto Qin Shouxing's face. 3 days from now, those 2 glorious twin blossoms will be mine, he thought sinisterly. After settling down, I immediately flipped open the rulebook for the assessment. This year's semester-end trial spanned 3 days. The rules were straightforward. Hunt magical beasts, collect score orbs, and deposit them into score processors. Points were awarded based on the orb's difficulty level, and rankings would be determined by total points. Whether you hunted solo or in teams, even buying score orbs was fair game. However, with the increased number of participants this year, additional rules were in place. First, hunting hours were from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. Anyone failing to return on time would be immediately disqualified. Second, nightly duels between 8 and 10 p.m. were allowed. You could wager up to 500 points, and the winner would take all. Third, each day, a boss-level monster of at least Tier 3 Phase 5 would be released. Killing it would grant substantial points, and the top prize included an additional 100 Tier 3 cores after the trial ended. Lin Mingxue rolled up her sleeves, brimming with determination. This time, we're going for first place. The name is mine. I chuckled. Wasn't that a given? Shireen, start eating. I poured out all the spirit crystals from the storage ring. Huh? Eat them directly. Luo Shireen pointed at the crystals, not grinding them into powder first. Lin Mingxue laughed slyly. Don't worry, Brother Chen, he will help you refine them. Half doubting, Luo Shireen popped one into her mouth. I placed my hand on her face and began guiding the energy. So sweet. So good. Her eyes widened in amazement. You can refine them this way? Brother Chen E is amazing. Lin Mingxue chimed in. More? Luo Shireen asked. Of course. You're only at stage 1, level 4. We'll see if we can get you to stage 2 before the assessment. Reaching stage 2 in just a few hours? You must be kidding. You won't know until you try? Judging by your morning appetite, which is much bigger than Mingxue's, you should be fine. Switch to stage 2 crystals. Stage 1 ones won't be enough. But these are so many and so hard to chew. It's fine. You'll get used to it. You'll be eating a lot more in the future. Lin Mingxue got up, tying an apron around herself. Take your time. I'll go cook and try out some new recipes. Jiangqing Academy for Beastmasters, Principal's Office. The principal poured tea for Luo Qinghe with a flattering smile. Mr. Luo, does this arrangement work for you? Luo Qinghe nodded. Not bad. But your granddaughter is only stage 1, level 4. Most others are already stage 2 or higher. Just keep your eyes open and watch. Luo Qinghe interrupted firmly. My granddaughter is number 1 in the world. The principal dared not say more. After all, Lin Mingxue also contracted with Chun Yi and broke through to stage 2 in no time. Now Luo Shireen had also formed a contract. Perhaps the miracle could repeat itself. By the way, some parents from Linjiang and Yicheng want to watch in the observation hall. Would that be all right with you? Luo Qinghe frowned. Let them come, but keep my identity confidential. Understood. Su Tao Tao's livestream. Commentators Li Kai and Zhao Wanru were explaining Beastmaster basics to the audience. Su Tao Tao asked, what do you two think the Beastmasters are doing now? Li Kai replied, with 5 hours, the best use of time would be building affinity. Zhao Wanru added, if they're confident, they might help their spirit beasts refine spirit crystals. But if they mess up, it could affect the assessments this afternoon. Now for an interactive segment. Viewers can send in comments and questions. Su Tao Tao announced cheerfully. Just don't ask me about my measurements, okay? The comments section exploded. What's Tao Tao's bloodline level? Has Tao Tao ever formed a contract? Tao Tao, show us your beast form. Su Tao Tao internally sighed. Why were these always the questions? The system picked a particularly strange one. If Tao Tao eats endlessly with an infinite supply of spirit crystals and beast meat while someone helps guide the energy, could she reach stage 4 in just a month? Laughter filled the comments. Su Tao Tao twitched her lips but kept smiling. That's impossible. Spirit crystals aren't like regular food. I've tried before, just a few bites, and I'm full. What a shame. We want to see stage 10 Tao Tao. Most viewers didn't mean any harm. They just asked out of curiosity. Still, Su Tao Tao sighed in her heart. If only they knew how complicated her situation was. Despite looking like a teenage girl, she was actually 21, older than Luo Shireen. At about 5 or 6, her family abandoned her simply because she ate too much. Ordinary families couldn't possibly support her endless appetite. Thankfully, playing on her cuteness, the owner of Qingda Plaza took her in as a doorman to attract customers, providing her meals in return. But it was never enough. I was always starving. As I got older and prettier, I started noticing the creepy stares from men. It became too dangerous to stay. So, I quit and became a mukbang streamer, eating online, leveraging my appetite and adorable looks to gain fans. I had hoped that after awakening my bloodline, I would turn into some powerful creature, maybe a dragon capable of devouring beasts in one bite. Instead, I awakened as an F-tier cloud swallow beast. Fluffy like cotton candy, it had no practical ability besides eating. I lost all hope. My only goal now is to earn enough for all the food I could ever want. If I could die fully satisfied, I'd consider my life complete. Honestly, I shouldn't have come to Jiangcheng in the first place. By 1:30 in the afternoon, Luo Shiyin's affinity had steadily increased, not in a sudden surge like Lin Mengshui's, but like a quiet stream flowing upwards, accumulating to 70 points. Boom! A wave of energy spread out. The tips of her hair gained a green hue, and emerald-colored ear feathers appeared. Within 4 hours, she had broken through from Stage 1, Level 4 to Stage 2, Level 1, even achieving elemental manifestation. I, too, advanced to Stage 2, Level 3. Phew! I exhaled, wiping sweat off my brow. Thankfully, we finished by 2 o'clock. Refining Stage 2 crystals is exhausting. The energy in Stage 2 crystals was 1.5 times that of Stage 1, but their satiety effect was similar. If you could eat 50 Stage 1 crystals, you could probably manage 20 Stage 2 crystals. Leveling up fast required higher-tier crystals, but the risk was immense. Mishandling them could send your spiritual energy spiraling out of control or even cause rank regression. That's why most Beastmasters wouldn't dare try. But I pulled it off. Perfect refinement, perfect guidance, not a single bit of energy wasted. Chen-Yi. Luo Shiyin looked at me seriously. Are you cheating? I laughed it off. Ever read Beastmaster novels? Imagine me as the protagonist with a system. Believe it. Luo Shiyin pouted. Fine, keep your insufferable secret. Only Meng Shui would buy such nonsense anyway. Lin Meng Shui opened a thermos. The aroma was mouth-watering. Chen-Yi, you must be starving. Come eat. My stomach grumbled in agreement. I'm definitely hungry, but I'm also completely drained. No worries. I'll feed you and give you a massage. I'll feed you too. Stop shoving random things into my mouth. How am I supposed to eat such big pieces of meat? Lin Meng Shui's cheeks flushed red. Shouldn't we be saying that? Payback for last night's stunts. Luo Shiyin nodded in agreement. Exactly. Chen-Yi, you really ought to reflect on your behavior. The deep reverberation of drums interrupted our banter. 2 o'clock sharp. It was time for the final assessment. Drones whirred in the sky. Spirit beasts in the resting zone instantly transformed. Shadow panthers, unicorns, sky tigers, and flame horses carried their beastmasters into the forest, vanishing in a blink. I'm so jealous. I wish I had a rideable spirit beast too. Are you crazy? Wasn't riding me last night enough? The ones riding the Shadow Black Panther must be Lin Mo and Fu Xuemei from Linjiang Academy, right? An S-tier tamer matched with an S-tier spirit beast, plus an A-tier Black Panther. Absolutely stunning. And those on the unicorn are Lan Yuqing and Fang Xiaoya from Yiqing Academy. Too bad Kai Xiaoquan from Jiangxing Academy can't compete since he broke through to Tier 3. His too beautiful chicken would have totally stolen the show, right? With Kai Xiaoquan around, we could totally dominate. Guys, did you forget about our Academy's rising star? Isn't the Frost Dragon more imposing than those spirit beasts? Every tamer from Jiangxing Academy turned their eyes to me as I stepped out the door. I must have looked exhausted, worn out from something clearly draining. The crowd quickly erupted into chatter. Geez, looks like they're barely holding up. Did they just spend hours building up bond points? That's cutting it way too close. But soon, the mood shifted to envy. Standing beside me was Lin Mingxue, and another gorgeous woman who could easily rival her in looks and aura. Let's be real. Which guy could resist staring at this scene? Hey, I haven't gotten a good close-up of Mengshue's spirit form. Let her show us. The Frost Dragon. Just the name sounds badass. Babe, quick, get pics. Lin Mingxue was just about to transform when Luo Shiyin suddenly held her back. Xiaoxue, take a break. Let me test out my power. Lin Mingxue smirked slightly. Alright, I'd like to feel what it's like to ride on someone else's back for a change. Haha, didn't you already try that out last night? Wasn't it Chen-Yi you were riding? Shush. Enough talk. Transform already. Luo Shiyin was enveloped in a brilliant green glow. Her body elongated, and her arms stretched into colossal wings. Golden green feathers instantly covered her entire frame as a mystical screech pierced the skies. A massive green phoenix with a wingspan of over 10 meters emerged. Dead silence fell on the crowd. Everyone was struck dumb, their jaws practically unhinged in shock. Wait, wasn't Lin Mingxue supposed to be the dragon? This doesn't look like a dragon at all. Dude, you mixed them up? That horn one is Lin Mingxue. What the hell? Then who's this? Watching this unfold, Wang Kaili rested her cheek on her hand. Chen-Yi's impressively bold. Not only has he helped the young lady start anew, but she's already hit Tier 2. This is something else entirely. Luo Qinghe had sent her to supervise the competition, partly to observe Luo Shiyin more closely, partly to keep her safe. However, seeing this, it sure didn't look like Luo Shiyin needed any protection. You've got this, my dear. Take back what's rightfully yours. Lin Mingxue tugged me up onto Luo Shiyin's back. Caw. With a deafening cry, Luo Shiyin flapped her massive wings. The resulting gust sent nearby students flying. The green, glowing streak bolted into the sky, so fast that even drones couldn't keep up. Only after we disappeared into the horizon did the onlookers finally snap out of it. Holy crap, the speed. What kind of spirit beast is that? Chun-Yi is freaking insane. Contracting Mingxue wasn't enough? Now he's got another ridiculously strong spirit beast, and she's gorgeous too. Even those watching in the live stream and observation halls were equally stunned. That's your granddaughter? She seems pretty powerful. Lin Mo's father, Lin Yang, casually remarked. A proud smile tugged at Luo Qinghe's lips. Of course. First place? That's hers, no doubt. Not so fast. Fang Xiaoya's father, Fang Zhenkai, declared arrogantly, a cigar dangling from his mouth. It's just a big bird. First place will go to my daughter, guaranteed. Luo Qinghe's face darkened. Are you that confident in your daughter? Of course. She and her tamer are both S-tier. How could anyone beat them? Lin Yang shook his head silently. Fang Zhenkai clearly didn't think before speaking. Did he have any idea what kind of monsters Chun-Yi and Lin Mingxue were? The fastest ever to clear the 9 trials, breaking through a tier in just a week? Unfathomable. Luo Qinghe wasn't having it. Huh. We'll see who's stronger when the time comes. Get ready to eat your words. TCH, it's my daughter who's unbeatable. High in the sky, Luo Shireen muttered under her breath. Ugh. Why are there so few monsters? I can't see any big clusters anywhere. She deliberately slowed down so that the drone camera could catch up. She wanted to flex her impressive strength, but unfortunately, the path was mostly scattered lone monsters. Are you seriously trying to start a fight with monsters? I couldn't help but let out an exasperated sigh. Here I was thinking you just hadn't spotted them yet. That's totally not it. Luo Shireen shot back, flustered. A debut moment like this isn't complete without taking out a massive horde of monsters. How else will people recognize my power? Lin Mingxue nodded in agreement. Shireen, I totally get it. I chuckled at their determination and said, if that's the case, you should have spoken up earlier. Look over there, on the hillside. There's a beetle. Monster species, gray-winged beetle. Level, Tier 2, Phase 3. Skills, chirping bite. Traits, cowardly, emits distress calls to rally its kind when exposed to cold. Seeks warmth in group sta. Luo Shireen glanced at the beetle. A gray-winged beetle? What's the big deal? Lin Mingxue joined in. Shireen, have you forgotten its habits? Habits? Luo Shireen thought for a moment before her eyes lit up. Oh, group warming. But wait, it's summer. She trailed off mid-sentence, suddenly realizing something. Cold doesn't have to come from winter. After all, didn't Lin Mingxue specialize in ice-based attacks? Luo Shireen quickly urged. Xiaoxue, go for it. On it, Lin Mingxue effortlessly switched into her armored form, her dragon wings and tail making a dramatic appearance. She raised her right hand to her lips, blowing softly. A chilling stream of icy breath surged toward the beetle 100 meters away. The beetle froze into a perfect ice sculpture in an instant, and even its core shattered into pieces. The atmosphere became awkward. Luo Shireen couldn't help but ask, Xiaoxue, wasn't it supposed to just call for its buddies under freezing conditions? Why'd it turn into an ice statue? Lin Mingxue grimaced, her armored form dissipating. I didn't think it was so weak. Just the lightest breath and poof. Be more careful next time. My bad. Don't worry though, they pop up all over the place. Look, there's another one in those shrubs. This time, don't mess up. Or else tonight, no bonding time with me and Chun-Yi. Hearing that, my face darkened immediately. More bonding? My back is still sore from last night. Of course, I wasn't about to voice my complaints. Lin Mingxue gave a sly grin. Relax, I'll hold back this time. Once again, she aimed her icy breath toward a cluster of bushes where another gray-winged beetle was hiding. The frost rolled in, blanketing the shrubs in a frosty white layer. The temperature dropped abruptly from over 30 degrees Celsius to below -10 degrees. The gray-winged beetles shivered from the cold, their wings stiff and unable to fly. Asterisk SSS. Asterisk. A buzzing sound arose. A few seconds later, the same sound echoed through the surrounding forest, growing louder and more deafening by the moment. Within a radius of 1 or 2 kilometers, hundreds of gray-winged beetles emerged, blotting out the sky as they flew toward us. Luo Shireen immediately lit up with excitement. They're here. My beast tied. Grandpa, watch closely. I'm not a failure. I am the Azure Lawn. Aerial drones captured the madness unfolding. The viewers in the observation room and the live stream were in complete shock. They're insane. Did they lure hundreds of gray-winged beetles on purpose? This is suicide. On the other side, the elite team from I-Ching Beast Academy had just effortlessly defeated 5 second-tier magical beasts. That was too easy. Fighting magical beasts isn't as tough as they hyped it up to be. These were greenhouse flowers. Materials for their upgrades were usually purchased, and they rarely, if ever, hunted on their own. Lan Yuqing was about to suggest searching for more magical beasts when a shrill insect scream cut through the air. A dozen gray-winged beetles flew out of the forest in the same direction. What the heck? Someone must have used ice-type attacks on gray-winged beetles and failed to kill them. Run? We can handle a dozen, but if the rest from the region are drawn here, we're done for. Wang Yingying transformed into a unicorn, yelling, "Hurry up! Get on!" Lan Yuqing cursed, "Whoever did this, if I find them, I'll definitely give them a beating." The three quickly mounted the unicorn and fled in the opposite direction. Meanwhile, in the observation room, Fang Jinkai's face was ashen as he stormed toward Luo Qinghe. "Is your granddaughter insane? If she wants to die, fine, but don't drag my daughter into it. If anything happens to her, you'll have me to answer to." Luo Qinghe, however, remained calm, even smirking mockingly. "Didn't you say your daughter was strong? Scared of a beast tied without a queen beetle? Doesn't seem so tough to me. If your granddaughter doesn't run, I'll take your last name." "Oh, taking my last name would be an upgrade for you." Luo Qinghe shot back. "Old man, were you a troll in your younger days? I only state facts." The school leaders chuckled wryly. Who would have thought that one of the 7 Dragon Marquis, Luo Qinghe, had such a cheeky, playful side? Fang Zhenkai folded his arms angrily. "Umph. Let's see how your granddaughter handles the beast tide." Luo Qinghe pulled out his phone to record. "Sit back and watch. She's going to show you what real power looks like." His eyes stayed glued to the screen showing Luo Shirin, though deep down, he was nervous. Defeating a tide of hundreds of gray-winged beetles wasn't going to be easy. Lin Mingxue turned to Luo Shirin, concern evident in her expression. "Shirinjia, do you need my help?" Luo Shirin shook her head decisively. "No need. Watch me." With that, she ascended into the sky. The approaching beast tide surrounded her from all directions, like a massive web closing in fast. Luo Shirin immediately channeled her spiritual energy into her wings. A stream of azure light began to gather. The tide drew nearer, and the azure glow grew stronger, forming a misty aura around her wings. The swarm was still 200 meters away when the azure light started leaving afterimages on her wings. At 100 meters, it seemed to come alive, expanding to twice her wingspan. 50 meters. The atmosphere in the observation room and live stream was intense. The faint-hearted shut their eyes, unable to bear it. Why hasn't she run yet? Has she lost her mind? Does Lin Mingxue plan not to help? What's their strategy? Relying on a single azure bird? Seriously, this is insane. The swarm was now just 20 meters away, close enough to practically touch. And that's when Luo Shirin moved. With a sudden spin, she swung her wings fiercely, unleashing 2 massive wind blades of azure light that swept across the tide. The roaring wind tore through the forest, trees groaning before snapping and getting uprooted entirely. Dust and sand kicked up into a yellow dust storm, covering the sky. Everything in the wind blade's path, including the gray-winged beetles, was cleaved in half, green fluids spraying everywhere. Magical beast cores and point spheres rained down in the bloody mist. In one strike, she wiped out 2/3 of the swarm. Her only damage was a bit of dust on her feathers. What the heck? Did that just happen? She just killed 70 or 80 in one move? Is this a movie? There must have been a 3rd-tier or higher spirit beast involved, right? The observation room and livestream audience were utterly dumbstruck. That kind of range and power, most 3rd or even 4th-tier spirit beasts couldn't pull that off. Fang Zhenkai spat out the tea he was sipping, stammering as he turned to Luo Qinghe. "Old man, what bloodline does your granddaughter have?" Even Luo Qinghe was stunned. Last night, after awakening, Luo Shirin had mentioned that she felt like she could do anything, as if her strength was ready to explode. He had dismissed it, thinking she didn't understand the gap between herself and true experts. But now, it seemed like he had underestimated her, asterisk by a lot star. This kind of strength made S-tier bloodlines seem unimpressive in comparison. A power like this, it could only belong to an SSS-tier bloodline. As realization set in, Luo Qinghe's grin stretched ear to ear, brimming with pride, as he turned to Fang Zhenkai, who was still reeling. "I told you, didn't I? My granddaughter is the best in the world. This little beast tide is nothing." Fang Zhenkai was indignant. "She used a big move, that's all. What about the dozen or so left? If she has to rely on her spirit beasts after that, what's the point? A spirit beast that can only fight once before becoming a burden is useless on a battlefield." He made a fair point. In real combat, you couldn't recklessly use ultimate abilities. Doing so might turn an advantage into a disadvantage or leave you unable to act, dragging teammates down. But what if, for Luo Shirin, that move was just a basic skill? Before Fang Zhenkai even finished speaking, Luo Shirin soared into the sky again. This time, the azure glow around her wings only extended about 1/3 of their length. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk. With a light swing of her wings, a wind blade flew out, dispersing the dust. Two gray-winged beetles were neatly bisected. The remaining beetles, terrified at seeing their companions' gruesome deaths, scattered in all directions. But there was no escape. Luo Shireen wasn't about to let them flee. Compressing the wind blades further, she condensed them into slim, half-meter-long streaks of azure light, more efficient and less energy-consuming. Every 2 seconds, one wind blade flew out. Two beetles fell. Within a minute, every escaping insect was sliced cleanly in half. The fight stopped abruptly. Corpses littered the ground. Everyone was dumbfounded on the spot. Fang Zhenkai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. That wind blade was just a small skill? Even Lin Yang was amazed. How can it be this powerful? He had encountered numerous S-class bloodline spirit beasts, but not a single one had shown this level of power. Could it be an SS class, or even SSS class? Luo Qinghe burst into laughter. Huh? Kid, my granddaughter just showed you what she's capable of. Forget about gray-wing beetles. Even if their king showed up, it would have been nothing more than a trivial challenge. Everyone in the spectator hall looked at him with envy. With such an extraordinary granddaughter, her future was limitless. Luo Shireen landed and returned to her human form. Lin Moshue and I clumsily slid off her back, almost stumbling as we hit the ground. Schwer, I think I'll ride with you from now on. I think so too. Never again with Shireen sis. Usually, her soft and furry back was quite comfortable, and during non-combat flights, she was smooth and steady. But the moment a battle started, it felt like riding a fighter jet, rattling enough to make you feel your brain was being scrambled. Sorry. I wasn't considerate of your feelings. Luo Shireen apologized immediately, but she couldn't hide her excitement. That adrenaline-packed battle was exhilarating, like mowing down mobs in a game, utterly satisfying. The only difference was that, unlike games where loot automatically entered your inventory, in reality, you had to manually pick it up yourself. Come on, gather all the reward orbs. We're probably ranking first after this round. Taking a deep breath, I collected myself and quickly gave the command. Go grab the spoils of war. If someone robs us later, it'll be too late. On it, the three of us split up and began collecting magic beast cores and scoring orbs. The battle, from the first insect buzz caused by ice magic to the last beetle being sliced in half, had only taken 2.5 minutes. Yet gathering the spoils took us a whopping 30 minutes. 2 minutes of fighting, 30 minutes looting. Pretty ridiculous. Brother Chinny, should we keep going? I checked the time. It wasn't even 4 p.m. yet. At this pace, we could easily tackle 6 more waves of insect swarms. Of course, the Tier 3 Beast King Core for first place is too good to pass up. Alright, Luo Shireen transformed back into her brilliant Cyan Phoenix form. But this time, I didn't hop on her back and instead jumped straight onto Lin Moshue's Frost Dragon form. Luo Shireen let out a long sigh. Looks like I really need to practice my flying skills. Meanwhile, deep within the dense forest inside a cavern. Sosheng, Ningyan, what did I do wrong? Let me go. Lu Rian was tightly restrained by Ningyan, unable to move. Qin Sosheng approached her menacingly with a syringe filled with green liquid. Rian, you said you weren't worthy of me, didn't you? This is a strengthening serum. Once injected, you'll gain the power of an S-class bloodline. Looking at the green liquid trickling from the needle tip, Lu Rian broke down. If this thing genuinely had no side effects, there was no way she'd be the one to use it. But with her weak E-class bloodline at Tier 1 level 4, how could she possibly resist Ning Yan with his Tier 2 level 10 A-class bloodline? No. Sosheng-ji, please don't. Just sleep for a bit. You'll wake up stronger than ever. Chen-e-ji, save me. The moment the green liquid entered her body, Lu Rian's heart convulsed, and a horrifying aura erupted. Her school uniform tore apart as eerie green markings spread over her skin. Aya! Her shrill screams reverberated through the cavern. Ning Yan let go of her, watching her roll on the ground in agony. That's it. Why doesn't this look like the video demonstration? Ning Yan frowned. Qin Sosheng was equally baffled. This can't be right. My friend wouldn't sell me fake stuff. Ning Yan felt the transformation in Lu Rian's aura. Something's wrong. She's demonizing. Demonizing? But we're still bound by a contract. How's that possible? I used to work in a hospital administering euthanasia. This is the aura of women about to turn into demonic beasts. Qin Sosheng inhaled sharply as reality hit him. Lu Rian was transforming into a magical beast. Ruer. The monstrous screams turned into the guttural growls of a beast. Lu Rian had now transformed, her form resembling a massive pitch-black tiger with chitinous armor across her body. Her claws gleamed as sharp hooks at the ends of her limbs, while her head bore compound eyes, and her jaws were lined with circular rows of razor-sharp teeth. Ruer. Her blood-red compound eyes locked onto the two of them, radiating murderous intent so heavy it was suffocating. It still retained faint memories, and her overwhelming hatred for them made her itch to tear them apart limb by limb. Ryu. He didn't get to finish his sentence. The beast lunged, jaws wide, aiming to devour Qin Soxing. Damn it! Qin Soxing summoned a silver spear, desperately holding open her massive jaws. Ning Yin, now in his flaming lion form, circled around and lunged at the beast's armored side. Clang! His attack was entirely ineffective. Ning Yin, get this thing off me. I can't hold on. I'm trying to figure something out. Ning Yin's fiery claws struck, barely leaving charred marks. Snap! The silver spear broke. With one snap of her jaws, Lu Ruyan devoured Qin Soxing. His blood splattered in a mist, and not even a scream was left behind. Crunchy and crisp. With Qin Soxing now swallowed whole, Lu Ruyan turned toward Ning Yin. Her compound eyes fixed on him like a predator locking onto prey. Damn it! Ning Yin spewed out flames, turned tail, and bolted deeper into the cavern. Lu Ruyan let out a deafening roar and chased after him. The cavern thundered with their battle before sudden silence fell. The eerie stillness returned, wrapping the cavern in deathly quiet. Meanwhile, once again embroiled in another mess I had caused, I found myself provoking a whole new wave of insect swarms and annihilating them just as quickly. The onlookers couldn't help but be stunned. Others fought tooth and nail just to take down a handful of Tier 2 magical beasts, their every move calculated carefully. But me? It was like I was clearing inventory stock. Over and over, I lured swarms to myself, wiped them out, and casually scooped up the reward, orbs and cores. Wait a minute. Isn't it obvious Chun-Yi has a space ring? Of course he does. Otherwise, where can he store all those orbs and cores? Someone with a space ring doesn't come from a simple background. Wang Yu, who had just arrived at the academy, sweating from a prior task, was utterly floored when his subordinates reported the situation to him. What? Chun-Yi, contracted Luo Qinghe's granddaughter? And he's been effortlessly obliterating insect swarms. Exactly. Luo Qinghe is even in the spectator hall right now, frightening everyone. Damn it. Wang Yu's face turned an ashen shade of anger, and his fists clenched tightly. He had sent Ning Yin to aid Qin Soxing, ensuring they had a better chance of success. After all, Lin Moshua alone was already capable of defeating a Tier 4 forest giant. There was no way Lu Ruyan could stand a chance against her alone. Therefore, he had carefully prepared an insurance plan, intending for Ning Yin to sneak behind while Lu Ruyan acted as bait too. Chun-Yi must be stopped. Who would have thought this scoundrel had formed a pact with a new spirit beast and could single-handedly wipe out the insect swarm? Trying to deal with Chun-Yi now? Practically impossible. What's worse, Ning Yin has another task, to eliminate Qin Soxing afterward to cover our tracks. Otherwise, it'd be all too easy to trace back to me. But the gap in strength is just too large. If Qin Soxing acts recklessly and gets spotted by Luo Qinghe, I'm as good as dead. Quick, inform Ning Yin. Have her take care of both Qin Soxing and Lu Ruyan together. Now. Yes, sir. As his subordinate left, Wang Yu grew increasingly uneasy. Damn it. I should have never touched this hot potato in the first place. What's Chun-Yi's deal anyway? Luo Qinghe even handed his granddaughter to him. Chu Qingze leaned in and whispered, leave Jiangqing. Even if they're taken out, the Luo family will catch on eventually. Since Chun-Yi seems connected to the Luo family, it's best not to get involved anymore. Wang Yu nodded. Got it. I'll head back immediately to make arrangements. Move all our goods in Jiangqing to Hanqing. Make sure nothing goes wrong. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, in the observation room, a group of parents was growing impatient. Can we have Chun-Yi withdrawn from the assessment? So what if he ends up in first place? We'll provide the reward ourselves. If he keeps going like this, someone's bound to get hurt. The principal looked at the concerned parents and let out an internal sigh. Chun-Yi didn't follow conventional methods at all. He'd been targeting gray-wing beetles deliberately, provoking swarms left and right. Sometimes, these insect swarms even alarmed other beasts, triggering localized beast waves. So far, 10 pairs of candidates had already used their teleportation crystals to retreat, 8 of them scared off by swarms or beast waves Chun-Yi had stirred up. And this was only the first day. Who knows what chaos this guy will cause in the next 2 days. This is a bit tricky, said the principal. What's tricky about it? Just stop him from playing dirty. The principal glanced at Luo Qinghe, who gave a slight nod. Chun-Yi had indeed gone too far. The footage of Luo Shirin's impressive performance had been recorded. It was enough. All right, I'll make an announcement in a bit. Do it quickly, and stop Chun-Yi from causing more trouble. By 7 p.m., we barely made it back to the rest area before the deadline. The only regret was that we never encountered a Tier 3 boss, probably killed off by someone else. On the way back, we spotted a number of beastmasters and spirit beasts, most of them battered and bruised. Such bad luck. Ran into a small beast wave. You too? I ran into one over in the eastern dirt slope. Must have been designed by the school to simulate a normal beast wave. It was terrifying. Lucky there were enough people around. Otherwise, I'd have had to use my teleportation crystal to escape. Listening to their chatter, the three of us were dumbfounded. Beast waves in the assessment zone. How did we not run into that? Every time we cleared out one hive and dealt with the following insect swarm, we had to fly several kilometers to find the next one. A total hassle. If there was a beast wave, we wouldn't have to bother with hunting down hives at all. I was about to ask where these beast waves were, but suddenly the announcement system in the rest area crackled to life. Attention, everyone. A new rule has been temporarily added for the next 2 days of the assessment. All participants are prohibited from using any methods to intentionally attract or gather beasts. Violators will be disqualified and forfeit their rewards. As compensation, the top 100 teams will each receive 10 extra tier, 2 beast cores. I nearly spat blood. No gathering beasts. How the hell am I supposed to play this now? Kill them one by one. This rule is clearly targeting me. Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin exchanged a glance, as though understanding something. Could it be that the beast waves everyone had been talking about were actually caused by us? If that's the case, then the school creating this rule to ensure safety does make sense. The two girls looped their arms through mine. We'll worry about the beast wave tomorrow. For now, let's go calculate our points. After all, Shireen and I still need to prepare dinner for you. True, I am starving. Back in the room, I emptied the point orbs from my spatial ring and fed them into the score tracker. Instantly, everyone in the top 10 leaderboards of the rest area watched their rank drop by 1. The 10th place team was outright pushed off the board altogether. Leaderboard. First place, Chen Yi, Lin Mingxue, Luo Shirin. Points, 12,800. Second place, Lan Yuqing, Fang Xiaoya, Wang Yingying. Points, 2,440. Third place, Lin Mo, Fu Xuemei, Xueding. Points, 2,200. 10th place, Yang Tao, Zhang Lanlan, Zhu Ming. Points, 1,140. This dramatic shift left all the students in the rest area completely speechless. Especially the students from the other two schools. They had heard rumors about me, but this score exceeded even the wildest stories. Over 5 times the score of second place. How is that even possible? Killing a tier 2 beast from stages 1 to 3 earned 10 points. Stages 4 to 7 were worth 15 points. Stages 8 to 10 were worth 20 points. Even if everyone I killed was worth 20 points, I would have needed to slay 640 beasts. Even if they lined up for me, that many would have been exhausting, wouldn't it? How did I rack up so many points? Maybe it's because he killed the tier 3 challenge boss. That's the only way he'd have so much. Could be. I've asked around, but no one's even seen the challenge boss. Man, the points for that must be insane. If I'd known, I would have gone looking earlier. I once beat a tier 3, 5-stage 4-star beast in the training room. I might have had a chance against the challenge boss. Priority 1 tomorrow is finding that boss. This difference in points is just ridiculous. Lin Mo stared at the leaderboard and let out a sigh. All those gray-wing beetles heading in one direction earlier, it all made sense now. That's how those points were amassed. We lost, my dear. Fu Xuemei teased as she walked over with a smile. Lin Mo shrugged. It's expected. We're only an S-level team. That Chun Yi is likely SSS level. It's impossible to compete. At the end of the day, this is just an exercise. Let's proceed at our own pace. True enough, she said. Meanwhile, Lan Yuqing was livid. He had been a victim of one of those insect swarms himself, so he knew exactly how Chun Yi had racked up his score. Yi Chun trouble. The guy can even dominate bug swarms. Beating him is like spanking a toddler, right? Suddenly, Xiaoya Fang spoke up. Lan Ji, let's challenge him after 8. Challenge him? Are you serious? Just wager a little bit of points to see how strong he really is. Being great at AoE doesn't mean he's good at duels. Plus, losing a few points isn't a big deal, and if we win. Xiaoya Fang rubbed her fingers together with a sly grin on her face. Lan Yuqing instantly got it. Losing wouldn't be shameful, but if they won, it meant extra pocket money. For these rich kids, no achievements meant no pocket allowance. Alright, let's give it a shot. If we actually win, I'm gonna smack Yi Chun twice in the face for good measure. 8 p.m. I had just finished dinner while Meng Shui and Shirin only had some dessert. They had plans to eat magic beast crystals to train later, so they didn't want to overeat. It was time for the duel, and things were lively outside. Well, the number 1 ranker finally decided to show up. Kylie Wong smirked mischievously at the 3 of us. I thought you'd crawl out all exhausted again. I blinked. Instructor Kylie? Why are you loitering outside my door instead of officiating the duel? Of course, I'm heading over to officiate. But here's your duel challenge slip. Will you accept it? The 3 of us exchanged glances. Who would challenge the number 1 ranker? I took the slip and asked, who's it from? Kylie Wong pointed to the distance. Second place. Them. I followed her gaze and locked my eyes on a girl with colorful wings and twin vibrant daggers. A butterfly fairy come to life. The system interface popped up. Name, Xiaoya Fong, weaponized form. Contract holder, Lan Yuqing. Bloodline grade, S-class colorful phoenix butterfly. Hidden bloodline, SS class 7 colored phoenix butterfly. Level, second order, level 10. Affinity, 196, eligible to learn new skills. Ding. The target has already formed a contract with another beast tamer. Affinity-based mission activation failed. Friendly reminder. Do not behave dishonorably. I rolled my eyes. Who wants to be dishonorable anyway? Her affinity is pretty high. Her beast tamer has definitely invested a lot in her. I glanced at Meng Shui and Shi Yin's interfaces and sighed. Meng Shui only had 28 points, and poor Shi Yin only 6, not even enough to meet the conditions for learning new skills. But that was understandable, given our contracts weren't that old yet. Looks like I need to push harder tonight. They need to learn new skills ASAP. I turned to Kylie Wang. All right, I accept the duel. Knew you would. Follow me. Kylie led us to the central arena. The crowd erupted instantly. Number 1 versus number 2? This was peak drama. Outside Li Yi and Wang Fong's room, a few students knocked on the door. Hey Li Yi, Wang Fong, what are you two doing in there? Meng Shui's dueling. Aren't you going to watch? Strange, they've been quiet all day. Hope nothing happened to them. Nothing would happen. They're probably busy building affinity points in the room. Now that the main event started, they're pretending they're not there. Forget it, let's go. The duel's starting. Shaking their heads, the group walked off. Yuri Chen? Lan Yuqing looked displeased. Man, you sure have all the luck. Contracting 2 spirit beasts as beautiful as that. I looked at him and flatly rolled my eyes. So you're not even sure if I'm the guy, and you still came here to pick a fight? Lan Yuqing snorted. Enough talking. Since you're here, I assume you've accepted the challenge? 500 points, 2 versus 2. Deal. Whatever. I turned to Meng Shui and said, Shuer, didn't you want to practice your weaponized form? Now's your chance. Meng Shui nodded eagerly. All right. Thanks, Ji. Kylie Wang wasted no time. The duel is official. Everyone, clear out. 15 seconds until it starts. Meng Shui instantly transformed. Dragon wings, a tail, and scales appeared, her aura skyrocketing while the surrounding air temperature dropped significantly. The spectators were shocked. Holy crap, she's a dragon girl. And those thighs in white stockings. I could admire this for 10 years. Why'd she sign a contract with someone from another school, though? Lan Yuqing drew his hands apart, condensing blue spirit power into a longbow with 6 energy arrows hovering around him. So he's a combat-type beast tamer? No wonder it's a 2-on-2. I thought, this is perfect to gauge my strength. Shuer, remember to hold back a bit. Before I finished, Kylie Wang yelled, start. Meng Shui launched forward, so fast she left only afterimages behind. Holy, so fast. Lan Yuqing hurriedly raised his bow to provide cover. But Meng Shui wasn't really going for Xiaoya Fong. It was a feint. Her dragon claws aimed for Xiaoya Fong's neck, forcing the latter to block with her daggers. At the last second, Meng Shui pulled back, sidestepped around her, and darted straight for Lan Yuqing. Damn it, girl, you fight dirty. Lan Yuqing cursed as Meng Shui closed in before he could even release his arrows. Thanks for the compliment. Meng Shui sweetly smiled before slapping him with her palm, sending him flying. Lan Yuqing crashed hard and blacked out instantly. Lan Ji, you guys are just unfair. Xiaoya Fong fumed. You're the ones planning 2-on-1. That's unfair. Now no one's interrupting. It's time for a 1-on-1. I blinked, slightly annoyed. Hey, I'm still a person, you know. I can fight too. Why are y'all acting like I'm invisible? The two girls clashed. Meng Shui's bloodline was superior, but Xiaoya Fong's higher level and experience kept them evenly matched after a few exchanges. Suddenly, Xiaoya Fong hopped back, her colorful daggers rippling with energy. A streak of light shot towards Meng Shui's abdomen at an incredible speed. The crowd gasped. If she couldn't dodge this, it was over. Yet Meng Shui didn't dodge. She charged forward head-on. Clang. Xiaoya Fong, along with her daggers, was sent flying, hitting the ground hard and staying down. Not even a scratch appeared on the dragon scales on Meng Shui's wrist. Duel over. Yi Chun and Meng Shui are the winners. Kylie Wang declared. Everyone stood there stunned. Xiaoya Fong, the undisputed single combat queen of Yicheng, was handily defeated by Meng Shui. Impressive little Shuer. Luo Shirin said with a smile. I thought you might. You have to get hurt in order to win, huh? Lin Mingxua pouted. I was just lucky, that's all. Everyone glanced at Lan Yuqing and Fong Xiaoya, who were foaming at the mouth. Yeah, sure, lucky. The usually frail Lin Mingxua, who even skips PE classes, was strangely brutal this time. Wang Kylie examined the injuries and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. One strike to defeat the enemy, and the injuries aren't too serious. Just need a night's rest to recover. You guys, carry them to the infirmary. Lin Mingshue's face turned red as she walked over to me. Brother Chinyi, how did I do? Not bad at all. The power I gave you didn't go to waste. Her face turned an even deeper shade of red. She mumbled in a softer voice. Then, can we work on our bond a little more tonight? The moment those words left her mouth, the surrounding guys stared daggers at me. If looks could kill, I'd be a pile of minced meat by now. I want to make a contract with a dragon girl too. Snap out of it, man. Dragon kind are all at S level and above. You're just a C level, and you want to form a contract with a dragon? Keep dreaming. Wang Kylie clapped her hands. All right, everyone disperse. Those who still want to fight, get back to it. If not, get back to bonding with your spirit beasts. Instead of being envious here, focus on getting stronger. When you're strong, you can have your pick of beauties. The crowd scattered. As for someone challenging me to a duel? Yeah, right. Even I Ching Academy's top dog got obliterated. Challenging me would just be throwing themselves at me like lambs to the slaughter. Though, getting beaten by Lin Mingxue, oddly enough, doesn't sound half bad. Ha, your daughter isn't capable, huh? Couldn't even beat my granddaughter's friend. Luo Qinghe laughed so hard, he almost fell over. Fang Zhengkai exhaled a smoke ring. She didn't lose to your granddaughter, though. Why are you laughing? Doesn't matter. Your daughter got completely wrecked by Mingxue. Got a problem with that. I don't care. My daughter didn't even go up against your granddaughter, so I don't acknowledge it. As if that matters. Everyone saw her get thoroughly hooped. Damn it. I had just returned to the dorm with the two girls. I'd gone out earlier to check out the duels, but found that they weren't as exciting as I'd expected. Honestly, spending the time strengthening our bond would have been more worthwhile. But first, I had to make sure Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin were well fed. Priorities. The system notified me that Lin Mingshue's affection level increased by 2 points, now at 87. Luo Shirin's affection increased by 5 points, reaching 75. The next morning, the assessment resumed, but my own wasn't over yet. Brother Chin-Yi, we've got so many points already. No need to rush out and hunt today. Yeah, I feel like I'm about to learn a new skill soon. I just need a little more effort. Listening to the two of them, I sighed. I regretted it, big time. Last night, after Lin Mingshue's affection level reached 30, the system prompted that a new skill could be learned. Out of curiosity, I selected it, and Lin Mingxue promptly learned Dragon's Breath. Her eyes lit up immediately. In their minds, this was the result of our bond deepening and triggering the acquisition of new skills. Normally, it takes beast tamers and their spirit beasts months to foster enough affinity for a new skill. Lin Mingxue, on the other hand, achieved it in just a week of being bonded with me. Both girls had recently advanced from F-level bloodlines and were eager to grow stronger. With the opportunity right in front of them, of course, they'd seize it. Do you guys know an old saying? I said helplessly. Only the ox gets exhausted, never the field. I was already pushing myself last night. 1 hour was my limit, okay? Shouldn't young guys like you have more vigor? Yeah, don't you want us to get stronger? You've been resting all night. In the end, I gave in and added another hour of training. Looks like I'll need to grind for more enhancement points to strengthen my constitution. At this rate, I'll burn out. I stared at the ceiling, lost in thought. After breakfast, I helped guide them both with channeling the spiritual energy from the monster cores we'd collected. By the time we finished, it was already past 1 p.m. Lin Mingxue didn't level up, but Luo Shirin and I both gained a rank. Looking at the stash of beast cores in my storage ring, I couldn't help but sigh. 100 second-tier cores and 50 first-tier cores. Those would normally be enough to raise an ordinary spirit beast several ranks higher. But for the two of them, barely any progress. The road to mastery sure is tough. Feeling utterly drained, I exited the room. In the lounge area, the other guys' eyes were bloodshot when they saw me. I glanced at the leaderboard. Lan Yuqing's points hadn't moved. After losing the 500 points from yesterday's bet and missing a morning of hunting, he dropped to 10th place. Lin Mo, who was originally in 3rd, moved up to 2nd with 3,000 points. Still far behind my overwhelming total. First place was firmly in my grip, but I couldn't rest easy just yet. Luo Shirin had mentioned that after the assessment, she could get some beast cores from her grandfather. Family connections, they're an advantage. But our case is different. Regular beast tamers use about 10 cores a day, maybe 20 if they're resource intensive. We, on the other hand, need at least 100 or 200 per day to make steady progress. Even Luo Shirin felt embarrassed to ask for that much. So, we had to rely on our own efforts for resources, no slacking allowed. The school banned us from luring multiple beasts into traps today, so we had to hunt them down one by one. Even so, we made good time. I was riding on Lin Mingshue's back, giving commands. Thanks to the system's tracking, no beast hiding in the bushes or underground could escape us. Luo Shirin dialed back her aggression today, focusing instead on collecting materials. Over the span of a few hours, we managed to slay 300 to 400 beasts. Soon after, we spotted a few other beast tamers and spirit beasts fleeing from the forest ahead. They seemed to be in trouble. Luo Shireen shifted into her human form and approached them to ask what happened. Hey guys, why do you look so shaken up? Wait, aren't you Chen Yi's bonded spirit beast? The super-legged goddess. Yes, that's me. Now, what's wrong? Thank God. We're saved. There's a third-tier ghost-faced spider in the forest ahead. It's probably the challenge boss. It's terrifying. Really? Luo Shireen's eyes lit up with excitement. We hadn't been able to find a challenge boss all day yesterday. Even by now, almost 7 p.m., we hadn't encountered one. Just as we were about to give up, it pops up. What luck! She immediately transformed back into her beast form and flew over to report to me. A challenge boss. Let's check it out. If it's a beast king, we'll hit the jackpot. Just as I finished speaking, the ghost-faced spider emerged from the forest, chasing after the fleeing group. The system identified it as a ghost-faced spider, difficulty rated 7 stars. A third-tier, 9th-rank beast with earth and poison attributes. Its skills included venom fangs and night stare. Direct eye contact could cause mental instability. That spider's body. Standing at a towering height of 3 meters, with a body length of 5 meters, its 8 giant legs were like pillars, each step causing the ground to tremble. Its size rivaled that of a truck. The head was densely packed with dozens of green, single eyes, and its sharp fangs could cut through trees with the ease of slicing paper. But something felt off. It moved fast, not like it was hunting prey, but more like it was running away, scared of something. Strange. Is there a magical beast, even stronger than it in the exam zone? Or is it being hunted by another beastmaster? I didn't think too much about it, and directly instructed my 2 teammates to target its eyes. Asterisk boom. 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 Asterisk. Our powerful attacks quickly brought the phantom spider down. A 3rd stage, 10th tier magical beast, taken down just like that? Is this the true power of Chen Yi's contracted beasts? Unbelievable. No wonder he holds the record for the fastest Beastmaster exam completion. Good thing it's taken care of. Otherwise, we'd have been caught sooner or later. I told you from the start we shouldn't have gone near that cave. If it weren't for Chen Yi, we'd all have to use our teleport crystals by now. I still feel like something's lurking in that cave. I didn't expect it to be this creature, though. Would you stop back talking? Do it again, and I won't take care of you tonight. I took Lin Mingxue and Luo Shireen to the scoring area, tossing in the score orbs and the magical beast core we had collected. As we approached, we overheard a group of students chatting. A cave? What are they talking about? Somewhere east, 3 or 4 kilometers away. By a willow tree, there's a hidden cave, the one with glasses explained. I thought it might be a treasure stash set up by the school, but when I went in, I ran straight into that phantom spider. It chased me for miles. I exchanged glances with Mingxue and Shireen, and we all chuckled. A treasure cave? That was something we definitely had to check out. But today didn't leave us enough time. We'd save it for tomorrow. Back at the rest area, our score skyrocketed. First place, Chen Yi, Lin Mingxue, Luo Shireen, 21,600 points. Second place, 6,100 points. It was a decisive lead. After helping the girls refine the magical core energy, it was already midnight. Suddenly, Luo Shireen sidled up to me. Chen Yi, teach me a new skill. Lin Mingxue, watching from the side, gave Shireen a playful smack on her behind. Chen Yi, isn't her voice just adorable? Hearing it a few more times before bed must be pure bliss, huh? I coughed awkwardly. Since when have you two been teaming up like this? Luo Shireen leaned in, whispering playfully near my ear. Doesn't brother Chen Yi like it? What's not to like? The next morning, for the first time, I got up early, 7:30 a.m., and had breakfast. Honestly, only having to entertain one last night was much easier. Just as I was preparing to set out for the cave, Luo Shireen tugged at my arm. Chen Yi, you said I could learn a new skill soon. Can we squeeze in some training before we go? I glanced at the system stats. Her affinity was sitting at 14 points. 15 points would allow her to unlock a new skill. All right, consider it a post-breakfast workout. Thank you, Chen Yi. 15 minutes later. Ding. Luo Shireen has learned a new skill, Sonic Blast. Shireen hugged me in excitement. Thank you. I never thought this day would come. I gently patted her head. Are you satisfied with just a small skill? I promise you'll stand at the top of the world someday. Really? Do I look like someone who lies to you? Chen Yi, you're my hero for life. She threw herself into my arms. Ding. Luo Shireen's affection level has reached 80 points. You have gained 15 reinforcement points. You have obtained the combat skill, Wine Blade Slash. You have acquired the item, Century-Old Divine Honey. Affinity reaching 80 already? Turns out it's not that women aren't proactive. It just depends on whether you're worth it. I decided to save the 15 reinforcement points for later. With my current physique at 50 points, I should be able to manage these two just fine. Lin Mingxue chimed in. Chen-Yi, what about me? I flashed her a confident smile and pulled Lin Mingxue into my arms. I'll make it up to you. Wait, no? Let's say instead, the three of us will surely stand on top of the world. Humph, now you're talking. With that settled, the three of us showered and changed into fresh clothes. By the time we stepped out, it was already 9:30 a.m., half an hour past the hunting start time. To our surprise, many students were still loitering around the rest area. Chen-Yi's finally up. You're looking fresh today, huh? Guess you didn't mess with Mingxue last night. If you can hold back, I respect you as a man. If it were me, as soon as the top spot was secured, I'd just stay in the room working on affinity every day. You think you have what it takes? Last night you'd barely last 3 minutes. Even if you had all day, it's still 3 minutes at most. Their chatter left me speechless. It was already 9:30, and instead of hunting, these folks were just hanging around gossiping like nosy neighbors. Then Lin Mo approached me. Chen-Yi, could I have a word? I glanced at his two contracted beasts. Their affection towards me was in the positives, so it shouldn't be a trap. But there was something strange about Fushuame. She already had a beastmaster, yet her affinity towards me had climbed to 50, a level comparable to that of a couple. Could it be that Lin Mo wanted me to contract with Fushuame? No way, my stamina wouldn't survive. All right, let's talk. Turns out, I'd overthought it. After hearing Lin Mo's explanation, I frowned. You're aiming for first place? Yes, but you can keep the winner's reward. I just want to collect score orbs along the way, and I'll give you all the magic cores. I glanced at the overhead drone cameras. What's the point? This whole thing's being live-streamed. Everyone can see that the magical beasts are being taken down by me. Even if you collect the orbs, no one will recognize you as first place. Fushuame sighed. This guy's about to break through to the 3rd level. He wants the title of first place to boost his chances of contracting stronger beasts. Honestly, that's how he roped me in back then. Lin Mo quickly retorted. How is that deception? Shueme, haven't I treated you well? She pouted. You have, but still. Let's not pretend that's not how it happened. I'm from the Linjiang region. If it weren't for that fake report card of yours. Listening to their exchange, I grasped the bigger picture. S-tier beastmasters are indeed exceptional, and the lineup of potential contract candidates for them could stretch a mile long. But in this world, while a beastmaster could contract multiple spirit beast companions, a spirit beast could only choose one beastmaster. This meant that if Lin Mo wanted to contract a spirit beast that outclassed his level, getting a contracted partner is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Female spirit beasts of S-rank are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn's horns, and they usually pair with SS-ranked beastmasters. For an S-ranked beastmaster to successfully contract with an S-ranked female spirit beast, they must prove themselves to be top tier among their fellow S-ranks. Otherwise, they'll have to settle for A-rank options. Securing first place in the year-end assessment of the 3 schools is undeniably a great opportunity to showcase their prowess, although this achievement only holds weight in other cities. All right, deal. I immediately agreed. But what do I get out of it? After all, the prizes for 1st and 2nd place are already mine, and if I can snag an additional reward on top of that, why not? Lin Mo let out a sigh of relief. Thank you, Brother Chen-Yi. What would you like? How about a crystal core from a beast king of the 2nd tier or higher that has an ice or wind attribute? I suggested. A beast king crystal core, huh? Lin Mo exchanged glances with Feng Xiaoya, and both of them looked uneasy. Their families did have such an item, but those were reserved for future spirit beast contracts and had come at a hefty price. After half a minute of hesitation, Lin Mo sighed. Fine. It's yours. Deal. Follow me. I've got somewhere I want to check out. Su Ting's Shadow War Panther. Her contracted spirit beast may be agile on the ground, but it couldn't keep up with Lin Mingxue or Luo Shirin in the forest. As for letting them ride on her panther, not a chance. Along the way, the panther was tasked with helping Su Ting hunt demonic beasts and collect score orbs. By the time we reached the cave those students had mentioned yesterday, it was nearly noon. In the observation hall, Luo Qinghe frowned deeply as the cave came into view. For some reason, just staring at it through the broadcast screen sent a shiver down his spine. Was this cave always part of the assessment zone? He asked. The headmaster explained. Yes, it was left behind during a mining expedition. It's nothing special. Luo Qinghe nodded, but his unease wasn't entirely resolved. Or is it just my imagination? Feng Zhengkai sneered. Oh, come on, old man. Isn't your granddaughter and Lin Mingxue supposed to be super strong? They can take down a tier 3 9-star boss in one hit. Why do you look so scared? Ignoring him, Luo Qinghe stood up and walked to the adjacent office. Once inside, he snapped his fingers, creating a barrier to seal off the room. His shadow wavered violently until the image of a middle-aged woman emerged from it. Honey, what's wrong? She asked. Little Lin, do you remember the Abyssal Cult? Luo Qinghe asked, his tone icy. Of course I do. What? His face turned grave. I need you to summon Qinglian, Fenghua, and Ziyuan immediately. Go through the backgrounds of all the students participating in this assessment, compile their recent activities, and scrutinize their social ties. Move fast. I suspect someone here might be connected to the abyssal cult. The woman nodded and disappeared back into the shadow. Luo Qinghe stared out the window, muttering softly. Let's hope this is just traces of someone randomly possessing black energy. On the broadcast screen, faint black energy patterns could be seen emanating from the cave, patterns distinctively tied to the abyssal cult. Though weak, they undeniably existed. This could mean two things. Either someone from the abyssal cult had been here, or a related item was buried nearby. Either way, it strongly indicated a link to the insane, beast-worshipping organization known as the abyssal cult. On the way, I asked the system about the uses for the 100-year Divine Bee Nectar. Essentially, it's a food item brimming with spiritual energy. Consuming the entire container would give you the spiritual energy equivalent of 300 4th-tier demonic beast crystal cores. But if I used enhancement points to activate its properties, it could have other unique effects depending on how much energy it contained and its attribute. The 100-year Divine Bee Nectar is a low-tier wood attribute treasure. Activating it with 5 enhancement points would create a shield capable of blocking attacks below the 6th tier. However, this whole container would only last for 2 uses. Wait, so, system, does that mean if I activate it, no 6th tier spirit beast, demonic beast, or beastmaster could hurt me? I asked. Not exactly. If a 5th tier beast unleashed an attack with 6th tier power or above, the shield would still fail. Alright, got it. It all clicked for me. Basically, it can withstand 2 6th tier attacks. That's it. But honestly, Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin probably won't need it. I'll just let them use it as a snack later. They've been eating nothing but demonic beast crystal cores for training. It must suck not having anything delicious to eat. Standing before the pitch-dark cave, Lin Mo hesitated. Think there are demonic beasts inside? No idea. Let's check it out. It won't take long, I shrugged. But we've only got 11,000 points, and there are just 7 hours left. Can we even catch up to your score? Relax, we'll make it. I reassured him. 10 minutes later, we reached the depths of the cave. See? I told you there's nothing in here. Lin Mo sighed. Yesterday's boss must have wandered in here by mistake. Ah. Su Ting suddenly let out a sharp scream as she pointed at the bloodstains on the walls and ground, trembling. This is human blood, and it's fresh. As an A-rank Shadow War Panther, her beast's bloodline enabled her to distinguish blood by scent. She was used to the smell of demonic beast blood, but this was an entirely different level. Human blood, splattered this much, was unheard of. In a corner, Lin Mingxue spotted a blood-stained white bracelet. Wait, isn't that the gift Qin Shouxing gave me? I returned it to him. How is it here? Qin Shouxing's? Wait a second. I suddenly realized something. We hadn't seen either Qin Shouxing or Lu Ruyan these past 2 days. Knowing Lu Ruyan's boastful personality, she definitely would have been flaunting her new spirit beast contract by now. But their silence was eerily unusual. And now, this blood-stained bracelet. Could something have happened to them? Rumble. The ground began to quake violently, just like an earthquake. Run. We'll be buried alive if we stay here. Everyone dashed madly towards the cave entrance. Just as we exited, we were greeted by a horrifying sight. A colossal insect-like demonic beast was leading a horde of beasts as it hunted down students. The trees stood no chance, toppled like blades of grass in its wake. Somebody help me. Honey, help me. A 2-star, 4th-stage beastmaster shouted in desperation, but was ripped in half by the black insect. His remains collapsed in a growing pool of blood. No, my love. His contracted spirit beast tried to save him, but was swallowed whole instead. Run for your lives. What's happening? Where's the drone surveillance? Where's the drone? Why hasn't the school sent reinforcements yet? The students screamed with desperation. I could see Lan Yucheng, Fang Xiaoye, and Wang Yingying in the chaos. But what really left me stunned was the system interface of this dark insect. Name, Lu Ruyan demonized. Level, Tier 5, Rank 5. Evaluation, mutated after being injected with the spinal liquid of a 7-star demon beast parasitic worm. Gains power quickly through devouring both humans and beasts. What the hell? This thing is Lu Ruyan? The contractor field says none. Did she eat Qin Shouxing? What's even stranger is that, despite her current state, her favorability towards me has turned positive, plus 40 points. Although I was long over Lu Ruyan, seeing her like this still made me feel a twinge of pity. Demonization of spirit beasts involves extreme suffering, which is why most countries offer euthanasia as an option for spirit beast women about to undergo the process. But something this rare, something I've only seen on obscure TV reports. Why is it happening here? From the evaluation, it looks like she was forced into demonization. What kind of entity could compel spirit beasts to transform this way? And furthermore, her dark spatial abilities not only disrupted drone communications, but could even block spatial skills, making teleportation crystals completely useless. Coincidence? Or was this all premeditated? Luo Shireen asked worriedly. Chen-Yi, little brother, what do we do? This bug's tier 5, we don't stand a chance. I made a split-second decision. This monster's too strong. Shireen, you fly back immediately and get Wang Kaili. This thing can't perform ranged attacks. Lin Mingxue, and I will hold it off in the meantime. Understood. Without another word, Luo Shireen spread her wings and flew off. I pulled out a strength enhancement card and buffed Lin Mingxue. The rest area is over 30 kilometers away. At full speed, it'll take Luo Shireen about 20 minutes for a round trip. Lin Mo, start running. If your teleportation crystal works, just go. Let the outside know what's happening here. No need to tell me. Lin Mo had been eager for the top prize before, but right now, survival was the only thing that mattered. Mingxue, let's go? Save whoever we can first. Lin Mingxue launched an ice breath attack that struck Lu Ruiyan's back. It didn't cause much damage, but it bought the two students ahead enough time to escape. Lu Ruiyan turned her head abruptly, spotting me. She paused, confused. Lin Mingxue took the opportunity to unleash another dragon breath, leveling the trees around Lu Ruiyan within a radius of dozens of meters. Even so, even with the enhancement card, Lin Mingxue couldn't actually harm her. The gap in tiers was simply too wide. Lu Ruiyan roared furiously. Her body twisted like a massive serpent before suddenly leaping several tens of meters into the air. Lin Mingxue's reactions were sharp. She flapped her dragon wings and managed to ascend another 10 meters, narrowly avoiding the strike. Holy crap, this bug can jump that high? Mingxue, stay alert. By now, the students had noticed I was there. Just as they felt a sliver of relief, a monster wave came bearing down. The defense line broke instantly. Several students were torn apart on the spot, blood, organs, and flesh scattering everywhere. The remaining students were paralyzed with fear, some even wetting themselves. Look, a gorge to your left. I shouted from above. Run there and fortify. We can hold out until reinforcements arrive. The gorge's rocky walls and fallen trees at the back would create a natural defense wall. Other than flying beasts, the rest would have to go through a choke point to attack. All 30-some students crammed into the gorge and began taking shifts to hold back the monster wave. Fang Xiaoya moved quickly, darting out to pick off monsters with precision, while Lan Yucheng provided cover fire from the back with arrows, each shot finding its target. No wonder he's the Academy's ace. Damn, I thought these two were weak after seeing Mingxue wipe them out earlier. Turns out they're beasts themselves. That's just because Mingxue is OP. Getting one shot by her doesn't make you weak. Less talk, more fighting. Get over here already. Meanwhile, Lin Mingxue was still locked in combat with Lu Ruiyan. I couldn't shake the feeling that Lu Ruiyan retained some reasoning. Her attack patterns were more akin to a human's than a beast's. Brother Chen-Yi, what is this thing? The way it fights feels so human. I opted to keep the truth from her for now. No idea, but be extra careful. It holds strong hostility toward you. Hold on just a few more minutes. Reinforcements are almost here. In the spectators' lounge, parents and teachers stared at the drone's blacked-out footage with concern. It had already been over 10 minutes since signals were lost in zones A13 and A14. Suddenly, news came in from the medical bay. Someone had teleported out. Everyone rushed over to find Lin Mo and two others there, panting and covered in dirt. Moa. Lin Yang pushed through the crowd, panicked. What happened? Why are you out early? There's a tier 5 beast in the assessment area. Lin Mo barely managed to catch her breath. It's already killed people. That thing disables spatial teleportation. Teleportation crystals don't work within several kilometers. I only managed to escape because Chun-Yi covered for me. Hurry, or he won't last. Gasps of disbelief rippled through the crowd. A tier 5 beast? How could that even be possible? Everyone instinctively turned to glare at the leadership of Jiangxing Academy. Asterisk, what kind of assessment are you people running? Asterisk. Principal Yang Yuanxing immediately took out a map. Where exactly is this tier 5 beast? When Lin Mo pointed out its location, right by zones A13 and A14, panic spread through the group. I knew something was wrong. Less talking, more action, send in reinforcements. Medical team, be prepared to handle the worst-case scenario. The principal's contract beast opened a teleportation portal, ushering everyone into the assessment area's safe zone. Luo Qinghe, however, stayed behind. Moments earlier, Wang Kaili had used a specialized communication device to report that she was already en route to provide aid. As a beastmaster, there wasn't much more Qinghe could do personally besides pray for Mai and Lin Mingxue's safety, and deal with whoever might have been behind this mess. Lu Ruiyan let out an ear-splitting roar. Her tail struck the ground with immense force, sending a cloud of dust skyward. Using the cover, she maneuvered to Lin Mingshua's blind spot, preparing an ambush. This time, her attack carried an intensity even fiercer than before. She was desperate to eliminate Lin Mingxue. But to me, her movements were as if in slow motion. Mengxue, to your left. On it. Trusting me completely, Lin Mingxue dodged the ambush and seized the moment while Lu Ruyan was briefly airborne. A breath of dragon fire blasted directly at her head. Of course, such a blow did little to actually harm her due to the tier disparity. Sigh. Lu Ruyan could only watch as her attack was effortlessly dodged. Her compound eyes widened in shock, her face filled with disbelief. She knew her fate was sealed. Even if the school's people didn't intervene, there was no escape for her. At least now, she finally understood. Only I truly loved her, yet she trampled all over my feelings. We used to fight, sure, but every time, we managed to reconcile. Even though her contract with Qin Shouxing was terribly out of line, if she had just explained herself, made an effort, and agreed to be bound to me again, everything could have gone back to normal. But things changed when Lin Mingxue appeared. Because of Lin Mingshue's seduction, I left her. It was meant to be her transforming into a dragon, not Lin Mingxue. It should have been her and I wreaking havoc together, not Lin Mingxue. She should be the one in this twisted, ugly form. Asterisk, not Lin Mingxue star. Lin Mingxue was just a thief who stole everything that should have belonged to her. Now, Lu Ruyan was beyond recognition in her current grotesque state. But maybe that wasn't such a bad thing. When she disappeared, I'd assumed she'd been killed tragically. At the very least, she could die as the pitted victim, without enduring the world's curses and blame. She was now consumed by a single, burning goal: kill Lin Mingxue. Roar. Dark energy erupted violently from Lu Ruyan. This dark force didn't just limit spatial abilities. When unleashed at full power, it also locked down the surrounding space, sealing her opponent's movements. She was aware that Wang Kairi was quickly closing the distance to intervene. This was her final shot. Lin Mingxue died. Her mind screamed as a deafening roar exploded from her throat. Lin Mingxue was instantly ensnared by the pitch-black aura, bound tightly. No matter how frantically her dragon wings beat, there was no breaking free. Chen-Yi, this black energy is strange. I can't move at all. God damn it. She's really pulling out all the stops. I cursed internally. Looks like there's no avoiding it. I'll have to cheat my way through this. Reaching into my inventory, I pulled out a jar resembling a honey pot and spilled about half of it into the air. System, activate the defensive effect of the Centennial Divine Bee Nectar. Ding. 5 enhancement points consumed. Activation successful. The honey instantly solidified mid-air, forming a massive, semi-transparent barrier that gleamed with a golden hue and gave off a sweet fragrance. Lu Ruyan, having powered up her attack to its peak, lunged forward ferociously. The ring-shaped sharp teeth in her maw glinted with sinister dark light as they warped outward, elongating to 3 times their original size. But as her attack struck the barrier, it was as though she'd slammed into thick syrup. The force behind her attack was gradually absorbed, leaving her thrashing helplessly in place. Her pupils shrank in shock. She hadn't expected me to have such an ace up my sleeve. Chen-Yi, thank you. Lin Mingxue called out. Less talk, more action. Break free already. Got it. While Lu Ruyan remained trapped, Lin Mingxue channeled half of her spiritual energy to unleash her dragon breath, dispelling part of the dark aura. Though their power levels differed significantly, she managed to gain a split-second's window to escape. In that moment, I suddenly called out, Ruyan, I'll bring you your favorite mousse cake. With that said, both Lin Mingxue and I broke out of the blackened space, putting substantial distance between us and Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan stared blankly in our direction as we escaped. He recognized me, even after I've turned into this. Her mind shattered. Qin Shouxing had been drawn to her appearance, forming a contract with her only to ultimately push her into despair. And yet here I was, still recognizing her even after she had become unrecognizable. Memories of the past surged in her mind. If only she could go back to that day, to hold on and never let me go, no matter how weak I might have been back then. But alas, time could not be rewound. Chen-Yi, I'm sorry, she murmured faintly. But of course, by then, I could no longer hear her. Meanwhile, Wang Kairi, having taken on the form of a blazing scarlet tiger, was charging toward us at full speed, leaving streaks of fiery red afterimages in her wake. Suddenly, the overwhelming presence of a powerful aura made her heart race. This is 6th tier power. Someone else got here first? Or is there someone besides the beasts involved? Damn it. Chen-Yi, Lin Mingxue, please stay safe. Wang Kairi silently blamed herself. Such a catastrophic incident was unfolding, and she had been lounging around, basking in the sun? What a disgrace. Farther back, Luo Shirin watched Wang Kairi as she vanished from view. feelings of both awe and frustration surging within her. She was a flying spirit beast, yet she couldn't even keep up with the shadow of Wang Kairi. It was absurd. Wait, that's Chun Yi and Mingxue up ahead. Phew, they look unharmed. Wait a second, this aura, 4th tier? How's a 2nd tier bursting out with 4th tier power? Wang Kairi exhaled in relief, her eyes quickly targeting Lu Ruyan, who remained stuck to the honey-like shield. That thing, huh? Definitely a 5th tier beast. Such intense bloodlust. She must have killed a lot of people. God, I really failed big time here. With a mixture of guilt and determination, Wang Kairi hurled herself forward like an arrow loosed from a bow. This time, she didn't bother using any flashy techniques. She struck with a plain, unremarkable swipe of her claw. But it was enough. Her flaming claw tore through Lu Ruyan's body as though she were paper. Her form was effortlessly split in two, and those horrifying flames consumed her almost instantly, leaving no trace behind, not even ash. Whoa, 13th tier spirit beasts are on another level. Shut up. What about the other beasts? Should we deal with them too? Obviously, hundreds of beast cores ripe for the taking. It's just one dragon breath away. Lin Mingxue dove toward the remaining monsters without hesitation, opening her mouth to release a radiant white blast. Boom. Hundreds of monsters were instantly annihilated, leaving only scorched earth in their wake. The students hiding in the ravines below were utterly dumbfounded. Holy crap, Mingxue is that strong. Not even 4th tier beasts can handle that, right? Did we just survive this? Fang Xiaoya and Lan Yuqing's mouths twitched. Just 2 days ago, when they fought her, Lin Mingxue hadn't even used a tenth of this strength. The fact that they had walked away alive was nothing short of miraculous. Hey look, the Academy's teachers are here. Thank God, I was about to lose my mind. But doesn't it seem like it's already over? Oh, the teleport crystal is working again. Babe, I am so done with this cursed place. I'm out. High atop the mountain, a woman lowered her binoculars. Impressive results. Started as a stage 3 level 10, but after devouring 2 stage 3 level 10 beasts, over 50 stage 2 beasts, and a dozen stage 2 spirit beasts, she's broken through to stage 5. Looks like she inherited the inherent traits of the original beasts perfectly. Beside her, a man puffed on a cigar, exhaling a plume of smoke leisurely. If Qin Shouxing were still alive. 然有，洛清河笑呵呵地摸了摸洛诗莹的脑袋，从怀里掏出一小盒东西递给她，这是我特别准备的礼物。你看看喜不喜欢？洛诗莹打开盒子，里头是一枚晶莹剔透的戒指，散发着微光，似乎蕴含着某种神秘力量。哇，好漂亮！谢谢爷爷。洛诗莹开心地笑，成了一朵花，把戒指戴在手上。不光好看，这枚戒指还能增幅灵力，护住你的心脉，遇到危险时能帮你多撑一段时间。洛清河解释道。我瞥了一眼，感到佩服。普通的物品可没办法达到这种效果。这东西显然是洛爷爷的心血之作。王凯丽微笑着对我说：“小子，既然你说要带诗吟和梦雪到世界之巅，那可别让他们受委屈，要记住你的责任。”是的，我会尽全力保护他们的，绝不会让任何人伤害他们。我坚定地回答。好，这话我听得直。洛清河放下筷子，脸上带着几分欣慰。行了，都动筷子吧，别让火锅凉了。大家这才开动，气氛变得轻松许多。我一边吃着热气腾腾的火锅，一边在心里默默给自己打气。通往巅峰的路注定充满挑战，但我会一步步走下去，无论前方等待着什么。一顿饭吃得其乐融融，窗外的夜景更显得繁华璀璨。江城的夜如同一卷未尽的画卷，让人心生向往。Really? You're already this big and still need me to serve you food? Playing favorites. After dinner, both Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin were drunk, their faces flushed red. Luo Qinghe asked Wang Kaili to take care of them and called me out to the balcony. Chenyi, I won't pry into your secrets. I just have one question. Did you notice anything unusual in the exam area's cave? Seeing his serious expression, I decided to tell the truth. The cave wasn't unusual, but that 5th-tier magical beast. It might be my ex-girlfriend, Lu Ruyan. Your ex-girlfriend? Seriously? I'm about 80% sure. I nodded. Luo Qinghe fell silent in thought. Just then, the door to the neighboring private room opened. Out walked a petite girl, around 4 feet 11 inches tall, with twin ponytails and dressed in full Lolita fashion. Wearing such thick clothing in the middle of summer, wasn't she hot? She was dragging a large suitcase with a camera attached to it, likely a content creator. But that wasn't the point. The real kicker? She had an SSS-grade hidden bloodline. Name, Su Tao Tao. Hidden bloodline. SSS-grade glutton. Level, 1st tier, 2nd stage. Favorability, plus 15 points. The system immediately popped up with a task. form a contract with her, increase her favorability to 80 points, and earn 25 enhancement points, appraisal skill, and a spirit beast celestial fruit. I was stunned. An SSS-grade bloodline after not even half a day, and all I did was grab a meal. I had to get this done, but something felt odd. Why did she already have some favorability with me? Had she watched my stream? No way. A girl this cute would be idolized by the Monster Taming Academy fanboys. She couldn't be unnoticed on campus. I shook my head, pushing away those thoughts. The system task was now active, plus a spirit beast girl. How could I let this go? But with Luo Qinghe standing right next to me, I felt stuck. How could I hit on someone else in his presence? 4 days ago, I had just formed a contract with his granddaughter Luo Shireen, and now, openly flirting in front of her grandfather? That'd be way out of line. While I was still debating, Su Taodao suddenly turned to take pictures. Our eyes met. With just 15 favorability points, it's the kind of level where you'd think, oh, they seem alright. We could chat. She gasped and covered her mouth. It's you. Chen Yi from Jiangxing Beast Taming Academy. I was secretly pleased. She made the first move. This wasn't on me, right? Feigning ignorance, I asked, me? Is something wrong? Her face turned red. Seeing a famous figure has me all worked up. I'm your fan. Can I get an autograph? Luo Qinghe patted my shoulder. Look at you getting fans now. I won't disturb you. Just keep things proper, he said before heading back into the private room. Nice assist. I thought, an SSS-grade hidden bloodline and a fan. With my infinite contract system, even at second tier, I could manage a third spirit beast contract. But I had to play this carefully. With Lin Mingxue, I took the lead because I knew her well enough. I only dared strong-arm her with the F-grade bloodline card. Luo Shireen came to me on her own, already understanding my abilities. But with Su Taodao, I had never seen her before tonight. Straight up saying, do you want power? Let's contract, would definitely come off as creepy. Sure, when I have time. Thank you. She rummaged through her suitcase for an autograph board. Leaning casually against the wall, I asked, how do you know me? I'm a food vlogger on Douyin. 3 days ago, I was covering your school's end-of-term assessments live, and I spotted you during the stream. You were amazing. I instantly became a fan of you and your contracted spirit beasts. Just this afternoon, I was talking about you on my live stream, and now we meet. It's gotta be fate. She bounced over and handed me the autograph board. I scrawled an absolutely horrendous signature. Fate indeed. I didn't expect to have fans. Where are your 2 contracted spirit beast sisters? I'd love to get their autographs too. I pointed toward the private room. One's passed out on the couch, and the other picked the floor as her battleground. I'll have to go clean up after dinner. Huh. Tough job. Before she could finish her sentence, her complexion paled abruptly. She doubled over, clutching her chest and gasping sharply, her expression twisting in pain. The spiritual energy in the surrounding air began fluctuating. I immediately grabbed her arm to stabilize her. What's wrong? Don't even think about framing me. I'm broke. She didn't respond, staring fixedly at the floor, her body trembling. How is this possible? Only 3 years in. Why is it starting now? Her information panel flashed before me. Demonization countdown, 360 hours, 44 minutes, 37 seconds. The numbers kept ticking down. Demonization. Why was it happening so fast for this girl? She looked about 14 or 15, but who knew she'd awakened her powers nearly 4 years ago and was now on the brink of being consumed. Taking deep breaths, her face slightly recovered. Sorry, low blood sugar. Thanks for catching me. Her voice trembled, and her eyes brimmed with tears. Even without the system, it was clear she was hiding something. When a spirit beast girl starts undergoing demonization, her body succumbs to irreversible corruption. Contracting with her now might delay it, but it wouldn't stop it, like trying to reattach an arm after it's been grilled. It's impossible. There were solutions. Sedatives. One shot cost 500,000 yuan and stopped the demonization process for 3 months. But the side effects were severe: hair loss, weakness, mobility issues, and skin ulceration, practically chemotherapy. Then there were rare celestial spirit treasures that could reverse demonization, but those were nearly unattainable. So once demonization begins, it's basically a death sentence. Su Taodao couldn't understand. Most people don't start awakening until 18 and can stave off demonization until 35. She wasn't even 22 yet. Why now? Her plan had been to get famous and catch the eye of some rich guy who'd keep her fed every day. But her end had arrived too soon. Fighting back tears, she bowed deeply. Thank you for the autograph. I've got something urgent, so I'll be leaving now. She grabbed her suitcase and ran toward the elevator. As the doors closed, I saw tears streaming down her face. I stood quietly, watching her retreating figure. I couldn't help shaking my head. I knew the rules of this world. Once a spirit beast starts to demonize, the best outcome they can hope for is euthanasia. There's no saving them. Sigh, is my luck good or bad? I finally run into an SSS-grade bloodline, and it slips right through my hands. If only I'd met her a day earlier. Contracting her before the demonization started might have saved her. But, what a pity. Back in the private suite, Luo Qinghe had already left. All that remained was Wang Kaili taking care of the two drunk spirit beast girls. Seeing my troubled expression, Wang Kaili asked, "What's wrong? Did you run into a hater?" I shook my head. "No, it's just, I think that girl's situation is so unfortunate." She hoisted the passed-out Luo Shirin and Lin Mingxue over her shoulders and said, "There are plenty of unfortunate people in the world. You need to work on becoming stronger, strong enough to change the world. Right now, you're not in a position to pity others." I nodded grimly. Got it. The Luo family truly had a flair for extravagance. Even though Lin Mingxue's house was just 3 kilometers away, they still sent a luxury car for her. After getting the two of them home and putting them to bed, I sat down on the couch and searched for Su Taodao's information. I found her Douyin livestream account, where just 5 minutes ago, she announced that she would be taking a break. The post already had tens of thousands of comments. Looks like she's aware of what's going on with her. Oh well, at least I get to sleep early tonight and rest properly. I got up to shower, but then I noticed a plain white envelope sticking out of the mail slot on my door. A letter? When did that get there? It was an invitation to a black market auction, specifically for high bloodline spirit beasts. I frowned. Trafficking spirit beasts is a serious crime. How could such an invitation so openly find its way to my home? And the event was in Hanqing. What was it doing being sent to Jiangqing? It had nothing to do with me and wasn't something I could handle anyway, but after some thought, I sent a message to Luo Qinghe about it, just in case. After my shower, I went to bed. It felt oddly quiet without those two girls hanging around. Meanwhile, in the presidential suite of the Century Hotel, Luo Qinghe was addressing 3 middle-aged women. Any leads on the Demon Abyss cult? Qin Shoxing has been in contact with suspicious individuals. 4 days ago, he met with guard Captain Wang Yu at a hotel in Jiangqing. Wang Yu left Jiangqing 2 days ago, and his whereabouts are now unknown. Suspicious deposits have been made to his account, which also ties him to Hanqing's underground black market. Luo Qinghe frowned. Qin Shoxing was already suspect, but now Wang Yu seemed entangled in it as well. 2 days ago, the first day of the assessment trials, did they flee after discovering I was in Jiangqing, or was there another development? His thoughts grew more and more tangled. Such clumsy tactics didn't seem characteristic of the Demon Abyss cult, but the black energy he scouted in the cave earlier that day had undeniably originated from them. What about the Qin group? Are they involved? They're clean. Their finances are normal, and there are no issues with their operations. Strange. Just then, his phone buzzed. It was my message. Is the black market Wang Yu's connected to the black ghost market? Correct. It's notorious in Hanqing for trafficking spirit beasts and running underground arenas. Luo Qinghe fell into deep thought. The timing of the flyers showing up at my place seemed fishy. You all can head back for now. Have the investigation team keep looking into it. You're not returning to the main house, sir? Not yet. If I do go back, I'll take Shirin with me. After the 3 left, Luo Qinghe stared at the photo and made his decision. If there are no other leads, I'll start with this. The next morning, I woke up with a sensation of numbness in both arms. I tried to move, only to find them pinned down. Opening my eyes, I saw Luo Shirin and Lin Mingxue using my arms as pillows, puffing their cheeks as they glared at me. Brother Chen E, you actually slept alone last night. Brother Chen, wasting an entire night like that. What do you have to say for yourself? I tried to explain. You two were drunk. How is this my fault? What kind of man are you? Exactly. We were drunk. You didn't even take advantage. I rolled my eyes so hard I thought they might fall out of my head. These girls were too much. Did they want to boost affection points, or were they just messing with me for fun? Fine, fine. I'll work overtime tonight, happy. No. Make up for it now, for the time we missed. Yes. Think of it as morning exercise. What kind of morning exercise even is that? 2 hours later, I finally managed to sit down for breakfast. After helping them channel the energy from the monster cores they'd consumed, it was already 3 p.m. Being a beast master really makes the day fly by. I felt like I hadn't done anything, and suddenly, most of the day was gone. No wonder high-level beast masters are almost impossible to find. They probably spend 20 hours a day tending to their contracted spirit beast girls. Who has time for anything else? For me, it felt even more exhausting because these 2 girls consumed monster cores by the handful. Most beast masters would grind the cores into powder and take just 30 minutes to guide the energy. I let them swallow the cores whole so as not to waste even a single drop of spiritual energy. But because they ate so many, their accumulated raw power was dozens of times greater than other Beastmasters' spirit beasts. Even with my SSS tier talent, it took me 10 times as long to process everything. That being said, Their growth was also 10 times more rapid than others, making it all worthwhile. After we finished showering, Luo Qinghe was already lounging on the sofa. You young folks should practice some self-control. Building rapport doesn't need to involve shenanigans even during bath time, does it? Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin's cheeks turned beet red. They quickly released their grip on me. Lin Mingxue scurried off to make tea, while Luo Shirin sulked in the corner, pretending to count the feathers in her hand. I sat down next to Luo Qinghe casually. Afternoon, Mr. Luo. Don't call me that. You know what, whatever. I came to ask if you three are free next week. I reflexively pulled out my phone to check my calendar, only to realize I didn't have to clock in at the mall anymore. Yeah, I think we're free. Luo Qinghe pointed to an invitation on the coffee table. Then get ready to attend this Black Ghost Market banquet in Hanqing. Us. Last night's investigation revealed that Wang Yu has ties to the black market, Luo Qinghe said directly. Lin Mingxue seemed stunned. So, Wang Yu took care of me for 3 years just so he could sell me once my high bloodline awakened? More likely, his plan was to forge a contract with you, but when he realized your bloodline was rated F level, he gave up, Luo Qinghe replied. A cold sweat broke out on Lin Mingxue's forehead as she grew more and more horrified. Thank goodness her true bloodline had been concealed. Luo Shirin, always calm, asked, Grandfather, this means you suspect the Black Ghost Market is tied to the Demon Abyss cult? And you want us to investigate? Luo Qinghe pulled out 3 white crystal stones. Exactly. It might be a trap, but we can't afford to miss any leads. We must eradicate the Demon Abyss cult. If we don't, the tragedy from 20 years ago could repeat itself. These are communication crystals. If there's danger, channel your spiritual energy into one of them, and I'll arrive immediately. So what do you say? Are you up for the gamble? The 3 of us looked at each other. A single glance was all it took for everyone to understand. This opportunity for growth couldn't be missed, and since the other side had taken the trouble to deliver the letter directly to our house, it was clear they had already investigated us. We had to address this potential threat right away. Luo Shirin said, Grandpa, this is a black market deal. Aren't you going to pitch in? Luo Qinghe chuckled and pulled out a bank card. 1 million. It's my private stash. Use it as the funds. Buy whatever you need. Luo Shirin accepted the card, but then saw Luo Qinghe place more than a dozen Beast King crystal cores on the table. 2 second-tier ice attribute ones are from Lin Mo and Fang Xiao's father. They wanted to thank you for saving their son. The 2 third-tier wind attribute ones were the Academy's reward. The rest I managed to get from our clan. Now that Yuqing has taken over, getting resources is a hassle. At the mention of Yuqing, Luo Shirin's gaze briefly showed anger, but it quickly disappeared. Although she came from the main family line, she had awakened only an F-grade bloodline and had long since been abandoned by the family. With the branch family in power now, getting resources for the main line had become even harder. This is enough. It'll do. Good. Spend this week training. I'll arrange transportation in a week. Lin Mingxue and I were left in shock after hearing what Luo Qinghe just said. What a privilege to be part of a big family. Even under heavy suppression, they could casually pull out a dozen Beast King crystal cores. And then that 1 million on the card. He made it sound as if it were just $100. Ridiculous. After Luo Qinghe left, the 3 of us stared at the Beast King crystal cores on the table, unable to suppress the smiles creeping to our faces. A whole week? That's plenty. Brother Chen-Yi, have you guided the energy from Beast King crystal cores before? Lin Mingxue asked me. Nope. But don't worry, I surely won't mess up. Kidding me? I've got an SSS rank energy guiding talent. Lin Mingxue glanced at Luo Shirin, and the 2 nodded. We believe you. Then let's get started right away. Let's light it up. Just eat it straight. Without hesitation, Lin Mingxue grabbed a second-tier ice attribute Beast King crystal core and popped it into her mouth. I quickly activated energy guidance, and the system notification sounded. Detected. The host is assisting Lin Mingxue in refining a second-tier ice element Beast King crystal core. Contains skill. Ice arrow. Learning probability. 2.8%. Consume 5 enhancement points to guarantee learning. Proceed. Holy crap. This system really can do it all. Wait, system, can enhancement points be used to reverse the demonic transformation of a spirit beast? Yes. Consume 25 enhancement points to trigger a holy light elemental treasure capable of dispelling all abnormalities. However, future demonic transformations are not guaranteed to be prevented. I rolled my eyes. Of course it works. There's no way I'm letting a cute SSS-ranked bloodline spirit beast like Su Taotao slip away. But for now, I had to focus on helping Lin Mingxue refine the crystal core. Ice Arrow was far too basic, especially since she already possessed Breath of Frost. There was no point wasting enhancement points. Don't consume. The crystal core instantly melted like ice cream sliding down Lin Mingxue's throat. A surge of frigid energy erupted, and the entire living room's temperature plummeted. A faint blue rune took shape on her forehead. She refined it this fast? Luo Shireen exclaimed. Coming from a prominent family, she knew the spiritual energy in Beast King crystal cores was 100 times denser than ordinary ones. Refining them should be incredibly difficult. Affection from Luo Shireen +2. Current total, 82 points. It's not finished yet. She's only absorbed the spiritual energy so far. Next comes the energy guidance. I explained. Shireen, I need your help. Just say the word. Help me locate someone, Su Tao Tao, a Douyin live streamer. Her mental state might not be great. Keep a close watch on her. Su Tao Tao? The mukbang girl? Got it. Luo Shireen didn't hesitate and immediately took action. She didn't question me further since she grew up under the influence of her family's beast taming ideology. To her, the more spirit beast companions the beast tamer had, the better. It was a symbol of the tamer's strength. Rather than getting jealous, she genuinely believed that having more spirit beast contracts was the only way I could reach the pinnacle of my potential. Soon, the Luo family's intelligence network came through. Miss, she's currently at Century Hotel, room 2025. Her condition looks unstable, and we detected signs of demonic transformation. Demonic transformation? Doesn't that make her a lost cause? Luo Shireen froze. But she trusted I had my reasons. Keep her safe. Even if she's fully transformed, don't let her hurt herself. Understood. A detailed report on Su Tao Tao arrived. Her father was an S-tier beast tamer, and her mother was an S-tier spirit beast. How could a family of such high standing abandon a child? Another case of an F-tier bloodline. Probably similar to Meng Xue and me, her bloodline is hidden. Chun Yi seems to have this uncanny ability to instantly discern hidden bloodlines. Just what kind of talent does he have? 6 hours later. Boom. A blast of ice elemental energy surged as Lin Mingxue successfully broke through to the 7th stage of the 2nd tier. This feels amazing. She stretched lazily. Her hair had turned to shimmering silver white, with matching dragon horns faintly glowing. The tip of her snow-white tail swayed playfully, and paired with her sweat-drenched white stockings and breathtaking looks, she was absolutely stunning. Beauty that could topple kingdoms. Did I just fully manifest my powers? She threw herself into my arms. Thank you, Brother Chen-Yi. A light floral fragrance wafted over. The cool touch of her skin soaked through my clothes, but instead of chilly, it felt soothing, like a refreshing summer breeze. I wrapped an arm around her waist. Congrats, my little dragon lady. Lin Mingxue's cheeks flushed pink. Hee hee, tonight you'll get to experience the full dragon lady treatment. Really? Yep, you can even touch my dragon horns all you want. Ahem. A sudden cough broke the moment. Luo Shireen stood at the doorway, arms crossed and pouting. Did you guys forget about me? I reached out and pulled her into my arms as well. Forget you? How could we? You came at just the right time. Tonight, let's enjoy the dragon lady experience together. What do you mean enjoy? I'm not some kind of toy. Lin Mingxue protested, pouting. The next afternoon, after everyone recovered, I reviewed the intel Luo Shireen had compiled. What a tragic case. No wonder, at 22, she still looked like a young girl. Her gluttonous bloodline demanded absurd amounts of energy to activate. Everything she ate was absorbed by her bloodline, leaving her with no nutrients to grow physically. But even this energy absorption wasn't remotely enough to awaken her gluttonous bloodline. As an ancient ferocious beast lineage, its latent effects were already wreaking havoc internally. Without intervention, she'd be lost to demonic transformation soon. Had she not met me in time, her fate would have been sealed. Chen-Yi, are you really able to save spirit beasts that V undergone demonic transformation using holy light treasures? Luo Shireen asked, struggling to believe. Magical artifacts are extremely rare. Even for the Luo family, obtaining one would cost a fortune. Light element artifacts, while also uncommon, pale in comparison to such treasures. Ding. Luo Shireen's affection +3. Affection now at 85 points. Reward, 20 reinforcement points. What the heck? I froze in surprise. Last night, I spent 2.5 hours trying to increase her affection, and it didn't even budge. Now all of a sudden it went up? A woman's heart is truly unpredictable. Well, it's perfect timing. Now I've got 30 reinforcement points. Only thing left is a light element artifact. Unfortunately, Luo Yuqing, the one in charge of the Luo family, is at odds with Luo Shireen, so no help there. Luo Qinghe said he'd leverage some connections, though. There are still 2 weeks left until complete demonization, so it should be enough time. I gently brushed Luo Shireen's ear feathers. Come on, have I ever lied to you? Chen-Yi, you're amazing, she giggled. Save that talk for tonight. By the way here, eat this 3rd-tier Wind Beast King Crystal Core. Detected skill Wind Whisper Technique. Learning probability 4.2%. Spend 10 reinforcement points to guarantee 100% mastery. I glanced at the skill description. Wind Whisper Technique, 2-star passive skill. Slightly increases recovery speed in windy conditions. What garbage. Luo Shirin's weakest skill, Windblade, is already a 3-star skill. Not worth the points. But as luck would have it, Luo Shirin's eyes lit up. I think I just learned a new skill. Seriously? That lucky? She focused for a moment and then sighed. It's just some useless passive skill. Hey, at least there's no downside. Keep channeling your energy. Meanwhile, Lin Mingxue was lounging on the sofa, browsing forums on how to care for Beastmasters. Chun-Yi constantly complains about back pain after just an hour or two every day. It's so unsatisfying. 6 days passed. I visited Lu Ruiyan's grave with a cake in hand. She was my first love, after all. Her death was so sudden, and she lost even her dignity in the end. Pretty tragic, honestly. Consider this my final farewell. The rest of my time was spent helping Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin absorb crystal cores to strengthen their abilities. After 6 days, Lin Mingxue broke through to Tier 3, Level 1. Luo Shirin reached Tier 2, Level 10, just one step from Tier 3. As for me, I absorbed the residual energy from their refinement process and managed to jump straight to Tier 2, Level 10 myself. My strength has far surpassed what it was during the end-of-term assessments. It was during this time that I discovered something interesting. The likelihood of learning a new skill from a Beast King core doesn't necessarily increase with the core's tier. Instead, higher-tier cores offer more powerful skills. So, lower-tier cores should just be treated as high-quality energy sources. Don't dwell too much on whether or not you learn a skill. Suddenly, I received an update from one of our informants shadowing Su Taotao. Miss, Su Taotao just checked out of her hotel. She bought a ticket for Flight 7 heading to Hansong and already called a cab to take her to the airship terminal. She's definitely leaving. Hansong's her hometown. She must know she's about to demonize and wants to go home for assisted euthanasia. Our vehicle's ready to tail her whenever you give the word. Luo Shirin's face darkened. We thought Su Taotao would shut herself away until the day of her demonization, but she's leaving earlier than expected. I made the decision instantly. To Hansong. We were already planning to attend the underground market soiree tomorrow. Let's just head out a day earlier. Flight 7 departs at 4:30 p.m. and will take 4 hours to reach Hansong, but it's fully booked. Of course, with the Luo family pulling strings, that's not a problem. I'll get the tickets. Inform Grandpa, Luo Shirin said. Lin Mingxue was already packing her things. With a space ring, traveling is ridiculously convenient. Luo Qinghe didn't object. After all, if necessary, he could crush a telecommunication stone to teleport over instantly. By 3:30 p.m., we had arrived at the airship terminal. Along the way, we attracted a lot of attention. People had their phones out snapping photos of us. Seems like news of the end-of-term assessments has already spread. If I started a live stream right now, Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin's sheer beauty could easily net millions of followers. But I don't have time for that. Hunting magical beasts is way more lucrative than streaming online. Su Taotao being monitored, it didn't take long to locate her. She had a duckbill cap on, a mask covering her face, leaving only her big eyes visible. A white shirt paired with a burgundy plaid skirt, white knee-high socks, and little red shoes gave her the appearance of a lost kid waiting for her parents. Plenty of passers-by stopped to ask if she was lost. Even some creeps tried hitting on her, but she brushed them off each time. She didn't seem out of the ordinary, but I knew she'd only have a week left to live. 3 days tops, if you factor in euthanasia to prevent demonization and collateral damage. After that, Su Taotao would cease to exist in this world. Her mental state seems okay. She even put on some light makeup, Luo Shirin observed. Leave her alone for now, I replied. Luo Shirin had secured tickets for the same cabin as Su Taotao, so there'd be plenty of opportunities to make contact later. What I didn't know was that Su Taotao had already noticed us. She silently mused. Chun-Yi and his crew are heading to Hansong too? It's kind of lucky that I get to spend my last trip with them. Wonder if our seats will be next to each other. At 4 o'clock sharp, we entered, cleared security, and arrived at the boarding lounge. Beyond the terminal glass, a silver-white airship floated in the dock. The sleek fuselage was encased in black gold armor and shaped like a spindle. Several enormous silvery gray lifting bladders ribbed the top like lungs, while propellers at the rear churned steadily. Large gun emplacements jutted out along the sides. Rust and grime caked the cannons, indicating they hadn't seen use in ages. This wasn't an ordinary commercial airship. It was practically an armored military vessel. Not far away, a squad of 10 Beastmasters with 30-plus Beast Girls was stationed nearby, definitely the escort unit. But they didn't seem all that impressive. The strongest summoned beast there was only Tier 4, Level 8, while the weakest barely scraped Tier 2, Level 8. The Beastmasters themselves likely weren't any stronger. To be honest, They looked more like amateurs cobbled together for appearance's sake rather than a military-grade escort team. Which made sense, kind of like how neighborhood security is usually laid-back retirees doing the job for pocket money. Flying beasts are already rare, and there's been no incidents for years. Beastmasters, being such valuable resources, are typically spared from mundane protective duties like this. Not paying much mind to the whole scene, I boarded straight into the ship's cabin. Su Tao Tao, being aware of her limited time, had opted for a first-class luxury suite to live her last days in style. Thanks to her choice, we ended up in the same luxurious cabin. The suite was extravagant beyond words. An obsidian bar counter, crystal bottles of wine, velvet-covered sofas, and even personal bartenders and attendants at our service. I leaned over to whisper in Luo Shireen's ear, "How much does this suite cost?" She held up 3 fingers. 3,000. 30,000 per person. Are you kidding me? I couldn't help blurting out. 30 grand for just 4 hours on a flying cruiser. Never even dared to dream about it before. Lin Mingxue stifled a giggle behind her hand. Brother Chen-Yi, soon this will be your everyday standard. I sighed wryly. Not even close. I haven't even managed to fully take care of you two yet. Where would I find extra money for this kind of thing? You better work hard then. Exactly. And stop whining about back pain all the time. With the way you two always mess with me, how could I not have back pain? While we were playfully teasing each other, the door swung open, and 4 young people entered, 3 men and a woman, all skilled fighters at Tier 3 or higher. The woman caught my eye first. She was quite pretty. Her black dress accentuated an elegant demeanor. Oddly enough, despite being Tier 3 Stage 5 in strength, she didn't seem to have a bonded Beastmaster contract. The slick-haired guy in the group was complaining. We originally booked 7 seats, and they said it was a system error, only giving us 4 in the end. I even had to pull some strings to get regular tickets for Ting Ting and the others. He turned with a fawning smile to the woman next to him. Lily, how's the vibe? Is it good? Not bad, I actually like it. Instantly, slick-haired guy cozied up even closer, holding her waist as he led her toward the booth on the right. I immediately pieced it together. Those 3 guys were friends, and the woman must have recently canceled a previous contract. Slick-haired guy was trying to charm her, clearly hoping to bond with her as well. But since his bonding slots were probably all full, all he could do was try to win her over in the meantime. He had initially booked a luxury cabin ticket for his own contracted spirit beast, but it ended up being snapped up by someone else. Lo Shireen's doing, actually. Quietly, I muttered an apology to myself. 5 minutes to take off, and finally, Su Tao Tao came dragging her suitcase into the cabin. Excuse me, could you? She started politely, but paused mid-sentence when her eyes landed on me. Chen-Yi, what are you doing here? Feigning cluelessness, I replied. I'm sorry, do I know you? She quickly pulled down her mask, revealing a soft, sweet face. It's me, Su Tao Tao. We met at Jiangxing Hotel last week. You even gave me your autograph. Oh right, that's you. I faked a look of sudden realization. How coincidental. Yeah, such a coincidence. Su Tao Tao beamed with delight. She obviously knew I'd be taking the flying cruiser, but she hadn't expected that we'd end up in the same section and seated together, no less. Ding. Su Tao Tao's favorability plus 5 points. Current favorability, 20 points. After taking her seat, she immediately pulled out a signature board, turning eagerly to Lin Mingxue and Lo Shireen. Big sisters, I'm a mega fan of you both. Last time you were too tired and maybe tipsy, so I couldn't ask for your autographs. This time, could you sign for me? The 2 women exchanged a quick glance and found themselves growing more fond of the bubbly young girl. For someone in such a dire situation, she was refreshingly courteous and full of energy. No problem. Our handwriting isn't great, though, hope you don't mind. Are you kidding? Su Tao Tao quickly waved her hands in protest. These signatures are so precious. I'd take them to the grave with me if I could. Others might take her words as an exaggerated joke, but we knew better. She meant it literally. Su was fully aware of her limited time. I interjected. What kind of nonsense is that? You'll live for decades. That keepsake would disintegrate way before you do. Her lips curled into a playful smile. Haha, fair point. The announcement came over the intercom, signaling the impending takeoff. As the flying cruiser jolted into motion, Lin Mingxue and Lo Shireen both instinctively grabbed hold of my hands. The engines roared as the vessel rose steadily above Jiangxing, the city gradually disappearing beneath the blanket of clouds. Once above the clouds, the turbulence eased. Brother Chen-Yi, Sister Mingxue, Sister Shireen, I made some snacks. Want to try? Su Tao Tao offered, pulling out a box of macarons with enthusiasm. You made these yourself, Tao Tao? Count me in. Hey, that's great. Here, have some. I took a macaron and popped it into my mouth without hesitation. The flavor was delightful, not overly sweet, just the right balance. Wow, these are amazing. From now on, you're officially my personal dessert chef. Well, hiring me won't be cheap. No worries. I'm working toward building a fortune big enough to make a dessert chef's salary look like pocket change. The future, huh? Su Taotao's expression momentarily shifted, her face dimming slightly. She didn't even know if she had a future to look forward to. My words were deliberate. I wanted to gauge her reaction. The melancholic look in her eyes told me everything. She truly wanted to keep living. But the sacred light element treasure she needed to survive? No idea where I'd even begin to find something like that. An hour slipped by quickly. Lin Mingxue and Lo Shireen were chatting away with Su Taotao, and they all seemed to be thoroughly enjoying themselves. They told her funny, embarrassing stories, keeping her in stitches the entire time. Her favorability for me also climbed to 30 points in that short span. Suddenly, Su Taotao pointed excitedly out the window. Look, Huangshan Mountain. You didn't see it on the way here? Nope, regular class seats don't have viewing windows. Seeing it from up here. Wow, it's even more breathtaking than I imagined. Little did she know, it was basically a nest for magic beasts. Breathtaking indeed. Be right back, gonna grab some drinks. I want lemon tea. Me too, same here. Got it. Just as Su Taotao got up, the cruiser violently shook. She stumbled and fell straight into my arms. Sorry about that. It's fine. But what the heck was that? Did we just hit a bird or something? Brother Chin Yi, look over there. Lo Shireen pointed out the window, her voice tense. Following her gaze, my stomach sank. We were in deep trouble. At the peak of Huangshan, dozens of salamanders, sandramanders to be exact, were hurling fireballs at the cruiser, while countless flying magic beasts swarmed in for an all-out attack. Their onslaught turned the cruiser's surroundings into a chaotic battlefield of spells and fiery destruction. The cruiser's defense systems were retaliating. Magic beasts were falling like rain, but it was a relentless assault. What the hell is happening? A magic beast assault? I thought this hadn't happened in over a decade. The peaceful luxury cabin erupted into chaos. Conversations turned into panic-stricken yells. Brother Chinyi, this can't be just a coincidence, can it? Lo Shireen gave Su Taotao a wary glance. Corrupted spirit beasts emitted unique energy signatures that could attract other magic beasts. But this range? Hundreds of meters away? That was beyond belief. We need to get to the standard cabin and assess the situation. If it gets worse, we'll call on Master Luo. Agreed. Grabbing the still-dazed Su Taotao by the arm, I urged her. Come on, stick with us. We'll keep you safe. Okay. As we pushed through the soundproof door, the chaos of the standard cabin hit us like a wall. Why are we so unlucky? Mom, Dad, I don't want to die. Where the hell is the protection squad? Bunch of worthless cowards. Screams, sobbing, and furious shouting. It was mass hysteria here. And above it all, the heavy sound of combat outside, the crunch of boots on the deck. Magic beasts had already made it aboard. The slick-haired guy was busy comforting the woman by his side, murmuring, "Don't be scared, Lily. I'll keep you safe." You. The woman's face turned pale, and she could barely speak clearly. These spoiled rich kids? All talk. No action. When they're in real trouble, they crumble like soggy bread. This doesn't look good. Should we call Grandpa to send backup? I was just about to take out my communication crystal when, boom, an explosion erupted from the back of the airship. Thick smoke filled the cabin, glass shattered everywhere, and the ship began plummeting downward at full speed. The powerful air currents instantly dragged several passengers sitting by the windows right out of the ship. Ah, help. No, Chen Yi. Su Taotao was knocked off balance. She was so small and light that she was immediately caught up in the current and flung toward the broken window. Holy crap, not my precious foodie girl. I watched Su Taotao being sucked out by the immense pressure, my heart dropping as if into an abyss. I almost peed my pants. Without thinking, I lunged forward and grabbed her hand just as she was halfway out the window. But the force of the airflow was terrifyingly strong. Even with my 50 points in physique, 5 times the strength of a normal person, it felt like I was about to be dragged out alongside her. Chen Yi, just let go. You're gonna get yourself killed. Su Taotao cried out in panic. You're my fan. Of course I'm going to save you. I shot back. But I'm already as good as dead. You don't have to sacrifice. Enough with the talking. I said I'm saving you. And I will. Ding. Su Taotao's affection plus 20 points. She started crying. She didn't expect me to risk my life for her. We had only met twice before. Lin Mingxue and Luo Shireen finally pushed their way through the chaotic crowd and grabbed onto me and Su Taotao before we were completely sucked out. Using the power of their spirit beasts, they pulled us back inside. Lin Mingxue exhaled deeply, freezing the entire broken window shut with a layer of ice. But the airship was still in a full nosedive. The passengers erupted into angry complaints, yelling about how this was their first accident in over 10 years. Yet of course it had to happen while they were on board. Just as Su Taotao opened her mouth to thank me, I cut her off. Brace for impact. Swear, surround us with ice barriers. Shireen, contact Luo Yi and get reinforcements here. Got it, they answered without hesitation. In just 5 seconds, they were done. I held Su Taotao tightly in my arms. And then, boom, the airship smashed into the ground. Its metallic frame snapped and twisted, breaking apart like an eggshell. Dirt and debris went flying everywhere, along with a few spirit beasts that were killed on the spot. Thankfully, there was no explosion. But the ship had crash-landed in a beast-infested wilderness. That was bad news. Schwerer, Shireen, are you alright? We're fine, they answered in unison. What about you, Chini? Just a few minor scrapes. Not a big deal. Su Taotao had passed out, but it didn't seem like she was hurt. Suddenly, a flight attendant burst into the cabin, yelling, "Do we have any beast tamers ranked grade 3 or higher? We need help immediately." Nobody moved or spoke up. The flight attendant's voice grew more urgent. "We've landed on the western plains near Mount Huang. The area is swarming with grade 3 and higher spirit beasts, tons of them. Rescue won't arrive for at least 10 minutes. If no one helps out, we're all going to die." A greasy-haired man stepped forward. "I'm grade 3, level 10. I'll help." His two buddies quickly stepped forward as well. Then, a voice rang out in my head. A woman's voice. "Chini, I'm Shui Haiyao, Luo Qing's wife. I'm hiding in your shadow. I'll protect all of you. There are no high-tier beasts in the area, nor any enemies. Feel free to practice your combat skills. I'll intervene if it gets serious." Well, dang. Backup arrived faster than I thought. And it's hiding in my freaking shadow? With a protector at what was likely a double-digit rank, what was there to fear? I'm in. I stood up. Still carrying Su Taotao on my back, I added, "I might only be a grade 2 beast tamer, but I'm willing to pitch in." The greasy-haired man glanced over at me. His expression showed a mix of approval and surprise. Seeing as I was so young, accompanied by not one but two stunning spirit beast companions, he'd no doubt mistaken me for a pampered rich kid who'd cower in the face of danger. Guess I proved him wrong. The flight attendant hesitated for a moment. A grade 2 beast tamer, in an area dominated by grade 3 beasts. Could I really make a difference? But right now, every bit of help mattered. All right, grade 2 beast tamer, you're in. We need every hand we can get. Seeing that even a grade 2 was volunteering, a wave of determination spread through the other beast tamers present. They began stepping forward one after another. "I'll join too. Count me in. Youngsters are fighting. How could we just sit back and watch?" The flight attendant breathed a sigh of relief and quickly ushered us all outside the ship. The scene that awaited us made everyone freeze in place, their blood running cold. The spirit beasts already engaged in combat were painted red with both their blood and their enemies. On the ground lay the broken bodies of beast tamers and spirit beasts alike, missing limbs and barely clinging to life. Originally, we had heavy weapons supporting us. The situation was manageable earlier, but after the crash, all our heavy weaponry was wrecked. Beast numbers swelled, and now we were fighting a near-hopeless battle. Wang Qingyu, the captain of the escort team and a grade 4, level 7 beast tamer, saw us coming and immediately bellowed orders. "Fall back to the interior of the ship. Use the corridors as fortified choke points to hold off the beasts." The spirit beast companions on the battlefield stopped fighting, grabbed their respective tamers, and sprinted back toward the wrecked airship. Although the airship was destroyed, its metal frame still served as a decent barricade. The defense was divided into 5 zones: the left deck, the right deck, the ship's main entrance, the broken hull, and the cockpit at the front. Hold these points, and reinforcements might just arrive in time to save us. I stayed in the cockpit area with Lin Mingxue, Luo Shireen, Su Taotao, still unconscious, the greasy-haired man, his team, and another 7 pairs of grade 3 beast tamers and their spirits. This section was the largest and needed the most defenders. Spirit beast companions began entering their armed modes, ready for battle. The sound of clashing metal, inhuman roars, and battle cries filled the air. The cockpit turned into a literal blood-soaked battlefield. The greasy-haired man glanced at me curiously, as if trying to gauge the strength of this so-called rich kid's spirit beasts. "Schwer, Shireen," I said calmly. "I'm counting on you too." Roar, chirp, a dragon's growl, and the piercing cry of a phoenix echoed in unison. Frigid ice and a piercing green gale collided, forming a massive icy storm that tore through the battlefield. In an instant, dozens of beasts were shredded into frozen shards and scattered to the winds. The other beast tamers stared in utter shock. Isn't this guy supposed to be a grade 2? These grade 3 beasts might just be beginner tier, but their league's stronger than anything from a grade 2. And yet that was a one-hit massacre. And this was just the beginning. Lin Mingxue and Luo Shireen charged forward with deadly precision, diving straight toward the heart of the beast mob. Faced with the threat, she dove down in an instant and launched a sudden strike. Lin Mingxue took a deep breath and exhaled a powerful breath of ice. The sky was instantly engulfed in a blinding flurry of snow and frost. The Tier 3 flying magical beasts caught in the freezing storm lost body heat rapidly, turning into ice sculptures within seconds before shattering into fragments as they crashed to the ground. With just one move, Lin Mingxue took out the majority of the flying magical beasts. After slicing down a few magical beasts with her wind blades, Luo Shireen landed on Lin Mingxue's back, transforming into her human form. From her lips, an ethereal yet haunting melody began to flow, a song laden with an intent of utter annihilation. The song of destruction. Pale blue ripples radiated outward from her, and any beast touched by the ripples froze in place. Their muscles began to erode like weathered stone, scales, claws, fur, and flesh quickly losing luster and crumbling to dust in the air. In the span of just a few breaths, the once chaotic barren fields in front of the ship fell silent. But it wasn't just the roars of monsters that had disappeared. Every beastmaster present looked utterly dumbfounded. This is a Tier 2 spirit beast? This is a Tier 2 beastmaster? What does that make us? Negative Tier 3 beastmasters. Standing among them, Lily, the assistant to the greasy-haired man, gasped suddenly and covered her mouth. Wait a minute. An ice dragon and a giant bluebird. You wouldn't happen to be that Chun-Yi people in Jiangcheng have been talking about on the news, would you? Everyone froze, stunned into disbelief. For the past several days, the buzz in local surrounding cities had been all about the Jiangxing Beastmaster Academy's infamous year-end examination. More specifically, the news of a Tier 5 magical beast showing up during the test and wreaking havoc. Most of the uproar was criticism aimed at the Academy for such a mishap. Yet, more popular than the critique was the mystery of the lone savior who single-handedly held off both the Tier 5 beast and an entire wave of monsters, ultimately saving dozens of students. In Jiangxing's Beastmaster circles, the rumors about Chun-Yi had grown wildly exaggerated. Due to privacy protections, my face was never revealed. Only those who had diligently followed every clipped segment of the examination footage might recognize me. All anyone knew was that this Chun-Yi had contracted an ice dragon and a massive azure bird, essentially what was right in front of them now. Many had dismissed the reports as overhyped boasting. A Tier 2 spirit beast holding off a Tier 5 monster? Impossible. But now, the stories might just have underrated my strength. I nodded casually. Yeah, that's me. Lily's face lit up with excitement. It's really you? The legendary big shot? This is amazing. The leader of the Beastmaster squad, Wang Qingyu, quickly snapped them all back to reality. Focus. We're not safe yet. Until our reinforcements arrive, this is still a dangerous situation. Everyone quickly shook off the momentary awe and returned to their defensive stances. But in the back of everyone's minds, they couldn't help but think, are we even needed anymore? Lin Mingxue's icy breath and Luo Shireen's wind blades shredded through Tier 3 magical beasts like it was child's play. Whether the rest of us pitched in or not almost seemed irrelevant. Still, something felt off to Wang Qingyu. By his logic, with Lin Mingxue and Luo Shireen's overpowering attacks, even mindless magical beasts should have instinctively tried to retreat out of fear. Yet these creatures kept surging forward with reckless abandon. And worse, their numbers were growing. No glimpse of a beast king. No sign of high-tier monsters leading the charge. So, what the hell was going on? 10 minutes passed. Still no reinforcements. The swarm grew denser, and Lin Mingxue and Luo Shireen began showing signs of fatigue. This wasn't like the Academy's test, where there were opportunities to rest. Here, they hadn't had a single moment to pause. Even if you're mowing down weaker foes, going non-stop takes its toll eventually. While the escort group included a few Tier 4 Beastmasters, the sheer overwhelming number of monsters proved crushing. Their airship got knocked out of the sky. Lin Mingxue and Luo Shireen could still hold the line on our side fairly effectively, but the other 4 defensive sectors defending the crash site were barely hanging on. I'm out of spirit energy. I can't keep going. Same here. Are those reinforcements ever coming? We can't hold this up much longer. Get everyone left down in the cabins, no matter their rank. Even the Tier 2 ones. Bring them all. The atmosphere grew more and more despairing. And then I heard stirring behind me. Su Taodao had woken up. Still groggy and clearly aching from her injuries after the airship crash, she whimpered as the pain hit her. Ow wow. Where even am I? I quipped back with a light tone. Your favorite place, Huangshan Plains. Loving it yet? Huangshan Plains? She echoed groggily before the realization dawned on her. The airship had gone down. We had crashed. And she had survived, thanks to me shielding her during the impact. Without it, her body wouldn't have made it. Her face flushed. Thank you, Brother Chun-Yi. Asterisk ding. Su Taodao's affection increased by 10 points. Asterisk. It's nothing, really. I started, but a thought quickly struck me. This could actually be a perfect opportunity. A chance for Su Taodao to realize her own potential. Setting her gently down, I clasped both hands firmly on her shoulders as I crouched to meet her gaze. Tao Tao, let me ask you one thing. Do you want power? She froze, eyes wide with shock. What did I mean by that? Could the wild things they said about me in livestream comments be true? That Chun-Yi could awaken even the weakest F-rank spirit beast bloodlines? Although she didn't completely understand, there was a deep longing in her heart that resonated in the moment. Without thinking, she responded with determination. Yes, I want power. Good, I replied. Then take this power. Without hesitation, I activated Beast Spirit Awakening on Su Taodao. From my palms, a radiant surge of energy erupted, pouring into her through where our skin met. A brilliant light engulfed her entirely, forming a shimmering cocoon. When it receded, what stood before everyone was nothing short of astonishing. A petite figure with an adorably fierce aura glared with newfound authority. Her long, dark green-blue hair shimmered with hints of gold, two small sheep-like horns curled atop her head, and her slit golden eyes radiated mystery. Rounded markings, like celestial patterns of clouds, adorned her cheeks. Her tail was fluffy, its hues fading from snowy white to deep azure. The most unsettling and impressive features were the spiraling vortexes etched onto the inner sides of her forearms, dormant as tattoos but erupting into dimensional whirlpools when activated. A single roar erupted from her, shaking everyone to their core. Roarer. The sound wasn't just audible, it echoed deep into everyone's very souls. Nearly all magical beasts within a kilometer radius immediately fell to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Pure instinctual terror gripped their hearts, a fear born from their own bloodlines. The awakening of an ancient mythic beast, the primordial glutton, Tao Tai. I glanced at her status panel with satisfaction. Name, Su Tao Tao, Armed Mode. Bloodline, SSS Tier Tao Tai. Level, Tier 1, Stage 2. Physical Strength, 35. Spirit Energy, 60. Though only Tier 1 Stage 2, her stats in Armed Mode had skyrocketed to unimaginable levels. The battlefield fell into a stunned silence. What sort of bloodline is that? I never even knew anything like that existed. She's so small and cute, so why the hell am I terrified? Meanwhile, Su Taotao herself was just as baffled. With innocent confusion, she turned to me. Brother Chin-Yi, what is this? I smiled. It's your power. Do you like it? But I'm just AF. I quickly covered her mouth. See that armored armadillo monster over there? Go test your strength. That's a Tier 3 beast. Trust me, you can win. Su Taotao swallowed hard, but soon her gaze turned resolute. All right, I'll give it a shot. She approached the armored armadillo. Roar. The beast gaped its giant jaws, bringing its massive claws crashing down with the force to split mountains. Su Taotao stood motionless, a glimmer of curiosity flashing in her golden, slit pupils. To her, the Tier 3 beast appeared unervingly slow, like moving food. A wave of hunger surged in her chest. This armored armadillo, is it edible? As its claws crashed down, she nimbly dodged with a quick flick of her figure. The ground instantly collapsed under the impact, forming a giant crater. Su Taotao extended her petite hand, a swirling black vortex materializing beneath her armpit. Life drain. A horrifying suction locked onto the armored armadillo, forcefully ripping away its earth elemental spiritual energy and life force essence. Its thick, rocky scales quickly dulled and lost their luster. Roar. The armored armadillo let out anguished cries, stumbling backward. Meanwhile, Su Taotao's aura surged higher and higher. I glanced at her status panel. Constitution, 66, up. Spiritual energy, 104, up. For someone at level 1, Tier 2, these stats were insane. So powerful. This is my strength. Enraged, the armored armadillo charged with its spiked head aimed straight for her. Su Taotao didn't flinch. With her tiny fist wrapped in dark gold energy, she punched straight at the massive, spike-covered rocky head. Bang! Cracks spread like a web across the surface of the armored armadillo's skull as it staggered back several steps. Su Taotao launched another life drain. But this time, she wasn't just siphoning power. She was going for the kill. The devouring energy swept across the beast, crumbling its once impenetrable rocky body into gray, fragmented dust. A gust of wind carried the particles away, scattering them into nothingness. A Tier 3 beast was defeated, just like that. Effortlessly. Other summoners stood stunned. No way. Am I hallucinating? A level 1 family tier beast just defeated a Tier 3 beast? That easily. This is insane. First Chun-Yi's level 2 beast can solo a group of Tier 3 beasts. Now this. Even Shui Haiyao, who had been hidden in the shadows, was visibly shaken. She'd originally thought that my suggestion for a level 1, Tier 2 beast to challenge a Tier 3 monster was ridiculous. Looking back now, it seems I saw through Su Taotao's capabilities from the start. That's why I planned things this way. But what kind of lineage does this girl have? Her abilities are so bizarre. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Wait a minute. Didn't Chun-Yi say he's a second-rank beast tamer? Then how does he have 3 spirit beasts?" Those words left everyone stunned. We all looked at one another, faces blank with disbelief. A second-rank beast tamer can only form a contract with 2 spirit beasts. That's basic knowledge. But here I am with 3? Either I'm actually a third-rank beast tamer hiding my aura with some special artifact, or one of those spirit beasts isn't really under contract with me. And if it's the latter, then doesn't that mean? Wang Qingyu suddenly bellowed. Quit thinking about it. Let's deal with these beasts first. Everyone snapped back to reality and resumed fighting. Su Taotao retracted her arm, causing the swirling energy vortex to vanish, turning back into a tattoo on her skin. She tilted her head, her fluffy tail swaying gently, as she eyed the scattered ash on the ground. A satisfied smile crept across her lips. What a meal. The feeling was indescribably euphoric. Not the fleeting joy of eating delicious food, but an all-encompassing ecstasy, as though every cell in her body was celebrating. It was like she'd absorbed some mysterious energy, leaving her feeling rejuvenated beyond words. It was addictive. The only issue was that devouring the demonic beast had caused a mystical energy imprint to form within her. She would need someone to help guide this energy out of her system. Otherwise, it might corrode her body over time. Tao Tao licked her fangs and shifted her gaze toward the remaining demonic beasts still battling. In her eyes, flickers of golden slit-like pupils revealed a glimmer of greed. But right now, she had more pressing matters: to share her success with me. She scampered over, bouncing happily. "Brother Chun-Yi, I did it." I patted her on the head. "Good job. Now go find some more demonic beasts you enjoy eating." Tao Tao froze for a second. "Wait, did Brother Chun-Yi send me to fight the rock monster because he knew it would be delicious? He even thinks that far ahead. He's so thoughtful." Ding. Su Taotao's favorability +5. Current, 65 points. "Thank you, Brother Chun-Yi. I'm off." Watching Su Taotao fight, I couldn't help but smile contentedly. Her greatest strength lies in her ability to siphon the enemy's life force to strengthen herself. This give-and-take strategy allows her to defeat opponents 2 or 3 levels above her. Plus, the energy she absorbs acts like the core of a demonic beast, providing her with an endless supply of power. As long as I help her channel that energy, she can level up smoothly. That saves me a ton of money on buying beast cores. Of course, no ability is without drawbacks. Hers is no exception. Tao Tao's devouring technique is only effective against single targets, unlike Lin Mingxue or Luo Shirin, who excel at area attacks. In short, Tao Tao is a boss slayer, but she struggles during massive waves of demonic beasts. Still, her skills are incredibly powerful. If she could devour multiple enemies at once, the energy might overload her and tear her apart. The moment Su Taotao joined the fight, the tides of battle turned immediately. It wasn't about how many beasts she was taking down, it was her sheer presence. She radiated the aura of an elite gatekeeper, intimidating the beasts to a standstill. At the same time, her gluttonous power consumed the surrounding energy. Even a considerable portion of her own demonic aura was being absorbed, minimizing its influence over the battlefield. The demonic beasts started to dwindle. "Fewer beasts now," Wang Qingyu shouted. "We're almost there. Finish them off so we can all rest." Everyone doubled down on their efforts. 100 beasts became 50, then 20, then 10, until Su Taotao claimed the last one. Victory was ours. Looking around, not a single demonic beast remained standing. In the distance, airships and flying spirit beasts streaked across the sky, rushing to our location. Their delay was due to the first wave of demonic beasts disrupting the navigation system, pushing their coordinates off by 10 kilometers. While the distance wasn't significant for higher-rank flying spirit beasts, the lack of a precise direction forced them to search blindly, costing valuable time. Still, as we could see from the trail of dead beasts in their wake, their efforts had helped reduce the number of enemies considerably. One way or another, we were saved. We did it. I'm alive. That was terrifying. Once again, it's Chun-Yi proving he's the real deal. All his spirit beasts are powerhouses. Wang Qingyu approached me. "Chun-Yi, on behalf of the escort team, I thank you. Without you, we'd have been done for." I smiled wryly. "No, I should thank you, Captain Qingyu. Without your tenacity and leadership, I wouldn't have survived the airship crash back then. It's us who owe you gratitude, truly." With that, I bowed respectfully. No way was I going to admit that the root cause of this beast wave was Su Taotao herself. Luo Shirin had told me before, While demonic aura could attract beasts, its radius of influence wasn't vast enough to cause something like this. Otherwise, she'd never have been allowed on an airship in the first place. That's why, when the airship crashed, I didn't instruct Lin Mingxue or Luo Shirin to flee with us. If they'd taken Su Taotao along, all the beasts might have immediately switched targets, and even the dumbest observer would realize something was wrong with us. The consequences would have been catastrophic. Watching Su Taotao in action today, her strength is truly absurd. No matter how you spin it, she bears most of the responsibility for this disaster. Since she's my contracted beast, I can't help but feel guilty. If she were captured and locked away, I'd be totally screwed. In the end, it all comes down to luck. No one truly understands the effects of demonic aura yet. Enough about that, complained Kai Xiaoping, wincing in pain. Qingyu, hurry up and heal me. I feel like I'm gonna die here. Sorry, I'm on it. After apologizing to me, Wang Qingyu rushed to the ship's cabin with 4 of his contracted beasts, eager to start healing the wounded. Despite my assistance, many spirit beasts had sustained injuries and required immediate care. As soon as they left, Lin Mingxue, Luo Shirin, and Su Taotao surrounded me. Brother Qinyi, how did I do? Little brother Qinyi, how do you rate my song of destruction? Brother Qinyi, you're not injured, right? You were all amazing. I chuckled, pinching Su Taotao's cheek. As for me, why would I get hurt when I didn't even have to fight? Relieved, Su Taotao sighed. That's a relief. Qinyi, playing favorites now, are we? New flames over old. Luo Shirin teased, pouting. Of course not. I adore you most, Shirin. And me? Lin Mingxue crossed her arms. Brother Qinyi, I was here first. I like you too, swear. You know you're my favorite. Oomph, that's more like it. I smiled at the trio in front of me, bickering and bantering without a care. The beast tamers standing around were all smiling wryly. Judging by the situation, it didn't matter if there was a contract or not. No one else could interfere anyway. This heartwarming scene lasted for about 1 or 2 minutes before the rescue team arrived and broke the moment. The rescue team members quickly began their work. With contract beasts at their disposal, tearing through metal panels and freeing trapped passengers was a breeze, requiring no additional tools. Fortunately, no one died. Even though many were seriously injured or unconscious, it was still considered a blessing. A flying ship crash combined with a beast attack, expecting no injuries, would have required divine intervention. Those able to move were transferred to another airship heading towards Seoul. Those completely unconscious were rushed for treatment nearby. This time I found myself in an ordinary cabin. The once luxurious cabin had been transformed into a temporary medical area for the lightly injured. No sooner had I sat down than the other passengers swarmed around me. News of my remarkable performance during the defensive battle had spread quickly, with some exaggerations thrown in for good measure. People were asking for my contact information, pitching products, expressing their gratitude for saving their lives, and even introducing me to their daughters. There was no end to the commotion. After dealing with all these people, an hour had passed. Exhausted, I slumped back into my chair, completely drained. Dealing with these people was somehow more tiring than fighting the beasts. Utterly ridiculous. Brother Qinyi, once you're famous, you're going to run into stuff like this every day, aren't you? Lin Mingxue teased. Better start thinking now about how to deal with it. If it's always going to be like this, I don't even want to be famous. I stretched and glanced over at Su Taotao. She seemed excited, but there was a touch of melancholy in her eyes. I could guess why. Even with such extraordinary power and a bright future ahead, the looming shadow of her impending demonic transformation and inevitable death was inescapable. It was like being given a glass of water in the middle of a desert where you were doomed to die of thirst anyway. After thinking for a moment, I decided to take a gamble. I stood up and patted Su Taotao on the shoulder. Taotao, can I talk to you for a moment? Where to? The restroom. Is that okay? Sure. Su Taotao nodded without hesitation. Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin exchanged knowing smiles. It seemed like a new sister would be joining the group. Taotao was kind-hearted with no ulterior motives, much better than those scheming girls. Still, wasn't it a little quick to go after a third contracted beast in less than a month? Talk about being a bit of a flirt. I closed the restroom door, while Lin Mingxue and Luo Shirin stood guard outside like sentinels. Suddenly, Xue Haiyao emerged from Luo Shirin's shadow. Lin Mingxue was startled at first, but relaxed upon realizing it was someone Luo Shirin knew. Xue Haiyao bowed slightly. Miss, it's been a while. Aunt Xue, I was wondering why the reinforcements were taking so long. I'm the only one capable of long-distance teleportation. When you told Master it was an emergency, I expected something much more urgent. Is this what you call an emergency? Communication crystals are extremely expensive, you know. But the airship was about to crash. Isn't that critical enough? Aunt Xue, since you're already here, why not just accompany us to Seoul? Xue Haiyao sighed. There wasn't really a need for a bodyguard now that everything was secure. She was on the verge of breaking through to the 12th tier, being summoned so abruptly. Oh well, Chen Yi seemed interesting enough. Following him for a few days might bring some unexpected sights. Fine, consider it a vacation. But you'll owe me a good word with Master. Don't worry, I've got you covered. Xue Haiyao slipped back into Luo Shirin's shadow, as if she had never been there. Lin Mingxue was dumbfounded. After snapping out of it, she asked, Shirin, is she one of your grandfather's contracted beasts too? That's right, the 12th one. She was the last to be contracted, so she's the weakest, at tier 11, rank 10. Only tier 11. Lin Mingxue couldn't have rolled her eyes harder. There were only about 100 beast tamers in the Dragon Nation above tier 10, and 300 high-tier beasts in total. Yet, Luo Shirin said, only tier 11, rank 10. Was this the Luo family? One of the 7 dragon generals? Unbelievable. I took Su Taotao into the restroom and locked the door. Alone in this cramped space, the atmosphere became undeniably awkward. Su Taotao's heart rate quickened, and she swallowed nervously. Surely this wasn't going to turn into some wild novel-like scenario. Noticing her fear, I smiled and gently flicked her forehead. What are you thinking? Get your mind out of the gutter. I'm not interested in that. Su Taotao blinked in surprise. Then why did you call me here, Brother Chenyi? I straightened my collar and leaned down to take her hand. Taotao, what I'm about to say is not a joke, so think carefully. You're not an F-rank failure. You're an ancient beast with SSS-rank Taotai bloodline potential. One day, you'll be the strongest. That power you felt before didn't come from me. It came from you, from the Taotai bloodline within you. You've always felt hungry, never fully satisfied, right? That's not because there's something wrong with your body. The Taotai is a devourer of all things and requires immense amounts of energy. Ordinary food will never be enough for it. The reason you awakened as an F rank is because the Taotai bloodline remains dormant due to a lack of energy. With every sentence, Su Taotao's body trembled in disbelief. SSS rank bloodline. There were only a few known cases worldwide. How could a simple girl like herself possibly? Are you joking, Brother Chenyi? Though deep down, she trusted me completely, the odds of this being true seemed almost non-existent. I locked eyes with her, unwavering. Do you trust me? Of course, she replied instantly, without hesitation. Then that's it. I grinned. The only reason your bloodline hasn't awakened is that the Taoia's energy requirements are too immense. My power can help bridge that gap, just like when you unleash that force in battle. Why not form a contract with me? We'll conquer the world together. What do you say? I held out my right hand. Su Taotao's eyes lit up. This was just like the scene from her dreams. The prince coming to rescue her when she was at her lowest, telling her she wasn't worthless and promising to lead her to greatness. She reached out, her hand almost touching mine, but suddenly withdrew. I'm sorry, Brother Chenyi. I can't form a contract with you. I immediately grabbed her hand. Are you afraid because of your impending demonic transformation? Because you think you're going to die soon? Su Taotao's eyes widened. How did you know? There's a lot I know. I ruffled her hair gently. Don't worry about the details, just listen to your heart. I'll take care of everything else. If you want to survive, I'll save you. If you want to grow stronger, I'll help you. If you want to stand at the pinnacle, I'll take you there. So, tell me, what is it that you really want? Tears welled up in Su Taotao's eyes. In an emotionally intense moment, she suddenly collapsed into my arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Chenyi, I don't want to die. Isn't that obvious? A little demonization is nothing for me to handle. I reassured her confidently. It took half an hour for her tears to subside. Finally, with red, swollen eyes, she looked up at me, her voice trembling. Chenyi, can I really survive this? Can I really keep up with you all and stand at the top? Of course. Trust me. I gave her a sincere smile. After that, she splashed her face with cold water, and to my honest surprise, her bare face was even more stunning than with makeup. With renewed determination, she tightly clasped my hand in hers. Chenyi, please let me become your contract spirit beast. I want to live, to stand by your side and reach the summit with you. Ding. Su Taotao's affection score, plus 15. Current score, 80. Asterisk asterisk. I took a deep breath of relief. I had finally convinced her. Look forward to it, I said, my tone full of promise. Her cheeks flushed. Chenyi, about signing the contract. You're not going to make me do it in the restroom, right? I flicked her forehead. What's going through your mind? I've already told you I'm not into that. Oh, she mumbled, lowering her head. Grabbing her hand, I started to lead her out, continuing the conversation. Let's head to Han City and find a proper hotel for that. But first, make sure you bond with Meng Shui and Shirin. They're your teammates now. Back at our seats, Su Taotao was noticeably more at ease. She chattered openly about a variety of topics. Chenyi, she said hesitantly, her cheeks lighting up again. My figure isn't that great. I understand if you don't want to bother investing too much in our rapport, just once a month would be enough. Her voice dwindled toward the end, and her face burned. I flicked her forehead again. What's with these thoughts? You're perfect the way you are. I'd never treat anyone unfairly. Really, really. Just as I finished my reassurance, a new voice chimed in, interrupting the moment. Chinny, can we have a quick chat? It was the slick-haired guy from the private booth earlier. I'm Liang, from Han City's Beastmaster Association, Commercial Division. He introduced himself while handing me his business card. I wanted to discuss a business opportunity with you. Are you a manager there? I asked. No, my father is, but I'm next in line to take over. This particular venture is crucial for securing my position. I gestured for Su Taotao to sit on my lap before looking back at him. Go ahead, I don't mind her listening. Not an issue, Liang said, taking a seat across from us. Are you familiar with the Beastmaster Tournament? The Beastmaster Tournament was the annual national championship held in October. Given it was only July, I was unsure why he'd bring it up so soon. Our association has performance evaluations where we're tasked with cultivating the next generation of talent. Some of the contestants in the tournament represent various cities as designated spokespersons. The performance of these representatives is directly tied to our assessment scores. So that's why he wanted me to act as his chosen representative, helping him shine during the tournament and secure his father's position for himself. Honestly, since it had little to do with me, I hadn't immediately connected the dots. I took a moment to think it over before finally asking. Other representatives are typically chosen well before the tournament ends. You're just now looking for someone with only 3 months left. Why the delay? Can I skip answering that question? He replied, seemingly evasive. Shrugging, I moved on. Fine, then let's cut to the chase. What's in it for me? Excitement flickered across his face, and he extended a hand with 7 fingers raised. 70% off. Anything you purchase from our association, beast cores, resources, whatever, they'll all be at a 30% discount under my authority in Han City. I couldn't help but roll my eyes alongside Su Taotao. Seriously? Limited time, region-specific resource discounts on things that already have purchasing restrictions? How much could we even save with that? Sensing my disappointment, Liang frantically tried to salvage the situation. All right, how about 60% off? But I shook my head. Thanks, but no thanks. We're not short on money. However, if you can do me one favor, I'll consider helping. What is it? As long as it's not illegal and within my power, I'll do it, he promised without hesitation. Do you have access to any light element heaven and earth treasures? As the son of a commercial division head, you should have some connections, right? I'd obviously pay for it. Liang furrowed his brows. Given how rare light and dark attribute treasures are, even his father struggles to obtain them. It was clear this wasn't an easy task. After all, such treasures were less about efficiency and more about converting pure spiritual energy. He couldn't fathom why I'd even want one. Still, realizing how rare this chance to work with me was, he gritted his teeth. 3 days. 3 days, I confirmed. His face paled, likely realizing how impossible my demand was in the given time frame. But the determination on my face discouraged him from arguing further. All right, I'll do my best to track one down within 3 days. Please and thank you. I wasn't too optimistic. After all, if an elite like Luo Qinghe, one of the 7 dragon generals, couldn't find one within a week, what chance did this merchant's son have? But even if he came up empty-handed, I'd find a way to keep Su Taotao safe. The system had indicated that spending 5 achievement points could reset her demonization countdown, giving us another 2 weeks. If it came to that, I'd just stall with whatever points I had until a longer-term solution appeared. The rest of the journey went smoothly. Exhausted from the prior battle, we soon fell asleep, leaning against one another. At 11 p.m., an announcement rang out. Attention, passengers, the airship has arrived in Han City. After disembarking, Liang showed goodwill by booking us a luxurious deluxe suite at a 5-star hotel, one that cost a solid $10,000 per night. Gotta hand it to him. The guy knew how to make an impression. Once inside the suite, Shirin grabbed Meng Shue's hand and dragged her toward one of the secondary bedrooms. The big round bed is yours and Taotao's, Chen Yi. Have a great night, but don't overdo it with Taotao's modest figure. She winked teasingly. Embarrassment painted Taotao's face, while an awkward silence took hold of me. Breaking the tension, Taotao suddenly murmured, Chen Yi, don't worry about my feelings tonight. Just do whatever makes you happy. Well, with that kind of encouragement, why would I hesitate? I scooped her up in my arms and headed straight for the round bed. Taotao, you're so adorable, I said playfully. Chen Yi, you're so bad, saying something like that now of all times, she replied, cheeks still pink. What? Am I not allowed to tell the truth? You are. Tonight, I'm all yours. Ding. Su Taotao's affection score, +2. Current score, 82, ***. Congratulations, host. You have successfully forged a contract with Su Tao Tao, asterisk asterisk. Target affection score surpasses 80. Romantic connection established. Rewards, strengthening points plus 25, Beastmaster skill, appraisal, item, spirit beast immortal fruit. The next morning, I woke up around 10 a.m. to find Tao Tao already awake, gazing quietly at me with softness in her eyes. When she saw me stir, her expression brightened into a radiant smile. Chunyi, how did you sleep last night? With her hair down and her natural beauty unembellished, she looked enchanting. I teased her. Thanks to you, I slept like a baby. It was the truth, albeit partly because Tao Tao was far more cooperative than Meng Shui and Shirin, who seemed almost determined to leave me physically spent every time. So, that's good. I was worried Brother Chun he wouldn't be satisfied. How could it be? I feel like my XP is about to turn me into a Lilican. I'm not a loli though. With laughter filling the air, we got up, changed into our clothes, and headed to the living room. Shuer and Sister Shirin were already awake, sitting on the sofa and checking the arrangements for tonight's banquet. When they saw us walk in, their faces lit up with a knowing, teasing smile. Brother Chinny, judging by your complexion, you seem to have rested really well last night. Don't tell me you're into lolis. I shrugged. Is it possible? It's just you two being too exhausting to deal with. Tao Tao stepped forward first to the coffee table and respectfully bowed to them. Sister Meng Shui, Sister Shirin, thank you two for letting me borrow Brother Chun Yi last night. We're all sisters here, no need to be formal. Not tonight though. Tomorrow night. Let's try something a little more exciting. Alright, I'm looking forward to it. Watching Tao Tao finish her breakfast, I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. Man, these kidneys of mine are struggling. I really need to find a solution to rejuvenate them, or I'll actually be done for if tomorrow night ends up being as wild as they're planning. After breakfast, I began assisting Tao Tao in guiding the spiritual energy within her body. Yet the moment my hand touched her, I froze. No way. The spiritual energy imprint she absorbed from the beast was extraordinary. Unlike ordinary energy crystals which can only be absorbed personally, this thing can be transferred to other spiritual beast girls via contract, helping them level up as well. In simple terms, it's like Tao Tao gets to eat the meat, and everyone else still gets to slurp the soup. This is way too good to be true. What's wrong? Tao Tao tilted her head curiously. Nothing. Just thought you're way too adorable. You said that already 100 times last night, but I'm happy to hear it again. Tao Tao's leveling speed was insane. Her power skyrocketed, and even her ears turned into animal ears, making her look even cuter. The Tao Tai bloodline doesn't have horns, right? Brother Chun he won't dislike me because I don't have handles, will he? She muttered softly. By 3 p.m., the energy guiding process was over. Tao Tao had advanced to Tier 1, Level 10, and I had also climbed up to Tier 3, Level 1. In just half a month, I went from Tier 1 to Tier 3. Who can compare? Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Standing enthusiastically outside the door was Li Yang. Brother Chin E, great news. He pulled out a flyer. The auction at Black Ghost City has Lightborn remnants. You'd need this, right? Glancing at the flyer, it turned out to be true. What a coincidence. I came to Hanqing specifically for the Black Ghost City auction. Perfect. Li Yang patted his chest. I still have my little stash of money. If it's not enough, I'll cover the rest. As long as you agree to be my brand ambassador, I'll make sure you get that item. All right, I'll trouble you then. After Li Yang left, everyone in the room let out a sigh of relief. Tao Tao, once we secure this, your demonic transformation problem will be solved. Really, I scooped Tao Tao up in my arms. Whatever the cost, you'll have to work to pay me back later. Tao Tao pulled out her phone to show her bank account balance. A cool 3 million bucks. Pretty sure I can win the auction on my own, she said. What the? A little rich girl, huh? Then there's no way I'm letting you escape. I'll always belong to Brother Chen. Meanwhile, in a fancy room in Black Ghost City, Wang Yu was just getting up from bed, lighting a cigarette. Why is Chun Yi coming to Hanqing? He muttered, frowning deeply after hearing his subordinate's report. We're not sure. With the Luo family involved, we only dared to look into it so far. Damn it. Wang Yu crushed his cigarette, but he had left too hastily last time, leaving many loose ends unhandled. If Chun Yi found out about his attempted murder, combined with the Luo family's connections, he'd be finished. Wait a second. If he really knew, the Luo family would have already stormed Black Ghost City by now, Wang Yu reasoned. Probably just coming on the invitation of Lin Meng Shui's father's old contacts. Is Chun Yi here yet? He just left his hotel. It looks like he's headed in our direction. All right, tell the men at the gate. Tonight we absolutely have to. Following the invitation's address, we arrived at the shopping mall on the northern edge of Hanqing. Shopping mall? Yeah, right. The cracked windows whined in the wind, glass was shattered and all over the place. The door hinges were crooked, the ceiling leaked moonlight, and the air reeked of mold and rot. This place hosting a banquet? It might as well be the setting for a post-apocalyptic movie. The girls all shivered a little. Tao Tao squinted at the invitation. It says it's on basement level 2. Are we sure this is the right place?